proceed on.
Yes, sir.
So, Constantine wanted Sylvester to baptize him in our community, so he could be made part of our community, giving Sylvester his imperial emblems, which is the power of his office, Constantine's office as an emperor. In other words, he said he's going to make Sylvester head HNIC of the Coptic Egyptian community. You know what the HNIC means, don't you?
Temple.
Hold it. It's not. Don't use the N word here.
Why?
But anyway, he wants to be made part.
Yes, indeed.
By being baptized in our community, which he was baptized, with the understanding that Sylvester would try to get all people in the secular community to honor and worship and accept Serapis as a god. Okay? Now, the third historical event that came about was when a man by the name of Arius, who was a member of the Coptic Egyptian community, said that Serapis was a created creature, dissimilar from the Father. In other words, not like the Father. Now, who is the Father? The Father is Osiris. Dissimilar from the Father. A perfect creature, but a creature nevertheless. Okay?
Yes.
I'll repeat that. Arius said Serapis was a created creature, dissimilar from the Father. A perfect creature, but a creature nevertheless.
Perfect.
You got that?
Yes. I accept it.
Correct. So, those three historical events brought about the Ecumenical Council of Nicaea. Now, I want to take you to school. Everybody, I hope, either pen or pencil. I want you to get it out. If you don't have one, I may have one. I only got one pen to loan out. If whoever borrows this pen, I want it back. You're going to do some writing and some drawing. Okay? Because I'm going to tell you how this image that is now Serapis became Christ. Okay? I'm going to tell you, people ask me, say, what happened to the ancient Egyptians? They were so smart, but yet still, what happened to them? Okay, it's a good question, isn't it? They gave their gods away. And I'm going to tell you how it was done right before your face. Everybody, now, this handout I gave you, turn on the back, it should be blank, right? Okay, my sister, you got yours out? You all set? Everybody set?
Yes.
Speak up. Okay, now, I want you to write at the very top of your paper, the African
Yes.
The African ancient Egyptian divine triad. The African ancient Egyptian divine triad. Everybody got that?
Yes.
I want you to draw a line under that, what you have written. Draw a line all the way across the page. And I want you to come down about an inch or inch and a half from that line, about an inch and a half from that line. You got it? And I want you to go to your left, and I want you to draw a circle.
Left or right?
Left is here.
Yeah, other left.
Okay. And then, but you need to leave room for 3 circles, and don't make no big circle the whole size of the page. Okay. Now go to the middle and make another circle. Give a little space between the first circle. You got that? Go to the extreme right, leave and make another circle, leave a little space from the middle circle. You got that? So you got 3 circles there, right? You got space at the top above those circles, right? Go to the extreme left, and you write God the Father.
In the circle?
The extreme left circle.
Inside or
No, on the top, I say. On top.
God the Father.
God the Father on top of that circle. On the top part. That's the space that I told you to leave.
Over top of the circle, that's all.
Thank you. God the Father. You got that?
Yes.
Then you go to the middle circle. Let's go back to that circle. Where you had God the Father. You put in that circle Osiris. O-S-I-R-I-S. You got that? Put in that circle, right in that circle, Osiris. And above that circle, you got God the Father, right?
Right.
You got that? Go to the middle circle. In that middle circle, I want you to write Horus or Harut. Horus, H-R-U-S. And above that circle, where you wrote Horus, I want you to write the Sun, the S-U-N. You got that? Then I want you to go to extreme right. In that circle, I want you to write Isis, I-S-I-S. You got that?
Yes.
Above Isis, I want you to put Goddess Mother.
Goddess Mother.
Correct. You got that?
Yes.
Now, while you're over to extreme right, where Isis is, I want you to draw another circle under the circle where you got Isis.
But leave a space.
No, you don't have to leave for space.
Okay.
Just right up under that, draw another circle under Isis. It's the circle of where you made a circle of Isis. You got that? Come back to the middle circle where you got Horus, the Sun.
Yes.
Put a circle under that circle. Under Horus. You got that?
Yes.
Now this is what the Melkite did at the Council of Nicaea I. You never heard this before, but you're hearing it now, and you're lucky. You made the right choice when you came here today. Okay? I'm serious. Now watch this. The Melkite Coptic Egyptians trying to appease the Europeans, because the Europeans had terrorized them and so forth and so on, and they were all have taken over Egypt and so forth and so on. The Melkite Coptic Egyptians, in order to further substantiate Serapis as a god, and since Serapis has the 2 spiritual ka are cars, one of Osiris and one of Apis, which is Ra, the creator, right? They went into the African, ancient Egyptian divine triad. The African, ancient Egyptian divine triad consists of Osiris, which is the father, Horus, which is the son, S-U-N, and Isis, which is the goddess mother. Got that? They went, let's go to the middle circle. I want you to X out the name Horus there. Put an X in there. I want you to go above where it says the sun, S-U-N. I want you to X that out. Now you have, below Horus, you have a circle with empty, right? You're writing that Serapis. And below, where you got Serapis in that circle, you write the sun, the S-O-N. The S-O-N now. You got that? So when the Melkite Coptic Egyptians did that, they said that Serapis became the son of Osiris. In other words, they said they created what is known as the Homogeneous Creed, which I write about. The Homogeneous Creed goes like this: God the Father. Now, who is God and the Father?
Osiris.
God the Son. Now, who is the Son? The S-O-N. The same. God the Father, God the Son, the same. In other words, Serapis and Osiris is one and the same now. Got that? Why? Because Horus was taken out and this white image was put in his place. The created creature, the Son, the S-O-N.
Created creature.
You got that?
Yeah.
Now, you've heard ministers say that Jesus the Christ is the Son of Man. Is that right?
Right.
I told you in my opening lecture that man cannot create anything with life in it by himself. Is that right?
That's right.
Female can't create anything with life in it by herself.
That's right.
Okay? So therefore, if man created this Jesus of Christ, that's where it was created. By the Melkite Coptic Egyptian taking Horus out of that African ancient Egyptian divine triad and replacing Horus, this African Horus, the sun, the S-U-N, with the created creature, the S-O-N, this white image.
So he becomes the Son of Man.
Yes?
He becomes the Son of God.
Yes. Just a moment, let's not run ahead. I know you're all anxious to get there. I'm going to get you there. What you said so far was true, but I wanted in the time perspective and historical perspective. So you see what happened there at Nicaea? No one has ever told you this. Okay?
They still say that in the churches today.
Yeah, but they don't tell you
Moses.
no, they call it the Apostles' Creed.
Okay.
The Apostles' Creed, the Homoousian Creed is something different.
No.
Okay, let's not debate.
And the Nicaean Creed, they're all pretty the same.
You know, it's called the Nicaean Creed
Nicaean Creed.
and the Homogeneous Creed, the same thing. Okay, so let's keep it there, so I can continue without breaking the continuity of thought.
Okay.
We're going to come up to a time and answer session after I get through. And then any questions you have, you can bring it up then, okay? But let's get this with the essence. This is very important now. This is how Jesus the Christ was created. Created, I said. And you're getting it right here in this classroom. Okay? So, The Homogeneous Creed was created by the Melkites taking Horus, the son of Osiris and Isis, out of that ancient Egyptian divine triad. 3 African deities. One is replaced the sun, the S-U-N is replaced with this white image, the S-O-N. Got it? And when that was done, they said that they made a creed called the Nicaean Creed or the Homogeneous Creed. The Homogeneous Creed and the Nicaean Creed is one and the same. God the Father, God being Osiris, God is Osiris and the Father is Osiris, right? God the Father, God the Son. The Son is now this white image, Serapis, right?
Right.
Because Horus, the African real son of Osiris and Isis, has been taken out. You got that? And this white image is being inserted now. That's called the Moses Creed. Now, 56 years later, the Roman government wanted to make the Moses Creed the creed of the Roman Empire. In order to do that, they wanted the secular community, the Coptic Egyptians living in the secular community, to accept that creed. They refused to do that. No, no way. Okay? So, 50 years later, here comes the most important ecumenical council that has ever been held on planet Earth. And we're going to go into that right now. It's called the Council of Ephesus. 431. The Council of Ephesus. This is what happened. Eutyches, the father of Monophysitism. A Monophysite is an individual that says that Serapis had an Osiris-like spirit, but no human nature. You got it? So you got Osiris-like spirit, but you don't have no human nature. You got that? In order to have a human nature, one has to be born through the body of a female. You cannot have a human nature born through the body of a dog, or a cat, or a baboon. It's got to be a female in order for you to have a human nature. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That was the argument by the Monophysites. The Monophysites only recognized the one Osiris-like spirit in Serapis, the created creature.
The spirit only.
Only. But no human. He didn't have a human nature. Okay? Nestorius was there. Nestorius was a Monophysite also. He did not accept Serapis having a human nature, nor did he accept the Theotokos. Okay? Now, the Melkite Coptic Egyptians did this at the Council of Ephesus in 431. In order to get Serapis a human nature, they went and took Isis out of her position. And they created a created creature called the Virgin Mary. Gave this created creature the attributes of Isis. So go to the circle where you got Isis, cross her out. Where you got above, where you got the goddess mother, cross that out. Below Isis, you have another circle there. Is that right?
Yes.
You got in that circle, you got you put in there the Virgin Mary. Okay? And below, where you put the Virgin Mary, below that circle, you put Goddess Mother. The Melchite Coptic Egyptians created this created creature called the Virgin Mary, gave this created creature, the Virgin Mary, the attributes and the Ka of Isis. See that? Ka is your spirit. Okay? So now, here you have this created creature called the Virgin Mary with the Ka of spirit of Isis. And here you have a created creature called Serapis, right? That has three Kas. The Ka of Osiris, and the Ka of Ra, and the Ka of Horus now. Because at the Council of Nicaea, they took Horus out, they gave Horus's Ka, spirit, to Serapis. You got it? Now, how are they going to make and give this created creature, Serapis, a human nature? Now, they created this created creature called the Virgin Mary with the Ka of Isis, the spirit of Isis. What they did with the two created creatures, they amalgamated the two creatures together. This Mary with the Ka of Isis in her, and Serapis with three Kas, Osiris, Ra, and Horus. They amalgamated together these two created creatures. And when that amalgamation was done, they said, now this is the Christos. Now Serapis has the complete Christos. Now he's got that spirit of a female in him now because of the amalgamation. See, I'm getting to that. So therefore, Isis became the mother of who? Serapis. Got that? With that title of the mother of Serapis, she has this title of Theotokos, which means the mother of God. That's what that word means, Theotokos.
That's the only way he could become a god,
Right, that's the only way he could become a god, with a human nature.
Have to have a mother.
Got to have a mother. And this is how they did it at the Council of Ephesus. You see that? See? So when that amalgamation was done between the created creature, the Virgin Mary, and the created creature, Serapis, the Melchite Coptic Egyptians speaking Greek, because Greek was forced on them when Alexander the Greek came into Egypt. They said, now this is the Ka Aristos. Ka Aristos. Meaning, now Serapis has a spirit. He has a Ka, a female Ka. And now the word Christos, which was spoken in Greek by the Coptic Melchite Coptic Egyptians, the Christos in English means now this is the Christ. So Serapis is no longer what? Serapis no more, right? What is he? He's the Christ now.
That's where the word Messiah comes in there.
Wait now, hold it now. Just a moment. Let me finish up without interruption. So I'm at a critical point now. So is everybody following me?
Yes.
Nestorius said that he refused to accept the Theotokos, the mother of God, in Mary. See? So Serapis is no longer Serapis anymore. He is Christ. He's the Christ now. That's how it was done. But there's a problem, a big problem. Now, there are 3 African deities in the African ancient Egyptian divine triad. Is that correct? 3 of them. Osiris Asar, Horus Haru, and Isis Aset, right? All 3 are Africans, right? 2 of the African deities was wiped out. Horus and Isis. Not yet. Horus was wiped out, the African. Isis was wiped out, the African. Horus was replaced with a white image, which was Serapis the sun. There's your hand. Isis, the African goddess, was replaced by a white image, the Virgin Mary. You got that? With her attributes. You got that? Now there's something wrong here. There's one deity left, right? In the African ancient Egyptian divine triad. But he is an African, isn't he? Now is the father of a white son who has a white mother. Is that right? It's very odd, isn't it?
And he has to be painted white.
No. You know what they did, the Melchites did for him? They made him invisible.
Right, spirit.
The spirit.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's why. That's the spirit.
You got that?
Got it.
They made him invisible.
Yeah.
The Holy Ghost.
The Holy Ghost.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got it? Okay, open up your eyes and mind. That's what went on at the Council of Ephesus.
Is that a circle?
Huh?
Is that supposed to be a circle under Osiris? The Holy Ghost?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's a good, yeah, you can put
Just leave it empty.
It's invisible.
it's invisible, so you can't make no circle. It's invisible. Just know.
Just say invisible.
Just say it is right.
The ghost, yeah.
So, that's how this Christ was created. That's how this Virgin Mary was created. You see? So, I don't want to keep you any longer. I'm going to tell you one thing. You say, okay, you must want me to get through. Say, okay.
It don't be that fast.
Okay. I got one more thing to tell you that we're going to call it, we're going to go into questions and answer session. Okay. One more thing. Now that's how Christ was created from Serapis. That's how the Virgin Mary was created from Isis. And that's how Christ became the Son of God. Right? Now God is where now? Invisible. Because if you ask people to give you a description of God, you can't do it.
He's a spirit. He's the heavenly Father.
And all that other kind of stuff. You got that? Okay, now, that is the foundation of Christianity right there. But when the seat, now the first Christian church was built there in Constantinople, Turkey. Constantinople, Turkey is known as Istanbul, Turkey today. That church was built in 532, finished in December 27, 537.
Built by Africans.
Built by Africans. Commissioned to be built by Africans by Justinian and his wife Theodora. He commissioned African architects and African builders to build this church. The church that they built is on a picture of my Historical Origin of Islam book, right here. That picture, that's the Hagia Sophia, with those minarets inside now. But that's history. I don't have time to go into all that. But anyway, when that seat of Christianity was moved, that church was operated in Africa, Northeast Africa, that they call the Middle East, for 902 years.
Yes, sir.
Be quiet.
Thank you.
For 902 years. You got that?
Yes. 902 years.
So the seat of Christianity was moved out of Africa, Northeast Africa, into, on the outskirts of Rome in Europe. In 1439, when John VIII,
1439.
when John VIII went into Florence, Italy, as a curia there, the word curia, C-U-R-I-A, means college. That was 42 years into the beginning of the Renaissance era for the Europeans. See? They were in the 42nd year of the Renaissance era.
42nd.
And 6 years later, in 1445, they began to build over the catacombs on the outskirts of Rome. The catacombs are burial grounds that's in the ground. And they dug up those bodies to make way for the building of the foundation of St. Peter's Church.
Was that built by Africans?
I'm going to get to that. Y'all are rushing. Give me a chance, I'll explain it. Yes, the answer is yes. Okay? But anyway, at the time, the Moors had been in Spain. They were asked to come into Spain in 1051 by white European Spanish people, as Africans from North African country of Morocco and Mauritania to come into Spain and bring civilization to them. And the Moor name is a nickname. The Moors are direct descendants of the ancient Egyptians. Okay? And they were asked to come in to civilize uncivilized heathen Spain and the Spanish people. They crossed the Mediterranean in 1051 and they began to set up literacy, a school system there in Spain. They began to set up a government for Spain. They began to build buildings and create cities in Spain, Toledo, Granada, Seville, Toledo, Cadillac, etc. They also introduced public bathhouses, introducing soap to the Europeans. Sometimes, if you get a chance to look at the History Channel, the narrator on that History Channel said, in the 12th century, the Europeans began to use soap for the very first time. Okay? The Moors did that. The Moor name is a nickname, which the Moor is nothing but a descendant of the ancient Egyptian. You got that? Okay. Now, here you are in 1445, when the seat was moved out of Constantinople. John VIII, you know what he did to move that seat, to give his authority? He relinquished the donation of Constantine. See, because Justinian had taken back the donation of Constantine. And that goes, I don't have time to explain all that, but anyway, I'm bypassing. What was that?
I just said from the Africans.
Of course, yeah, from the Africa. So I'm bypassing all that to get to a point. So in 1445, the Moors had been in Spain for 394 years. They were asked to come in to, on the outskirts of Rome, and build that church of St. Peter's, Church of St. Peter, and known today as St. Peter's Basilica. Okay? St. Peter's Basilica was designed after the Hagia Sophia. The Vatican in Rome today, as I speak, is nothing but a replica of the double-walled city of Constantinople, where the world's first church, Christian church, was built. That Christian church was built to honor Mary and Christ, called the Hagia Sophia, the Church of the Holy Wisdom, which is another name for Mary and Christ. Okay? So when they moved that seat out of there, in 1445, the Moors had been in Spain for 394 years. The Moors again were asked to come into to Rome, on the outskirts of Rome, to build that church and to build another institution, which is called the Sistine Chapel. Okay, they built the Sistine Chapel. And they built the world that St. Peter's Basilica and St. Peter's Church, 1445. Okay. Now, let's go back into Northeast Africa again, where the Hagia Sophia was built, the world's first Christian church. That church was finished December the 27th, 537. And for 902 years, over in Northeast Africa, in the double-walled city of Constantinople, they held a celebration once a year to celebrate the birth of that church, thereby celebrating the birth of Christ and the birth of the Virgin Mary. You got that? Now, when the Roman Catholic Church in 582 created what is known as the Gregorian calendar, they lost 2 days out of that. So every year, instead of celebrating on December the 27th, it's December the 25th. Okay? Now, the Moors built those two institutions, St. Peter's Basilica and the Sistine Chapel. Now what happened, here come white folks now. The Roman Catholic Church allied with the government of Spain. That was the ally. And they created what is known as the Spanish Inquisition. You heard of the Spanish Inquisition?
Mm-hmm.
1478. And that Inquisition was to get rid of the Moors, because they threw reason in them. They didn't need them no more. See that? They had built they had created Spain into a city, brought literacy there, set up a government, built buildings there. Now they're over there in the Vatican, creating the Vatican. The Vatican today is nothing but a replica of the double-walled city of Constantinople. Okay? Building that second church, which is called St. Peter's Basilica today, creating that building, it's called the Sistine Chapel, where the Pope lived in that Sistine Chapel, and so forth and so on, which is the Vatican City. Okay? And so when the Inquisition came, it was a conspiracy between the Roman Catholic Church and the Spanish government. Now we need to get rid of
The Moors.
the Moors. Get rid of them. They created what is known as the Spanish Inquisition, and they also created the Roman Inquisition. Now, what is the Spanish Inquisition? The Spanish Inquisition was set up by Ferdinand and Isabella, okay, in 1478 to get rid of the Moors out of Spain for racial and religious reasons. Because Spain had allied and became Christians, okay? And they hired a man by the name of Thomas de Guatemala. He became the Inquisitor General for the Spanish government. He also became the same Inquisitor General for the Roman Catholic Church. So when you read the Spanish Inquisition and you read the Roman Inquisition, the Spanish Inquisition meaning for Spain, the country of Spain, the Roman Inquisition meaning for the Roman Catholic Church. Both Inquisitor General was both the Inquisitor General for both the country and the Roman Catholic Church.
Name of the Inquisitor.
I named him Thomas de Guatemala.
Okay.
Thomas de Guatemala.
Right. He was the Inquisitor General, 1478.
For both Inquisitions.
For both. There's only one Inquisition, but for both entities, the Roman Catholic Church and the country of Spain.
Yes, sir.
You got that? So these are Africans they're expelling out of Spain. So here come a boatload of the Moors with Christopher Columbus over in this hemisphere. But this is what I'm going to say to you, and I'm going to end it. We're going to go into questions and answers or whatever we want to do. Christianity, as it is practiced today, and what the Christians are receiving today, is they're receiving European, Western Christianity. You see that? Because they changed that whole concept of Christianity. They hired a man by the name of Leonardo da Vinci to live on the premises in the Vatican. He became the sitting resident artist for the Roman Catholic Church. And he created and painted a picture called The Last Supper. It's never been no Last Supper. It's nothing but a painting with a story attached to it. That story and the painting is fed to the Christians today. That this Jesus was sitting at a table eating his last supper with his 12 disciples, all white men. Okay? They didn't even have a Negro serving or family.
That's serving.
Okay? All white men.
That's serving.
So that's the Last Supper is on a painting by Leonardo da Vinci with a story attached. It never happened in real life. Okay? Then they tell you about the crucifixion of Christ, right? Who created the crucifixion of Christ? Leonardo da Vinci. He drew the crucifixion scene. And they attached a story to that. Say, oh, this Christ was brought before Pontius Pilate by some Jews who wanted this Jesus to be crucified. Oh, that story like that. They tell it to the Christians today. Then the same Leonardo da Vinci created and drew a picture of Mary Magdalene. Okay? Mary Magdalene. After Jesus was crucified, she went to the tomb of Jesus. And upon arriving at the tomb of Jesus, she knows the rock was rolled back. The stone was rolled back. And she looked down into the grave where Jesus was buried, and it was empty. He had went on and ascended on into heaven to be with his Father God. That's funny, boy, you're right. That's laughable. But Christians believe that. So the whole scene of Christianity changed when that Sikh changed and went into Europe. So that's what I want to say to you all. Thank you all for listening. We can go into a question and answer session. I hope I didn't bore you.
Not at all.
Okay, and I only wanted 5 minutes, but you see how long I talk, right? Okay. So anyway,
Didn't like Farrakhan.
hey, there you go. One of his tricks. So I want to say to you all, may I protect? I love you, and I'm glad to be here among you. I'm humbled to be in your presence. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
For those who want to purchase my books, they're up here, or tapes. I have plenty of tapes.
For the Virgin Mary.
Yeah. I heard just a moment now. I'm answering this one. I was listening at, my wife and I was looking at public radio, public television. And this guy was expounding on it. He was a theologian. He said, oh, by the way, Ephesus is the birthplace of the Virgin Mary. Remember that? Yeah. It was the birthplace of Mary. Now, what date was she born?
Right.
What date? Tell me.
I don't know.
You got it on your face.
7.
Not no 14.
537.
No, you're guessing. 431.
431.
Council of Ephesus.
Oh.
So, the answer to your question,
So he's maybe born.
just a moment, the answer to your question is 431.
She was created.
She was
When
created.
she was created.
Okay, she did 431. That we
Wait, let me finish up with her. Is there anything else, my dear?
No, that's,
That clear you up?
yes.
Okay. Next question.
Okay, we've been fed all along in the historical books that the Moors went into Spain in 711.
Okay.
So now you're telling us it was a later date. What is the contradiction between that?
Glad you asked that question. Now, I addressed that same question in 3 places in this book, the Chronology of Islam.
Oh, okay.
That's misleading. It gave you the Saracen, listen to me, the Saracen Moors. There's no such thing as a Saracen Moor. So they use the term Saracen Moor to hide what the real Moors did, the African Moors. See, in 711, they said that Saracen Moors went into Spain and brought Islam in there. There was no Islam in 711. Okay? Then you put up some Saracen Moors like my wife did last week. Just checking. I said, what are you looking at on her iPhone? She said, I'm looking at the Saracen. And boy, they ran her all over the board. They said the Saracen Moors invaded Spain. And they conquered Spain all the way up until the frontier of France, because France borders Spain. And they said Charles Martel turned them back. First place, our ancestors were asked to come into Spain. That's the reason why they were not invaders. Saracen Moors were invaders. And an invading force changes the language of the people who they terrorized. The Spanish language never was changed. You see that? The Moors were asked to come in so that they kept the Spanish language intact. See? But if they were invaded in there by an invader, the invader changes to conquer people's language. See? So, to prove my point, I want you do computers and iPhones and stuff like that?
Yes.
Punch in Saracen Moors. Is that what you punch in, sweetheart?
I think so. Saracens or Saracen Moors.
Saracens or Saracen Moors. and you come up with all kinds of stuff.
Mainly that they were Arabic, I think.
They were Arab.
According to,
Right, because the word is actually Saracen.
Saracens.
Saracens were the term that they used before they used the term Arab.
that's right.
Right, so now we're talking geography.
So that would be my answer to you. There's no such thing, because our ancestors did not terrorize people. They had no armies to do that, and they are civilized people. Civilized people don't terrorize other people.
Yes.
Okay? You can either those they was civilized and they go into a territory and take over another countries and other people's territory and rape their women and all that kind of stuff. So that's out of their spiritual character. They didn't do that.
Okay.
So any other questions?
Yes, I have a question. So we have Heru Horus, the sun deity in ancient Egypt, but we also have stories of sun deities in other places in the world. So did those other sun deities have an influence on the creation of Serapis and Jesus as well?
No, because see, all this happened before all these other people come up with the sun deity. So the sun deity started in ancient Egypt. So if you see some sun deities someplace else that happened, they copied ancient Egypt. See that? So the answer would be no. They didn't have no. There was nothing before ancient Egypt by way of a sun.
Okay.
You want to say something on that?
No.
Does that, pardon me, hey, Mr. Long, does that answer your question, young man?
Well, we know that there was nothing before Egypt, but the ones that came after Egypt. Well, Jesus was was Jesus the most recent one out of the sun deities? I guess that would be a better question.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
All that sun deity stuff came out of ancient Egypt, that's number one. Even before the Serapis was created. This created creature Serapis was created with the ka of the sun deity out of ancient Egypt. See that? Without that being done, there would be no sun deities in Europe. The foundation of sun deities came out of Egypt, is what I'm trying to say to you. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Does that satisfy your question?
It's okay.
No, I want you to be satisfied. Listen.
You have different,
Trying to
60
help
years,
somebody.
5 Savior and all that other
I'm
stuff.
trying to, listen, the sun deity, sun worship, if you want to use it, okay, started in ancient Egypt. There was no Europeans nowhere on the scene. You got that?
Yes.
Europeans comes in. They want to be made part of what they discovered there in Egypt. They want to be accepted in the priest society of ancient Egypt. They wanted to be made a god. So the attributes of Osiris and Ra was made into a composite name and gave to this image here to make him a deity. Okay? And I explained to you at the Council of Nicaea how the third card was added, the sun, you see, of Osiris. So you had no sun deities before ancient Egypt. Why? Because ancient Egypt is the world's first and oldest civilization. How did it get to be the world's first and oldest civilization? Because they created an alphabet to write with. Okay? So therefore, an individual, a group, or a culture, anywhere on earth, who had the world's first alphabet is the world's first and oldest people on earth. Because an alphabet they use to keep time, people, places, and events, wrote them down. You see? So there's no other prior oral civilizations in ancient Egypt. So there was no other sun god. If anybody come up with a concept of sun god, they got it from ancient Egypt. That's all I'm trying to say. That's very clear.
Yes.
Did he get it?
So it's safe to say that Egypt is the foundation of all religions, architecture, writing.
Everything.
All the time.
Absolutely.
Everything. Young man, does that answer your question?
I think you just misunderstood the question.
Okay, give me the question again.
Yeah, no, I understood that Egypt was the first. I was just saying the ones that was Jesus the most recent, like the latest one.
Now I understand what you're saying.
He's talking
Was
about
Jesus the
regard-
last?
Yeah,
the last
one, right.
of what is defined as Savior, Son, work deities that define this particular concept. In other words, there's certain personalities that are attributed to these concepts, and I understand what you're talking about. But and basically, pretty much true. Jesus is like last weekend, you know, compared to some of these other things.
Good, my man.
I guess I would answer it a little bit different.
I want someone to hope me out.
Go ahead, Annetta. Let me hear your answer.
I'm getting y'all don't wore me out.
Answer the question.
Yeah, go ahead, Annetta.
I guess it would have been a combination. You're answering what I'm kind of thinking. Because Jesus was not really considered the S-U-N.
No,
Remember,
right.
it got changed to the S-O-N.
That's correct.
And that's when the concept really changed. See, the Europeans, once the seat moved into Europe, their intent was to usurp that holiday and usurp, well, you could say usurp the images as well. Eliminate them. Overpower them with the S-O-N. As opposed to the S-U-N.
Sure.
So the whole idea started to change, and they started to condemn those who recognize
Not only did they condemn him,
S-U-N.
yeah, there's a book written by Ernest Busenbark, Symbols, Sex, and the Stars, and Popular Beliefs.
Okay.
It deals with not just him, people like Tamerlane and what's his name? Constantine, all these individuals were given attributed
Right.
because in order to recognize their miraculous, contribution to the
Right.
world, they had to be either this other son or savior
Right.
deity.
You had-
so they gave them those attributes. That's all I'm saying.
Right. You had Mithras, you had
You had Mithras,
Apollo,
Adonis,
you had many.
China, Krishna. It's a whole
Some
bunch
even
of them.
put Osiris into that category.
That's right. That's correct.
But
That's
see,
correct.
they wanted to eliminate all of that. And when they moved into Europe, they took that holiday over. December 25th, that had always been recognized as a sun worshiping day
That's right.
as well.
Right.
So the church took it, from the secular community.
Right.
That was kind of the essence of
Yeah,
the
exactly.
point that I was
Correct.
going.
Okay,
That's,
brother.
but
And
that's
what you
correct.
said is correct too. I'm not
Yes, ma'am.
dispelling
No.
what you're saying at
Yes.
all. As a matter of fact, they tried to take all those attributes of the others and roll it into this one
That's correct.
to make it all powerful. Okay? So that was the whole idea. And that's why today you don't hear too much about the Son God or anything like that. You hear about the Son of God. Okay?
But the
Different twists
funniest
on
thing
words.
is that all of it happens in the same time period. So
It does.
when we talk about the winter solstice, or we talk
That's
about
right.
the vernal equinoxes and Easter, we're all talking about these celestial events that were
Right.
taking place in the sky
Winter
that
solstice.
became anthropomorphized by these personalities.
He's right. He's right. It's nature.
It's nature.
We talked more about that yesterday, about it being about nature.
That's
See,
correct.
but they have tried to condemn
Right.
that kind of recognition
Right.
of nature. But that's what it is. And you're absolutely right. So thanks for
Which
bringing
also
that.
means we was ecological before anybody thought about being
Absolutely.
fancy. I mean, taking care of the earth.
Yes.
And
we're just part of it all.
That's
okay,
right.
we're part of nature. So it makes perfect sense for us to recognize our position within nature as opposed to trying to set ourselves apart from it.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay,
100%.
so it's been a lot of perversion, and that was intentional
Yes.
to get the power over the people, okay, to get us blind.
They were saying even with the sun, the fact that they put the sun behind God's head, saying that through him you get like the rays, but the Egyptians always had the sun above.
Absolutely.
And giving it power. Over
That's right. That's what was head of the need.
Yeah.
Because there was a recognition that that was about life, things growing, the whole bit. So yes, there was a reverence for it because of all the different functions that it had, such as it being immutable.
That's correct.
Okay, and who do they tell you is immutable now? Jesus. Doesn't change.
The unmovable.
Yeah, the unmovable. But no, that originated, that concept came out of the sun, the actual sun that we know, okay? And so if we can get back to that, we're going to be a whole lot better off too. So it's a lot of education that has gone.
That's right. But
You
I was
still
just
running
wanted
your
to
books
say what Professor Williams was saying in regard to ancient Egypt and the origin of the sun concept. One of the physical attributes of that was the Egyptians was the earliest individuals to identify a 365-day solar year.
Absolutely.
So obviously what that would indicate was their understanding of the processions and the movements of the earth in relationship to the sun was at its earliest point. You see what I'm saying? And then as places like so-called Mesopotamia and India and all of these acquired this particular information in regard to these celestial events taking place, then they acquired those concepts that in their environment or in their geography, they tailored them for their own personal use.
It's like called the solar cross. You got the summer solstice and the winter solstice.
You have that.
No, well,
So the manipulation and destruction of our civilization, then now you have all this terminology has changed.
Yeah.
And so you got a mixed bag going. On one hand, you got this Christ who's considered to be God by some. Not everybody believes that. Some believe that Christ is the Son of God, not God himself.
Right.
But that all grew out of what Alexander and his successors and our Melchite Coptic Egyptians did in the process of making the image of Alexander's lieutenant into a god. So they want some of this lost in translation.
Right.
Because then, if not, we would have to go back to the original Osiris, a black deity, ours.
Yeah.
They don't want that. That's why the conversation about spirits and things like that. Okay? Because to get rid of him, so that you won't think about him, and to disconnect him from this white image that they've created, and, well, two of them, the Christ image and the Virgin Mary, then you ask, where's the Father? Now, when we think of the Father now, what do we think? Heavenly Father. Invisibility. Spirit. No, it wasn't that way. It wasn't that way. But they've got us thinking that way because that's the way they want us to think. Oh, we don't think in terms of color. I don't see Jesus in like that. I think in terms of spirit. No. They created this image so that that's what would be before you. Themselves. Because the whole idea behind it was to try to make them into a god so that they could rule over Egypt. Because there was a process that our ancestors demanded before someone could be recognized, or, in order to rule over them. Otherwise, there was some illegitimacy there. Okay? But anyway, that's kind of in a capsule, but you get my idea.
Keep on going.
Okay?
You're great.
But anyway, that's how we get to the conversation about spirits as opposed to actually seeing the image of an Osiris or African deity.
So what do you think the solution is?
For us to educate our people.
No, I mean, Because me and my father had this argument all the time.
Yeah, to educate our people. We really need to get to
understand
it.
that, but
We
it's-
can't continue to go along with the system who wants to keep us dumbed down,
I understand.
uninformed.
Say from now on, black people say that God is black. How does that solve our problems?
What we need to do, really, is... Now, when we talk about God, what was the function of God? What was the purpose? We got to try to get back to some foundational kinds of things. Okay? I do think it would make a difference if we recognize the true power and the truth about ourselves, because in not knowing the truth about yourself, how can you fully be yourself and realize your full potential? You don't have a chance because that's been stolen from you. Okay? And you have folks like a Trump today. He thinks very little of black folks. Every time he thinks black people, he thinks they need to be police.
Right.
Okay? He can't get beyond any of that.
Right.
But what other place do you know that they have gone into and robbed graves? Not only did they rob graves, destroy them, because there's something of value there. They haven't gone into Europe and done the same kinds of things. They've robbed us of our culture, our civilization. They've claimed it as their own, and that couldn't be further from the truth. Like you said, we've been over 2,000 and some odd years trying to civilize them. They've never understood us, our spirituality, and they still don't get it.
No.
That's why this world is in such a turmoil.
Right.
We need to take the leadership and get back to our principles of love, peace, justice, wisdom, truth.
When I was trying to describe to you my uncles and my aunts, they had all that.
Yeah, and I'm saying, see, some of us have never stopped fighting because we know deep down. Not everybody is that lucky to have that and to be able to hang on to it, because we do know some of our history and who we are. I'll say who we are, not who we were, but who we are. And we've witnessed things that our folks have done to make this a better world, to civilize this world. When it comes to democracy, that's an African concept. That is not a European concept.
Right.
Justice,
That's an African.
that's an African concept. Okay? We ever have any chance of really, for this being a just society, we're going to have to emerge out of this morass and come forward with that, with who we are and how things should be done. Yeah, we got a group here and there talking about it, but we're going to have to come out on a mass scale. Okay? And reclaim who we are. Okay? Try to recover who we are and put it in a proper perspective. That's what I think. All this Facebook, all this stuff, all the things that they choose not to do evils on, maybe we can start to do some.
I think Facebook is a fantastic medium to do a lot of
Some
stuff.
good stuff.
Some real
That's
good
what I'm going to
stuff.
say. Make it good.
I was always opposed to the social media, but I've been
I
watching.
was too, but
I've been watching how effective it is. I'm like, I should take a second look at social media.
we can use this. I'm looking at it now too, and saying,
But I'm saying
this
this.
is positive things.
I'm saying this. Knowing and doing is such a distinction between it. Just teaching our folks the truth without somehow motivating action within them also.
We have to try to do it all. We
It has
got
to
the
both
plan.
be done.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. Because knowledge, yes.
Knowledge without action is
right. Exactly. I was going to say it's essential, but it has to be backed up with action. But just to be out here like, Black Lives Matter, I'm all down with that.
I'm down with Black
That's
Lives
what
Matter.
we need at this particular time. But we need knowledge, additional knowledge.
The problem with the black movement in general is that we've always gotten out and protested
Yes.
and shown the moral side of our abilities, but we haven't taken the next steps. We never built an economic foundation for our movement to be able to do the things that we need to do to actually keep our people safe, secure, to keep our people with enough power to maintain the things that we're fighting for.
Yes.
When black people get out on the street, they protest, they get something, they become quiet. Folks manipulate the laws or whatever, take it back from them. We got to get back in the street and do it.
There you go.
They're not consistent enough.
Yeah, and we need to get consistent, and we do have the economics to
We do
do
have
it,
economics, just not fun.
and bringing them together.
It's not fun.
I think the reasons why that we don't have that type of cohesiveness as one, this is what you're talking about. It's because we as an African people living in the United States of America do not have a nationality. That one nationality that we all, 50 to 60 million Africans in this country, can unify with. See, once you have a nationality, then you can unify around that nationality, and that gives you a foundation. Then you can come out with these different programs because you know who you are, you know who your ancestors are, you know the history about your ancestors. But now you're scattered because we don't know who we are as a human being, individually. You don't know, we have no nationality to unify around. We identify ourselves as being black, and black and Negro is synonymous, means the same. A name given to us Africans in this country by the Spanish and the Portuguese. Okay?
What's we have to realize that
That's the only way we're going to ever come together is have a central national identity that we can identify with and say this is our nationality. And the greatest unifying force for us as Africans in this country that we can use and identify ourselves with is the missing link in the African diaspora, and that's the missing link of ancient Egypt. Okay? There's no one saying, well, there's not enough of us, saying that we are African ancient Egyptians. That's my ancestors. So we have to get back to that, where our ancestors were cut off, our greatness was cut off right there in Egypt. So we have to get back there, claim the ancient Egyptians as our ancestors, nationalize ourselves with that name and that identity and that culture, and go right back to where our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians' culture was cut off. Now, when you say I'm black, that's a color description. That's all it is, a color description.
Right.
Okay? Like I said, black and Negro means the same thing, one and the same, synonymous. Who gave us that name? It was the Spanish and the Portuguese. They gave us that name. See? So in Spanish, black means Negro, Negro means Spanish, means black. Okay? So then they have a museum put up in Washington, D.C. by the Smithsonian Institute, saying that this is an African American Museum of African History and Culture, signifying that our beginning history started with slavery, and they gave them a graphic display of a slave ship. Okay, to let you know this is where you began. But see, that's misleading. Okay, our history did not start here in America. Our history started in ancient Egypt. That's who we are. Okay, and nobody is out here is claiming that because there's this missing link there. It's a missing spot, a chair, an empty chair at the table of nations, okay, to be filled by the descendants of the ancient Egyptians. And we've been taught away from ancient Egypt on purpose by the school system that we've been taught in this country. Do we have a national identity coming from Africa?
No.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. The only spot in Africa that is open for us is to claim is ancient Egypt. Because nobody is claiming ancient Egypt. Now let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Let me give you an example In 1997, I was asked by the Black Physicians Association of Cook County Hospital in Chicago to come and give a lecture during Black History Month. I did the lecture, and when they took me aside to pay me my honorarium, I made a suggestion. I asked them, can I make a suggestion to you? He said, sure, these are doctors, African doctors, black doctors, if you want to use that term. I don't use that term, but I use it for identification. I said, doctors, don't you think, I would, as a suggestion, do you think it would be better for you and your group to call yourself the Imhotep Physicians Association of Cook County Hospital? I said, this way, you'll be taking your identity back to Imhotep, who was the father of medicine, the first known physician on earth who came out of Africa, out of Egypt. And you be identifying with that culture and civilization.
And will inspire questions and stuff like that.
And he says, well, how do you know? This is a so-called black doctor, I mean, that term. It says to me, how do you know that we are descendants of the ancient Egyptians? I said, well, let me answer it this way. I said, now, do you think that the pyramids, or the great pyramid that was built in Egypt, that still stands there, was built by an African people known in history as the ancient Egyptians? He says, yes. I said, now, this was done during the time of antiquity. He said, yes, I understand. I said, during the time of antiquity, do you think that a people known as the Greeks lived? He says, yes. I said, okay. During the time of antiquity, do you think that a people called the Romans, now known as the Italians, lived on earth? He says, yes. I said, okay. I said, let's go back. Today, which was that day and the year was 1997. I said, do you believe that the descendants of the Greeks are still walking this earth, calling themselves Greeks? He said, yes. I said, do you believe that the descendants of the Romans, calling themselves Italians, walked this work at this very moment I'm talking to you? He says, yes. I said, now let me ask you a question. Where are the descendants of the ancient Egyptians? And he had a blank look on his face. Couldn't answer me. I said, do you think they evaporated? Do you think they disappeared? Or do you think they're still here on earth? They got to be somewhere. They didn't disappear or vanish. You see? So the descendants of the ancient Egyptians, I answered, this is how I'm answering you. This is the descendants of the ancient Egyptians are still here on earth. Okay? Some African, some group of African has to be descendants of the ancient Egyptians. And today, as I speak, this very moment, the claim for that culture and the claim for identifying themselves, African people identifying themselves as being descendants of the ancient Egyptians is not happening at this very moment. Only a few, okay? But not the masses. So that table, at the table of nations, where all the nations are sitting around this table, there's an empty chair there at that same table. Every person sitting at that table can go to the world map and pick out where their ancestors came from. Right there on that world map, including members of the continent of Africa. Those 54 or 60 countries in Africa. They can go there and pick out, I'm from Zimbabwe, I'm from Mali, where Timbuktu was supposed to be, and I'm from Nigeria, I'm from Ghana, so forth and so on. But now, who is going to claim and fill that empty chair at the family and a table of nation of humanity today? Who's going to fill that? Who's going to walk in there and say, I am a descendant of the ancient Egyptians?
That wild Arab who was on YouTube. Why are you guys trying to claim our ancestry.
That's what I wanted to
Claim
bring
your
up
own.
because
That is our own. We
I
are
have
the
this argument
indigenous.
with these Egyptians. Although I am
No.
the Egyptian, I'm
No,
still
you're an
here.
invader.
And
Arab
that's exactly what I
is an
told him. So
invader,
can you,
not the
you know,
indigenous.
you, Walter, this begins our interview. Clarify that. These Egyptians who are the Arabs that are in Egypt today claiming that they are the Egyptians and ancient Egyptians as well, because when you go to Egypt, they are your guides and everything, and they claim that they are the descendants of the pyramid builders and so forth. Can you clarify that for us, and you will answer his question as well?
I have answered this question, but I'll go a little further than what you were saying.
Yeah, who are those Arabs that are in Egypt? And who are the Arabs?
See, those Arabs that are in Egypt today and throughout what is known as the Middle East, such as Arabia, they're there, they're in Turkey, they're in Syria, they're in Yemen, they're in Palestine, they're in Egypt, they're in Libya, they're in Tunisia, they're in Algeria, they're in Morocco and Mauritania. All those countries along the Mediterranean, they're there, okay? Where did they come from? How did they get there? What year did they come in? They came in to Northeast Africa. Northeast Africa is known today as the Middle East, which is a political name to hide the fact that the land area and the countries that's in Northeast Africa is now being called a political name, the Middle East. Now, how did these Arabs get there? Where did they come from? Okay, they erupted out and through Iran. Iran is part of Northeast Africa. Okay, now, if you look at Afghanistan and Pakistan borders Iran, where did these people that are known today, that's over there in Northeast Africa and Africa, where did they come from? They came out of the Tora Bora Mountains of Afghanistan. They came out of the Caspian Sea area of Afghanistan. They came out of the Caucasus mountain area that extends from Russia into Afghanistan, which is the northern part. That extension coming from the north of Russia, going into Afghanistan. And they came from Pakistan. Okay, that's 4 groups there. Then they came from Azerbaijan and Armenia. 2 more makes 6. So that, Azerbaijan and Armenia is also part of the northern part of Russia. Annexed to Russia in the 19th century. So they came through Iran in 1071, okay, as an eruption and the usurping of land territory by the Byzantine emperors, which was made part of the Byzantine Empire. Okay, so now we got those 6 groups coming through Iran into Africa. Eventually, they moved from that spot into Central Africa and Egypt, and the countries that are west of Egypt is Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, and Mauritania. Those are North African countries that border the Mediterranean. They came in that way, and they began to take over territories that was once controlled by the by the Byzantine Empire, or the emperors of the Byzantine Empire. Okay, and that was in 1071. Then, They were known in history as the Seljukian Turks. This is what they were. Known in history as the Seljukian Turks. And 219 years later, you come up to the control of that same area by a group known as the Ottoman Turks, who overran their brethren, the Seljukian Turks. And they began to take over land area from the Byzantine emperors also. See? So you have that influxion and then influx of those Arabs coming into that land area over there in Northeast Africa and in Central Africa. And they are known today as the Ottoman Turks, the Seljukian Turks, the Armenian Turks, Azerbaijani Turks, Torabora Turks out of Afghanistan, the Pakistani Turks, the Caspian Sea Turks, the Caspian area of Afghanistan, and the Caucasus Turks. All of that makes up those Arabs over there today. Okay? And that would be my answer to you, Brother Clemson.
Mm-hmm. Well, it has been said that the Arabs are a mixture of Africans and Europeans. What truth for that is to that?
There's no truth to that. I would just open your eyes and know history, human history. Mm-hmm. Okay? Your eyes will tell you that they are not descendants of the African. Okay? An African is an African, a European is a European, a Chinese is a Chinese, and an Indian of India is an Indian, and a Mexican is a Mexican, and the African is an African. Mm-hmm. So therefore, you cannot get an African from what is known as an Arab. Mm-hmm. The term Arab is really taken from an individual who lives in Arabia, who now is called an Arab by living in Arabia. Okay? And this takes you into Islam as well, because here these Arabs have embraced Islam heavily. See? So therefore, there was always a conflict between Christianity and the Arabs. See, these same Arabs coming in did not have Islam when they came in there now. They came in with no religion, really. No. They just was there as a people. But they're not an African people. Don't mix and think that they were Africans. They will never be African. They are, you can put them in the white race, like I do.
So they're Europeans?
I would say I call them European Arabs. Okay, not African Arabs.
Okay,
European Arabs.
Now you say they were not Islamic when they came in. How did they become Islamic? How did Islam come about?
Well, you got to go back in my book to Circle of Islam. And I take you to the time of a man by the name of Ibn al-Arabi, alias Muhammad. And I speak about the biography of Ibn al-Arabi, alias Muhammad, that was used as a guide to develop Islam, because he was the first Muhammad, but only an alias. That's just like Richard Reeves is the alias Superman. That's his alias. Tracy Moore was alias Abel. Richard.
Someone played the more Long Ranger.
Long Ranger, yeah. Tracy Moore is a Long Ranger. You see, so you have to go back there to that time of Aben al-Arabi alias Muhammad, who was the Muhammad. That's the foundation, you see. And that time of his existence, he was born in Spain, a Moor. Okay? And in 1165, he was born in Spain as a Moor. And he died in 1240, okay, CE. Okay? And then a year before he died, in 1239, his disciple took his teaching and his philosophy and began to preach that philosophy in Northeast Africa. And for 61 years, until the Ottoman Turks created what is known as the Ottoman Empire in 1300. And in 1300, the Ottoman Turks, this is what, to answer your question, they took a sword and went around in Northeast Africa, which is called the Middle East today, and took a sword and put to people's throats and said, Muhammad or die. So what you're going to say, instead of you dying, you say, Islam alaikum. And alaikum salam. Okay? So that's how that began to get and be included in the culture that you see over there today. See? So therefore, they became Arab or Mohammedan or Muslim. That's how that went.
I was thinking about asking you to digress a bit back to the splits, the polemics, or the fights, the controversies in Christianity, maybe briefly between the Diophysites and the Monophysites. We kind of jumped a bit with Arabi to Islam, when indeed that grew out of Monophysitism, going back to the fight over the image of Christ. Okay, while they were in the process of creating that.
Right.
Can you touch upon that just briefly and give us the transition back up to the point at which you started with the Arabi?
Well,
Can I throw something in there? Because I had always heard that Islam came into North Africa in 642 AD. So I just wanted you to tie all of that in. Where is the 642?
the 642,
That's when they say
Traditional moment.
traditional.
you're talking about 622.
622, yeah.
Yeah, 622. Well, Arnetta, you go ahead and explain, because you can explain it now. Go and answer Clemson's answer. You go ahead and finish up about the Diophysites.
Okay, maybe I shouldn't have brought that up, but anyway. I'm on. That's what I told you. Turn that camera on. But anyway, what I was going back to was, I wanted him to go back to, was the fight over the image. Because in our community, you had the exterior Coptics and you had the Melkites who were battling over the attributes, shall we say, or the image of Christ. There were always these ongoing polemics. Okay, now, we talked earlier about Osiris being taken out of the divine triad.
Right.
And what they did, they took the attributes of Osiris and gave them to Serapis. We talked about Serapis or Osiris, okay? Which really is the image of Ptolemy I Lagi, called Sotar, okay? But in taking two of the ancient Egyptian deities' attributes to try to make that image of Ptolemy into something that it really was not, because they had no good attributes. Remember, these folks came in as warriors. Okay, they came in to occupy. They came in to take over ancient Egypt. They liked what they saw. They wanted to be a part of that. So we had this ongoing controversy, but they took two of the ancient Egyptian deities, which we just mentioned, Osiris, and they also took Apis, the sacred bull representing Ra. Okay, Osiris's father. Okay, the creator. Okay, so they took both of them to create Serapis, and that's how you get that name. And later they dropped the O just to be Serapis, to keep you from going back to Osiris, the African deity. Okay, so as what was happening, you had the exterior folks in our community saying, okay, you can have the Osiris-like spirit. Then you had those who were trying to make this creature also have a human spirit.
Right.
Okay, but really we're just working with the image. We're going to of Ptolemy. Not as a human being, because like I said, they were trying to assign the attributes of the ancient Egyptian deities to this image to make it palatable to the citizens of ancient Egypt. Of course, they wanted everybody, not just a portion. I'm not trying to go into Memphis and all of that at this point, but my point is this. Then you had those who wanted to consider Ptolemy or this image as a human being. And you had resistance to that. And you had those saying, no, we'll accept that you've given this creature the attributes of Osiris, but we will not accept that this is a human being as well. Okay, so that's how the battle went on. So in history, you will see these two factions also being identified as Diophysites. Di means two. They accepted that the image had a human-like spirit and an Osiris-like spirit. Then you had a group who only accepted that it had an Osiris-like spirit, and they're known in history as Monophysites. So you had this ongoing battle between Diophysites and Monophysites. Okay, so this went on, we're talking years, because you had those in the community who were battling, said, no, we will never accept this as being any more than a creature and with the Osiris attributes. That's it. Okay, but you could say that they're the ones who eventually maybe won out. We'll get back to that. But the Monophysites said, okay, we'll just split off. Now, do I need to get into areas at all? But anyway, you had this back and forth discussion about creature, human being, and that sort of thing. So I have to kind of keep up with my own thoughts here. So anyway, eventually what did happen, you had a split in the community. You had those who believed in the two natures, and you had those who believed in the one nature. And the folks who believed in the one nature, you could say, split off, and eventually from who were the Monophysites, they're the ones that became connected or identified with what you spoke about, what Walter spoke about earlier, Arabi, okay, philosophy that came around much later. So the point there is, this group over here accepted the Osiris-like spirit only, the Monophysites, who eventually became monists, which was a philosophy of Arabi, alias Mohammed. Okay, Arabi was alias Mohammed. He was a philosopher, one worthy to be praised. That's where you get your Mohammed from. Okay, not the 622 traditional Muhammad,
Leaning back
Alban, Ali, Arabi, whatever is Mohammedan. Help me, Walter.
Mohammedan, alias, I'm sorry, Mohammedan,
See, we don't go back to this often enough. But anyway, Arabi, okay, who believed in Monophysitism. Those are the people who branched off and eventually formed what we know today as Mohammedanism / Islam. Okay, they were the followers of Muhammad, alias Muhammad, who believed in the one nature. That was the resolution to the conflict. Y'all go y'all's way, and we'll go our way. And what you have with the Diophysites is what we know today as the Christians. Okay, so these are the folks who accepted the created creature having an Osiris-like spirit, as well as a human nature. And there's more to be said about how it got a human nature. Another whole process with the dismantling of the ancient Egyptian divine Triad, which we think of today as a Trinity. Okay, they broke that up, and today we have a perverted Trinity in place of the original divine Triad. Okay, but they took the mother out of here in order to give what they had created a human nature, because this image could only be accepted really as a god if it came through the body of a woman, if it was real human being, not spirit, none of that. So they go through this process to try to make this happen, which eventually would become invisible to the rest of the world. They're going to go through this process, put in all these creeds and mandates, and expect it to be accepted down through history. That's the point here. So these are your Diophysites, these are your Christians, and these are the people who said, okay, one nature, that's it. They became monists, well, Monophysites first, monists, and then they became Mohammedans, eventually becoming believers of Islam. Arabic, one of the definitions is those who fully embrace Islam.
Yeah, that's true.
So
and, you got that monist definition is very important here, because Ibn al-Arabi that she was speaking about practiced monism. Okay, monism is a term, and you can look it up. That means the one nature, one substance. In other words, everything that is produced from nature has that substance, that one substance, which is monism of monis, means one. So you find that being taught in today's Islam. But what she was talking about was really how today's Islam came about, which was created by Jews from the AIU, Alliance Israelite Universal of Paris, France. Okay? But they used Ibn al-Arabi, alias Muhammad, life and biography to create what is known as Islam. See, when people want to come up and debate me about Islam, I say, now, which Islam are you talking about? Because you got two. You got Mohammedanism and you got today's Islam. Now, Mohammedanism has been out there from 1300, enforced on people by the Ottoman Turks in 1300, when they took their sword, like I mentioned before, and put it to the throats of people living in Northeast Africa and Central Africa. Muhammad will die. In other words, do you accept Muhammad or you want to die? Quite naturally, nobody want to die, so they say Islam alaikum. You see?
What was the religion they were trying to convert them from? What was the religion they were converting them from?
They wasn't converting from no religion, they were trying to convert them to one for control. See, as long as you believe in a religion, then you can be controlled. You see? because they can control your thinking and your action.
So when I was saying Islam would die, it wasn't people who had a different
No,
faith.
Muhammad will die. Muhammad. Do you accept Muhammad, or die? That's the ongoing cry.
Yeah, which later became Islam.
Which later became Islam. So I was saying about the AIU, Alliance Israelite Universal of Paris, France, in 1870, sent a group of Jewish scholars over into Syria to create a book, a literary book called the Quran. They took the foundation of Mohammedanism, remodeled that theology, and created today's Islam for the Arab world over there. But they wanted to create this Islam, today's Islam, whereby they can control the creation of today's Islam. You know how they did it? They took Abraham, the biblical character Abraham, and inserted Abraham into the making of that Quran, which you have today. In today's Quran, you have two entities, or two literary entities in today's Quran. Okay? You have interspersed throughout today's Quran, you will have Jewish literature. Interspersed throughout the Quran today, you have Christian literature in there. Mark, Matthew, and Luke, and so forth and so on. So that Quran was created beginning in 1870 by the Jews that were sent over there from the AIU. Okay?
What's the AIU?
Alliance Israelite Universal of Paris, France. Sent a group of scholars into Syria. Like I mentioned to my group here, that they are the ones that created today's Quran and today's Islam. See? Before that, you had Mohammedanism, and they took Mohammedanism and remodeled it, and they inserted Abraham in there to tie in the three major Western religions: Christianity, Mohammedanism, Islam, and then Judaism. See? So in order for them to control that, they had to go there into Syria and create a Quran, which is literature for the Arab world, who did not have any literature for that part of the world. And they did not have any literature for Mohammedanism. In my book, Historical Origin of Islam, I take you to a chapter where it says how they use the life and the biography of Ibn al-Arabi to do that. Okay? So, it is very fascinating when you know history, study history, and follow the guidelines by way of dates. It's very important to know dates, because dates gives you the five disciplines of history. The five disciplines of history is time, people, places, events, and literature. You need the literature to record the time, the people, the place, and events.
And to sustain the religion.
And to sustain the religion, like you said. So that's what I had to say on that. Another, you want to say anything?
No, the only thing that really came to mind when you were describing how the Jews put all this together by making Abraham the central figure, being the progenitor, since he's the father of Ishmael, who is considered the progenitor of Islam. And then you have Isaac, okay, who's the progenitor of the Jews. So you have all this conflict going, but Abraham is still that central figure.
And Jacob.
And then Jacob, who later becomes Israel, the one who crossed over. And that supposedly is what this country we have today, Israel, grows out of that. So, and the only other thing that I thought about was the literature itself. They had were getting pretty proficient at doing this, I guess, creating books for various religions, because they had done the same thing in Christianity. Gave them, they wanted them to take on the Hebrew Bible. They had the first literature, which the Hebrew Bible is what we know today as the first 5 books of the Bible, of the Old Testament. Yeah, the Old Testament that the Jews put together and then tried to, they did. They're in there now. Okay, they're part of the Bible. But a lot of this had to do with the selling, I would say, of literature as well, for them to have control of the literature,
right,
and make the money.
right, the capitalists.
The capitalists
Right.
were behind
This.
the publication of these various literatures in these religions.
Right, because it goes back to emphasize more on what you just said about the control of the literature, because you go back into the 15th century, Johann, not Johann Jerusalem.
Fuss.
No, not Fuss. Johann Gutenberg, who created a printing press with movable print in the 15th century, in 1437. And in 1437, the Renaissance era had been in vogue for 40 years only. You see, the age of learning for Europeans. In other words, the Europeans in Europe were beginning to come out of the darkness, but they was only out of the darkness for 40 years when the printing press was invented by Johannes Gutenberg. See, and Johannes Gutenberg needed money, so he borrowed money from a capitalist by the name of Johannes Fuss, F-U-S-T, who loaned him money at a high interest. And this interest was very high. He knew that Gutenberg couldn't pay him back. Gutenberg couldn't pay him back, so he confiscated the printing press. Now he utilized that printing press to create and print the world's first Bible on planet Earth, which was 1475. But that, in 1475 was 30 years after the creation of the Vatican on the outskirts of Rome, because the seat of Christianity, the first seat of Christianity, was in northeast Africa, in Constantinople, Turkey, which is known as Istanbul, Turkey today. And that first church was named the Hagia Sophia, Church of Mary and Christ. Okay, that church was created and built from for the insistence of Justinian and his wife Theodora in 532.
By Africans.
By African architects who drew that church and who built that church. Now, if you get my book, The Historical Origin of Islam, on the front cover of my book, you see a picture of the world's first Christian church, the Hagia Sophia. And you also see minarets next to it, but that goes into another history. But now, this church that Justinian and his wife had these African architects design, African builders to build, started in 532, finished December the 27th, 537. Okay, and they finished that church. And that became the first seat of Christianity, the Church of Mary and Christ. Because Mary and Christ had been created and invented at the Council of Ephesus in 431. Okay, so that was in 431 until the building of this church. We're talking about a time of 101 years later. And here comes this church. After Mary and Christ was created at that council meeting, the Ecumenical Council meeting of Ephesus, 431. Okay. Now, when the Ottoman Turks, who came in and began to usurp land territory from the emperors, the Byzantine emperors, in 1300. They took and confiscated all their land, all in Northeast Africa, all in Central Africa, such as Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, and Mauritania. They confiscated that. They also went into the Balkan areas of Europe, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Hungary, and so forth and so on. They began to usurp that land area. That was all part of the Byzantine Empire. Mm-hmm. So now, here you have the Byzantine emperors are now only isolated and located in the double-walled city of Constantinople, today called Istanbul, Turkey, where the Hagia Sophia was built. Okay, now that church had been in existence before Mohammed II took a cannon and blew a hole on the side of that wall to enter Constantinople in 1453. That church had been in
Walter, can you give me some insight into what is the beginning of European history?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think that all African scholars, intellectuals, teachers, and students should know that question, or should know that answer by asking that question. Because one has to realize when you begin to try to research European history, you cannot find any definite beginning dates for the European. But you have to look at the time that Alexander came into Egypt in 332 BCE. Okay? Now, when Alexander came into Egypt in 332 BCE, that was the beginning of European history. Because history consists of 5, I call it ingredients. And those 5 ingredients are time, people, places, events, and literature. Literature is very important because literature is used, or a writing system to create literature is used to document time, people, places, and events. Now, you got to remember also that our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, those Africans over in Egypt, from their culture came the creation of the world's first alphabet. So therefore, they created the first alphabet ever created for human or mankind. So therefore, they were the only literate people living on planet Earth at that time, because an alphabet makes an individual literate. So without ancestors creating this alphabet, or the world's first created alphabet, because all other alphabets that are used today is nothing but a derivative of the ancient Egyptian hieratic, demotic, cursive, phonetic alphabet. In my book, The Historical Origin of Christianity, The Historical Origin of Islam, I have an alphabet chart in there. And if the individual will buy either one of those books and look to the extreme left, there's a 3-line column there. And under that 3-line, above that 3-line column, it says Ancient Egypt. That means that those 3 lines represent the writing system of our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians. The very line to your very left of that 3-column alphabet is the hieroglyphic, or the pictorial symbols that our ancestors communicated with during the time of antiquity. And then Where the alphabet starts is with the second and third line, which is the hieratic, demotic, cursive, Coptic Egyptian script that is used today. Because when the Greeks came into Egypt, they had no writing system. They were illiterate, uncivilized, and I say savages. And I'm not saying that to criticize anyone. I'm bringing out the facts of the matter about the Greeks. They had no institutions in Greece, nor did they have an institution in Europe. In order to have an institution, you have to have an alphabet to write with. So the only institutions on planet Earth during the time of antiquity, which is ancient times, were the institutions in Egypt during the time of antiquity. So when the Greeks came in 332, which is the beginning of all European history, they came in contact with our ancestors, our Melkite Coptic Egyptian ancestors. And these Melkite Copts were your bourgeois, or they ran the government, and so forth and so on. But you got to also remember that in Egypt, with the high civilization and these Greek Arabs coming in, the Greeks forced the Greek language on our ancestors, and they in turn learned that language and applied an alphabet to the Greek language. Today they call that Greek language an alphabet, and they put it out here as a misnomer to give and insinuate that the Greeks had an alphabet. The Greeks never had an alphabet themselves, but the Greek language our ancestors put an alphabet to. So that's how you get a Greek alphabet, you see. And when the Romans came in, 302 years after the Greek Ptolemaic dynasties ran out, they forced this Italian form of language on our ancestors, the same as the Greeks forced the Greek language on our ancestors. And our ancestors learned that Italian Roman type language and applied an alphabet to it. So today, that's where you get the Latin. And from the Latin comes the English, and so forth and so on. And but getting back to Alexander and the Greeks, after coming into Egypt, saw all the beautiful culture that was created by our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians. And they wanted to be made part of that. But in order for them to be made part of it, they knew that they had to get accepted by the ancient Egyptian sacred society. So they set out to do that. They were rejected because our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, never race mixed with other races. They didn't do that. And so they were rejected from it. So Alexander lived 9 years after coming in 332. In 323 BCE, he died. Now remember, BCE dates are counted down. BC dates are counted down. The dates that we live in are counted up.
Right.
So therefore, I want the listening audience to know the difference between BC dates and the dates that we live in today, after the Common Era, or the AC dates. Mm-hmm. You see? So now, he died, and they had a Duce meeting. Duce means, that word means successor of Alexander. And it was voted on that at this meeting, the Duce meeting, that Ptolemy I, Lagi, called Soter, will be in control of Egypt. Okay, and this is in 323 after the death of Alexander. Now in 320, he tried to get his image put into and accepted by the sacred society or the sacred temple society in Egypt. Still rejected. But he found a member or a temple in Memphis, Egypt, where the members, the priests and priestesses took two of their gods, Osiris and Apis, and gave him the name of Osirapis or Serapis. And he, with the attributes of Osiris, you see, Apis is the bull representative of Ra. Osiris is one of the African deities in Egypt. You had the African ancient Egyptian divine triad, consisting of Osiris, God the Father, Isis, Goddess Mother, and Haru, the S-U-N, the son of Isis and Osiris. And I'm going to tell you about that as we modulate about that and what happened to that triad. The triad is used today. Now, getting back to Ptolemy I, Lagi, called Sotar in 320, his image was made into a supposed deity. And once that was done, and like I mentioned before, how it was done, it was by this group of priests and priestesses in Memphis, Egypt, taking two of their gods, Osiris and Apis, the bull representative of Ra, which is attributes of Osiris, and giving it to this Ptolemaic ruler.
Ceremoniously.
In a ceremonial way, yes. And he became Osirapis, and he also took the O out and said it's Serapis. Now, he is called Ptolemy I Lagi Sotar, S-O-T-E-R, means savior. How did he become and get that name of savior? Well, at the Diophysites meeting, you had the army generals of Alexander that after he died, after the death of Alexander in 323, they had this Diophysites meeting to see who was going to be in control of the territories that Alexander had taken over. You had the Ptolemies in Egypt, and then you had Seleucus Nicaea in Syria and Turkey, which is Northeast Africa. Today it's called the Middle East. So the meeting was held in Egypt. And when he went to that meeting, I'm talking about Seleucus Nicaea, so they can see who's going to divide up Alexander's so-called territory. And it was decided that Ptolemy I, Lagi, would get Egypt. It was decided that Seleucus Nicaea would get Syria and Turkey. Okay? Now, once that happened, when he went back to, I'm talking about Seleucus Nicaea, when he went back to Syria and Turkey, he found out that he was overthrown by one of his lieutenants that he left in charge there, Antigonus, who overthrew him. And what he did, Seleucus Nicaea went back into Egypt and told Ptolemy I Lagi what had happened to him. So Ptolemy I Lagi got his army together, and they went in to Syria and Turkey, and he overthrew Antigonus and gave back that territory of Syria and Turkey to Seleucus Nicaea, and he set up what is known as a Seleucus dynasty. You see? And that's how Ptolemy I Lagi got to be the savior. He saved that part of the world and the country of Syria and Turkey for Seleucus Nicaea. So he became the savior. Now the savior is very important because the savior is used in and connected with Jesus the Christ. That Ptolemy I Lagi called Sota, mentioning, like I mentioned before, was given the attributes Osiris and Apis. Today, he's worshipped on that cross as Jesus the Christ. People have to really understand that. And in my two books, The Historical Origin of Christianity, Historical Origin of Islam, I walk you through the progression of that, take you through the council meetings and so forth and so on. But that's how that was done. See? And then I was 13 succeeding Ptolemies after Ptolemy I, all the way down. In all, it was 14 of them, 14 Ptolemies in all. You see? And that takes you all the way down from 332, from the entrance of Alexander into Egypt, all the way down to 302 years later, 30 BC, when the Romans came in. That's when they came into Egypt and took over from the Ptolemies. You see? So you have to, that's the beginning date for the Romans. And the ending date for the Romans was when the Ottoman Empire began in 1300. You see? So,
what was the Ottoman Empire? I mean, what did it consist of in terms of territory and ideology?
Well, the territory that they took over, the Byzantine territory, which consists of Egypt, Syria, Turkey. Today, where you get Lebanon, was no Lebanon then until 1922. And you also get Jordan, which was no Jordan until 1929. You get the territory of Iraq, was no Iraq until 1920. You get the territory of Kuwait, was no Kuwait until 1920. And you get Iran, and you get Arabia, and you get Yemen, and you get Palestine, and you get all of the North African countries along the Mediterranean. You get Libya, you get Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, Mauritania, all those, that was all the Byzantine Empire. Then you go up into Europe, into the Balkan areas of Europe, okay? Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Albania, Hungary, Romania, all that was part of the Byzantine Empire, okay? And then you go into the southern parts of Russia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, up in that area, you see? So that was all their territory until the Ottoman Turks took over their territory in 1300, which is the 14th century. They took over all that territory there, away from the Byzantine rule.
Which ruled from what time to what period?
Who's that?
The Byzantine Empire.
The Byzantine Empire ruled from 30 BC until 1300.
So that was Roman.
Roughly about 1,000 years.
Okay, so that was primarily the Roman.
I'm sorry. 1,600 years. I'm sorry. 30 BC, and you add 1,300 to it. You got 16,600 years.
Okay. All right. So that was all the Roman territory.
That was the Roman territory until the Ottoman took over.
Okay. Who were the Ottoman?
Well, the Ottomans began to overrun the Byzantine Empire or take territory from them, starting with the Seljukian Turks or the Seljuks. And their time was 1071. They erupted out of Iran. Now, where did they come from? They came from Afghanistan and came from Pakistan. If you look at a map, Afghanistan borders Iran. Iran is in Northeast Africa, misnomer to call it Middle East. Okay? And they came out of Pakistan. Pakistan borders Iran. See? So you have that eruption in 1071 coming in and invading and taking territory away from the Byzantine emperors. That's the reason why Alexius I Clementus in 1096 called for the First Crusade to come there to try to save his territory and try to save Christendom. You see, where the world's first Christian church was built there in Constantinople, Turkey. The world's Christian churches, the Church of Hagia Sophia, built by African scholars, commissioned to be built by African scholars and African architects to design that church in 532, and they finished in 5 years, 537. But getting back to the Seljukian Turks, they came in with different dialects. You see, they came in what is known as the Arabic dialect or a Arabic dialect, because there's no one defining Arabic language that you can say, this is Arabic, you see? So they came, that's where they came from, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and they began to erupt in that area in 1071, you see?
Who ethnically, though, who are the Arabs?
Well, the Arabs come from different parts of the world. You got Azerbaijanians, they are Arabs, but they speak a different dialect. Armenians are Arabs. They lived in that area. The Armenians lived in Turkey. Azerbaijanians lived in Turkey, and they lived in Arabia, and so forth and so on. You see? But they came out of the southern parts of Russia, you see? And then you got Afghanistanians, who is part of that what you call that Arab speaking people. They came in with a Afghanistanian dialect. A Caspian, people lived around the Caspian Sea had a dialect, different dialect. You see? You got Iraqi Arabic. You got Egyptian Arabic. You got Arabian Arabic. You got Kuwaiti Arabic. You got Iranian Arabic. You got Jordanian Arabic. See, every location, they speak a different dialect. And then you got Palestinian Arabic. You got Egyptian Arabic. You got Libyan Arabic. Muammar Gaddafi spoke a different language, dialect. You got Tunisian Arabic. And you got Algerian Arabic, Moroccan Arabic, Mauritanian Arabic. So everybody over there, you got all those dialects over there in Africa. They call them the Middle East. Here's the thing. The Moors, by the Moors being the direct descendant of the ancient Egyptians, the word Moor is only a nickname. That's all it is. Mm-hmm. Meaning that the Moor and the ancient Egyptian is one and the same. Mm-hmm. You see? Mm-hmm. Now, by the Moors being a literate people because of their ancestry ties with the ancient Egyptians, mm-hmm. you know? So what they did is that they created a standardized Arabic script for that language, for all those languages. Now, all those languages that I mentioned, spoken by different people, if you put 10 of those people in a room, they couldn't understand each other because they're speaking a different dialect. Mm-hmm. But if they're all taught with a standardized alphabet, they can write down what they wanted to say to the next person. And the next person can write down what he wanted to say to the next person by using the standardized Arabic script. Mm-hmm. That was created, that was done by the Moors, did that. You see? Mm-hmm. To all these different Arabs, as we call them today, coming over there in that area of North East Africa and North Central Africa. Mm-hmm. You see? Mm-hmm. So this is where these people emanated from. You see? So first with the Seljukian Turk, then here comes Osmanli, who created what is known as the Ottoman Empire. Okay? He began to come up in 1285, you see, after the Christian era. And the Ottoman Empire did not start until 1300. Let's say 15 years later, they had erected the Ottoman Empire. So that's when the Ottoman Empire started, in 1300. And that Ottoman Empire lasted all the way until after World War I. World War I was 1914 to 1918. And that's when the British toppled the Ottoman Empire in 1918 at the end of, caused the end of World War I to come about.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. You okay?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Waiting for you. I'm through.
Oh. Okay. Now, you got Libya,
Tunisia,
all of that area. To talk about that area, North Africa, that used to be all African people at one point, and how was that transformed from? How was it overrun? How did it turn to right now? You go to everything over there is Arab in North Africa. How did that happen?
It began when Alexander the Greek first came to Egypt in 332. After he came in, there was an influx of Europeans coming into that area of the world. Okay, where did they come from? They came out of the Balkan areas of Europe, Bulgaria, Macedonia, Yugoslavia, Albania, Hungary, Romania, etc., over into, crossing the Mediterranean over into North Africa, those North African countries. They began to settle all in there, as well as in Egypt. Mm-hmm. You see? So that's how that happened. And then when the Seljukian Turks and the Ottoman Empire began, then all those, you had a different influx of people coming in, like I mentioned earlier. And they all settled up along North Africa along with these other Europeans. But they dominated the Seljukian Turks with these Arabic, as we call it, the Arabic dialects, dominated the Bulgarians or the Balkan Europeans who settled all along North Africa. See, so therefore you get a different mixture there. See,
now, what happened to the Egyptians that was in that territory? Where did they go?
They were still there, and but see, as time went on, centuries went on, the white folks that we know are called Arabs today, they began to overrun them, or let's say, as our African brothers and sisters died out, they replaced them by way of settling there. So that's what took place. So today, as you go over in all those areas, you're going to see throughout the population, you're going to see some of our people in that population still today, but they're very few in numbers.
So they were literally over time overrun.
Correct.
And they also moved south because you get in West Africa, you get, say, for like the Khan, who traced their lineage back to ancient Egypt. So they also were pushed south into the Sudan and eventually scattered in other parts of Africa.
You're talking about the Africans?
I'm talking about Africa, the ancient Egyptians.
Okay, well, no. I think it was you that told me one time that if you took a bottle of grape juice, and everybody knows the color of grape juice, and you put it up on the faucet and let clear water run into that grape juice bottle that's full of grape juice, eventually that grape juice won't be blue anymore. It'll be clear, right? Mm-hmm. So this is what happened over in that area. Mm-hmm. You see? Mm-hmm. So you see, they came in and stayed where our people and lived among our people, but our people died out. But no more Africans came in after that. Mm-hmm. You see? So that's what happened over in that territory of the world.
Now, when you say ancient Egyptian civilization, are you talking about also Nile Valley civilization? And if you are, what would have been the territory of the Nile Valley?
Yes, I'm talking about the Nile Valley civilization and territory. The territory of the Nile Valley civilization consisted of Ethiopia, or Abyssinia, which is the ancient name for Ethiopia, Nubia, which is today called the Sudan, and ancient Egypt. All three of those names, and all three of those names covers a territory which consists of and make up the Nile Valley civilization. And I'll go a little further as to name the African ancient Egyptian Commonwealth that was put up under one umbrella. Under that umbrella of the African ancient Egyptian Commonwealth, you consist of Libya to the west, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, and Mauritania. All those countries along North Africa was all under the umbrella of the African ancient Egyptian Commonwealth, as well as the Nile Valley civilization, or those other Nile Valley countries such as Ethiopia and the Sudan, which was Libya at that time.
Now, do you have any idea how old ancient Egypt would be, or when the pyramids and Sphinx were constructed?
No one can tell you that. Everybody can make a guesstimation, okay? But there's no actual proof of that by way of facts, you see. The only way you can, let's say, categorize or label the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid is the mystery of man. That's what it is. See, I will give that as the answer, rather than say, well, that was erected this date and that date. I will only be guessing, okay? And whoever gives a date for it, they're guessing also. So my answer to that question would be, the Great Pyramid is the mystery of man. One will never know the meaning of that, or how, when the Great Pyramid was built. No one can tell you that.
Now, what role did the ancient Egyptians play in the Roman civilization during the time, say, from Alexander straight on, in terms of politics, religion, within and during the time of the Roman and Greek rule? I've heard that they were part of the both educational and religious system during the time. Can you kind of give us a view of what that really is and what it would look like?
Well, see, the educational system in ancient Egypt was produced and conducted by the Sacred Temple Society, or the temple system. Those were your schools. And they had these temple schools all over Egypt. Like we have schools today in all over America in certain places and in certain cities, you find schools there to accommodate the citizens living in that area. So the ancient Egyptians did the same thing. In fact, what we have experienced today, living in this country, and you could put it for the whole world, is nothing but a duplicate of what our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, did during the time of antiquity. See, that was their school system. Now, when Ptolemy came in, and they rejected putting this image in their sacred temple system and society to be put alongside of Osiris, Ptolemy closed them all down, eliminated them. So what the priests and priestesses did at that time, and we're talking about 320 BC when he did this, when his image was made into Serapis, which is known as Jesus the Christ today. When he did that, our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, he did not allow them to build any temples, any more temples. He did not allow them to use their temples anymore because he closed them all down except for the one in Memphis, Egypt, where they created his image into and gave him the attributes of Osiris and gave him a new name by Osiris or Serapis. You see? So they used their homes, I'm talking about the ancient Egyptians, used their homes for spiritual fellowship. And they used their home to homeschool their children, to keep that going, keep that literacy going, you see? And so that will take you through the Ptolemaic period, which started in 332 when Alexander the Greek came in, and all the way down to the Roman period when the Romans began to come in 330 BC, which is 302 years after the Ptolemaic period had ended.
So Egypt became the breadbasket for the Roman army. How did Rome control, dominate, and exploit her territories?
Well, you see, the Romans, you got to remember this, Clemson. It was very easy to come into Egypt under Alexander and also under the Roman rule, because our ancestors, ancient Egyptians, never had an army, nor did they have jails. They didn't have that. They were a civilized people, and they coexisted with everyone. So therefore, you cannot be a civilizer and a civilized people and then go around and take territory with your army and brutalize other races of people as you come into their country, rape their women, set the whole system or their existence. You can't do that. You see? So our ancestors were civilizers. So it's very easy for them to come in and take over. You see? They didn't have any armies to protect themselves. They knew nothing about warfare, our ancestors. They knew about civilization. They knew about literacy. They knew about mathematics. They knew about domesticating the animals, domesticating the earth, agriculture, animal husbandry, cosmetics, the alphabet. They knew about music. See, they were the first musicians on planet Earth. That's a very important thing for one to know that.
Talk about that. What, I just want to throw it out there because some people don't realize what music really entails when you begin to look at its mathematical structure.
Correct. When you look at the mathematical structure of music, I'm talking about organized music. Okay?
You're a musician.
I'm a musician. Now, in organized music, the first thing you have to have is a scale. Do, re, mi, so, fa, la, ti. That's 7 notes. And do, re, mi, so, fa, la, ti, do. Do is back where you started from. Some do to do. You see, down, wong. So, but in between you got 7 notes. Now, those 7 notes are alphabets. That's right. A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. That's your basic alphabet. And then, who created the world's first alphabet? The ancient Egyptians, our ancestors. So therefore, that's the base foundation of all organized music. You see? Now, they also created mathematics. In order to build the Great Pyramid or anything, the Sphinx or anything that you build, you have to know mathematics.
Right.
So therefore, what's in music, organized music, is mathematics. You see? You got to have 8 bars to music, or 16 bars, 32 bars, so forth and so on. That's how you count your meters, by way of the alphabet. Also, in music, you have symbols. You had the symbols were being used in ancient Egypt. They call them hieroglyphs. Those are symbols. So in music, you have the sharp symbol, the flat symbol, you have the musical clef, you have different symbols. See? And you look in books that are depicting ancient Egyptians, and you find them playing instruments. You find them playing the harp. They was the first people on planet Earth to play instruments, musical instruments. See? So you see them playing the harp, you see them playing what looks like a banjo string instrument. You see them blowing a flute, a lute, tambourine, all of that is part of music. So they were your first musicians on planet Earth. Why? Because they created organized, constructive music. See, based on their culture of creating the alphabet, mathematics, and using symbols for communication. So that's your structure right there for music. They were your first musicians on planet Earth, and they created and built instruments to play their music. So they were the first musicians. And a lot of brothers and sisters in the African community, they don't realize that, which is, I'm not blaming them for that. You know, it just came to me about 3 years ago. By me being a musician, I'm sitting there thinking about music and so forth and so on, and then the light bulb came on.
Now, coming out of that same understanding, could they have used music to manipulate weights and even to create force from music that they could have lift weights or move things, just like you can hit a note and break a glass?
You're talking about levitation.
Levitation. Do you think that could have been done with music?
I don't know, Clemson. I'll be sitting here telling you something I don't know nothing about.
Okay, then let's move on. I asked you the role of the ancient Egyptians within the Roman dominated within the Roman politics in terms of its say within the religious structure. You can elaborate on that, but I'd heard that there were African popes and so forth. So maybe you can kind of develop the role that the ancient Egyptians may have played within Roman society.
You have to go back into the beginning of when Alexander the Greek came into Egypt. You also have to go back during the time of the Romans first came into ancient Egypt. And you got to realize that they had no alphabet to develop themselves from where they came from. And they came in contact, or when they came in contact with our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, that's when they began to develop. They did not develop in Europe. Europeans did not develop in Europe. They developed in Egypt and Northeast Africa, okay, during the time of antiquity. So they didn't do any developing on their own. They had nothing on their own before they came there to have a development or an input in civilization, you see? So it was them coming around, our ancestors, emulating our ancestors. And at that point, they began to develop. Now, getting back to the Melkite Coptic Egyptians who was running the government over there in ancient Egypt. That's who they came around, and that's who they began to develop themselves around, okay? And going back to Ptolemy one Lagi called Soter, the word S-O-T-R means savior. And you spoke about the religious system over there, okay? The Greeks, under the Ptolemy and Alexander the Greek, wanted to be made part of the ancient Egyptian sacred temple society. He wanted his image, or their image, to be put into those temples. So when that temple in Memphis, Egypt, used two of their deities, Ra, which is a bull representative of Ra, and Osiris, which is the representative of the ancient Egyptian god, or the ancient Egyptian god of the ancient Egyptian divine Triad. See, Osiris, Isis, and Haru. Giving that name to Ptolemy, which is Serapis, the old Serapis, giving that Ptolemy ruler the attributes of Osiris. And I had told you how the name Soter earlier got to be attached to this Ptolemy. Mm-hmm. Okay? Now, once that was done, we get into the religious system now. See, you got to remember, our Melkites created this image to try to appease the Greeks and the Romans. Okay? They didn't do it for themselves. See, our ancestors, the Melkite Coptic Egyptians, created the foundation for Christianity as we know it today. But you won't get what they created out of today's Christianity. Because Christianity today, the people all over the world who are Christians, they're getting European Christianity. They don't get to they don't get to know the people who created the foundation and the tenets of Christianity, which was the Melkite Coptic Egyptians, our ancestors. Now, when this image of Ptolemy was given the name Serapis or Serapis, the Greeks tried to get this Serapis image accepted into the sacred society in Egypt, like I mentioned before. They refused that. Refused that image. They refused to bring him in because they didn't race mix. So what he did, he closed down all the temples.
They didn't race mix?
No, sir. They didn't race mix. And he closed down all the temples as a result of that. But he still tried to get our ancestors to accept that image. In fact, like I said, from the time of Ptolemy I, Lagi, all the way down to 13 other Ptolemies, you had a total of 14 Ptolemies. They all tried to get our ancestors to accept that image into their sacred society. Even though they didn't do it, Ptolemy closed down all the temples. They began to use their homes, like I mentioned before, to homeschool their children and to meet on a social basis and spiritualize with each other. Okay? So let's modulate through the Ptolemaic system. You're going to modulate all into the Roman era, and all during that time, we're talking about from 320 until the first Ecumenical Council meeting of Nicaea I. And this is all part of understanding the religious system that was being created there by the Melkites for the Europeans. Now this is done for the Europeans, not for our ancestors.
Yeah.
Right. So therefore, you're going to modulate from 320 all the way up into 325 after the Common Era, okay, which is a total of 645 years, because BC dates you count down, today's dates we live in you count up. See, so therefore you're talking about 645 years, okay, and they tried to get our ancestors in the secular Coptic Egyptian community to accept this image, and they refused to do it. Okay? Now, you're going to come up, and I'm the only one that I know that's talking about it in my book, Historical Origin of Christianity. There were 3 historical events that brought about the creation of the Ecumenical Council of Nicaea I, 325, the world's first religious council meeting ever held. The 3 things that brought that about was 1, Donatus schismatic controversy, the donation of Constantine, and a strong statement by Arius. The Donatus schismatic controversy was a 4th century North African schism when a prominent member of that community, Mensurius, was asked to turn over certain sacred writings to the Roman ruler, Diocletian, okay? And he did that against the advice of Bishop Donatus and against the advice of the Metropolitan Bishop Secundus, okay? And that is called, and known in history as the Donatus schismatic controversy. An individual can look it up by studying history. The second historical event that caused the Council of Nicaea I to come about is the donation of Constantine, which is very important. The donation of Constantine. Constantine was your Roman occupier in Syria and Turkey and in Egypt at that time. After seeing what happened with the schism in North Africa among the Coptic secular community, which I just mentioned is known in history as the Donatist Schismatic Controversy. He came up with a bright idea. Now, all this time, the 645 years, they've been trying to get, these Greek and Roman rulers, been trying to get our ancestors in the Coptic secular community to accept this white image called Serapis, which is nothing but the image of Ptolemy I Laiki, to accept that image as a god. They refused it. So here comes Constantine with a bright idea. He said, now, since that community is split because of the Donatist Schismatic Controversy, I can now go in and find a member in the secular community and offer him a deal. That offer was, and is known in history as the donation of Constantine. Constantine found a member in the secular community by the name of Sylvester I. And he told Sylvester, Sylvester, I will give you my imperial power over your community on a temporal basis if you get your people in the Coptic Egyptian secular community to accept Serapis as a god. And all I want you to do is to baptize me in your community where I have no authority, because I'm giving you all my imperial authority over your people in the Melkite community as well as the secular community. You will be the head HNIC. And everybody knows in the African community what the HNIC means. Okay? So Sylvester accepted that. He said, all I want you to do is baptize me so I can be part of your community. I have no authority over your community. You do. Okay? And that is called, and known in history as a donation of Constantine. Now, Arius, the third historical event in history that caused the Council of Nicaea 325 to come about, was a strong statement by Arius. Arius, after seeing what Constantine had offered to Sylvester I, Arius said that Serapis was a created creature, dissimilar from the Father. Now, who is the Father? The Father is Osiris. You go back to the ancient Egyptian divine triad of Osiris, God the Father, Isis, the goddess mother, and Horus or Haru, the S-U-N, the son of Osiris or Osar, and Isis or Set. He is the son of those two that makes up the ancient Egyptian divine triad. Now, Arius said that this image of Serapis is known today as Jesus the Christ. I'm going to tell you how that came about. Was a created creature dissimilar from the Father, which is, the Father is Osiris, and Osiris is God and the Father. You see? Dissimilar from Osiris, a perfect creature, but a creature nevertheless. And all three of those things, Donatist, Schismatic Controversy, the donation of Constantine, and the strong statement by Arius, caused the Melkite Coptic Egyptians to call the first Ecumenical Council meeting. People think that Constantine did that. Constantine didn't do that. He had no authority to do that. He gave it away. He gave his authority away to Sylvester I. So it was Sylvester, the Coptic Egyptian. Now he's a part of the Melkite Egyptians now, who called that meeting of Nicaea I. And all Ecumenical Council meetings took place in Turkey. There were 9 Ecumenical Council meetings that took place in Turkey. So this was the first one. Now this is what they did, Clemson. I want the listening audience to do this. I want you to take a piece of blank paper, and I want you to write this on this paper. The ancient Egyptian divine triad. That consists of Osiris, Isis, and Horus. Now I want you to, under that, I want you to draw a line under that. I want the listening audience to do this. Draw your line on that, but you, blank piece of paper, you write the ancient Egyptian divine African triad. That's what you write on there. And you draw a line under that. And then when you draw your line, I want you to come down about an inch or inch and a half. And I want you to draw 3 circles, 3 round circles, one to your left, one in the middle, and one to your right. Okay? Now, above the first circle on your left, above that circle, I want you to put down, you write the word God and Father. Put that down. God and Father, above that first circle to your left. And I want you to put in that circle, I want you to put Osiris in that circle. That's Osiris is the God and the Father. Okay? Now I want you to go all the way, I want you to go to the next middle circle. And you put down there, above that circle, I want you to write S-U-N, Son. Put down the Son, S-U-N. And in the circle, I want you to put Horus in there. Or Haru, however you want to, whatever you want to put in there. And then, on the last circle to your right, I want you to put above that circle, I want you to put Goddess Mother. And then in the circle itself, you put Isis. You got that? Okay, now, you got the 3 African ancient Egyptian gods of ancient Egypt. Okay?
Let me ask you, how did they become gods? How did that begin? That Osiris, Isis, and Horus were set up as gods?
And goddesses?
Yes.
And that represent the family of ancient Egypt. That was done by the ancient Egyptians themselves for the sole purpose of their temple, sacred temple society. Okay, they had other gods too now, but these were your main 3 gods. You see, that represented a family, a unit. You see, so that is so far as I can go with it.
Okay.
Because if I elaborate more, then I'll be talking something that I'm guessing, you know. So now, let's get back to this. This is very important.
Yes.
Okay? Now, the Melkite Coptic Egyptians call this meeting, the first Ecumenical Council meeting to be held on earth, called the Council of Nicaea 1325, called by Sylvester I, not by Constantine. Constantine gave his powers away to Sylvester.
Right.
And he was baptized in their community, the Coptic Egyptian community. So he had no authority. So it was the Melkite Copts who called this first meeting. See? Now what they did at the first meeting, get your tablet back.
Okay.
Get your writing out. Listening audience, get your writing out.
Okay.
Now you got, everybody knows the icon or the image of this Jesus the Christ as being a European white man. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now take that image, this white image, and you mark out, go in your middle, and take out Haru. Just draw X to it. Okay? And take out, up above, he was the sun, right?
Yeah.
Cross that out. Okay? Now you got this white image that they call Serapis, is that right?
Right.
That is known today as Jesus the Christ, is that correct? They put him in Haru's place, or Horus's place. They put the S-O-N in there, this white image, by taking out this African image of Haru, which is the son of Osiris and Isis, right? So this white image became the son of Osiris and Isis. This is what our Melkite Coptic misguided Egyptian ancestors did in order to appease the Europeans, to try to get them a deity.
I can see it.
You see that?
Yeah.
Don't put your tablet down, not through.
Oh, okay.
Keep it there.
Yeah.
So he put, now you've heard the term that Jesus the Christ is the Son of Man.
Yes.
Man can only create creatures.
Yeah.
Man by himself cannot create anything with life in it by himself. A female by herself cannot create anything with life in it.
Right.
But the two together, having a sexual union together, they can procreate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Getting back to the term that everybody, I assume, has heard, that Jesus the Christ is the Son of Man. Man can only make by himself creatures. Man cannot make by himself anything with life in it. A female by herself cannot make anything with life in it. The man and the woman's got to be united in a sexual unit, endeavor. And from that encounter of the man and the woman, procreation comes. Humans come from that. But man cannot make anything with life in it by himself, the same as a woman. So the reason why Arius said that this image of Serapis, known today as Jesus the Christ, was a created creature, not like the father Osiris, but a created creature, a perfect creature, but a creature nevertheless. So now, with the insertion of this Serapis, this white image, who took the place of Haru, the son of Osiris and Isis, the African son, the S-U-N of Osiris and Isis, with the insertion of this white image of Serapis. Now Osiris, who's an African, Isis, who's an African, has a white son. And the Melkites did this, and they said, when it was done, that Serapis and Osiris was one and the same. In other words, God the Father, which is Osiris, God the Son, which is Serapis, the same. It's called the Homogeneous Creed. Okay? God the Father, God the Son, the same. Okay? Now, it's called, today that creed is called the Apostles' Creed. But that's the origin of the creed, which is the Homogeneous Creed. God the Father, God the same. God the Son, the same. Okay? Now, we're going to move up 56 years later to 381 at the Council, Ecumenical Council of Constantinople I. At that council meeting, the Melkites tried to get the Homogeneous Creed, and the Romans tried to get the Moses Creed to be the creed of the Roman government, accepted by our ancestors in the secular Coptic Egyptian community. They refused to accept that creed. Because if they accepted that creed, then they would be accepted Serapis. They didn't want to do that. So the argument still went on. Now, we're going to come up 751 years after that image of Serapis was made at the Council of Ephesus in 431. At the Council of Ephesus, get your papers and your pad back out, everyone. At the Council of Ephesus, the argument was going on by the Monophysites, saying that Serapis, which is this white image, which is now the son of Osiris and Isis, was a created creature with an Osiris-like spirit, but no human nature. This is the key. You say, okay, you got an Osiris-like spirit, but you don't have no human nature. That's the argument. Nestorius was a Monophysite. He did not accept the Theotokos, and I'm gonna get to that. Now, in order to have a human nature, one has to be born through the body of a female. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. What they did to get Serapis, which is a created creature created by man, no human being, only with the attributes of Osiris, they went back into the ancient Egyptian divine Triad, and they took Isis out of there, and they created a created creature called the Virgin Mary. Okay? Now cross out over there Isis, cross out Isis. Okay? And you put below that the Virgin Mary. These Melkite Coptic Egyptians gave this created creature made by them the attributes of Isis in order for this Serapis created creature to have a human nature. And they gave this created creature, the Virgin Mary, the title of Theotokos, and that word Theotokos means the Mother of God. And this is when Nestorius, who was a member of the secular Coptic Egyptian community, said he could not accept that title of Theotokos for this Virgin Mary.
Mother of God.
The Mother of God. Now, what the Melkite Coptic Egyptians did with these two created creatures, you got the Virgin Mary with the attributes of Isis, you got this created creature Serapis with the attributes of Osiris. They amalgamated the two together in order for this created creature Serapis to have a human nature through a mother. Okay? And once that amalgamation was done, the Melkite Coptic Egyptians speaking Greek said that this is the Christos.
Right.
And in English, the Christos means this is the Christ. So this is how this Christ, he's no longer Serapis anymore. Now he's Christ. You got that?
Right. Yes.
Now, Christ is white, European. The Virgin Mary, his mother, is a European. You see? Now, you got one last deity in the African ancient Egyptian divine triad. Is that correct?
Yeah, right.
You got Osiris or Asa.
Yeah.
Okay?
Right.
Okay.
Horus, I'm saying.
Horus has been taken out. He's now Christ.
Okay.
See, I took Horus out, the first of the ancient Egyptian divine triad members. I took him out and replaced Horus, the S-U-N, the sun, with the S-O-N. this white image of Serapis that's known today as Jesus the Christ.
Then let me ask you this.
Wait.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Let me, before you, another point. Now you got two of the African deities in that African ancient Egyptian divine triad removed, right?
Yes.
And replaced by white images. All created creatures created by the Melchites. The Virgin Mary is a created creature. Her title of Theotokos was given to her, all created. Serapis was a created creature. And they amalgamated those two created creatures together in order for Serapis to have a human nature by way of coming through a woman, a female.
Yeah.
So now, you only have one African deity left in that triad, is that correct?
Yeah.
That's Osiris, is that right?
That's correct.
So our Osiris now got a white sun and a white replacement of female that replaced Isis, is that right? That looks funny, doesn't it? People will question that, right?
Right.
You know what they did? The Melchites, Coptic Egyptians did to Osiris? They made him invisible, incorporeal. The word incorporeal means invisible. So now people say they pray to God, is that right? They have no image of God. You put 10 people in a room and say, give me your interpretation of God. You have 10 different interpretations. No one ever seen God. It's invisible, incorporeal. But now, they have a story that this invisible God, which is Osiris, sent his only begotten son to save the world from sin, which is a corporal, visible icon of a white image of a Jesus the Christ. Is that right?
That is correct.
So that's how they wiped out, the Melchite wiped out the ancient Egyptian African divine triad.
Wow. Now, people would say, but was Osiris, did he have a mother? Was he born of a female? Horus, Osiris, Isis, which were the ancient Egyptians' gods. So did they come through the womb of a woman?
I can't answer that. The reason being is that the ancient Egyptians had a symbolic society and culture. A lot of things are symbolic. And if I would do the listening audience a disservice if I tried to go into that, answer that. No, I can't answer that.
Okay.
Okay? And nobody else can answer that. I don't care how much education they have.
That nobody can answer that?
Because of the symbolic culture and civilization that the ancient Egyptians had. Can anybody tell you how they built the Great Pyramid? No. It's called the mystery of mankind. Can anybody tell you how they built the Sphinx? The body of the Sphinx is 1 city block long, 6 stories high with an African face carved in stone. They can't tell you that. Called the mystery of mankind. How they took those stones of 490 feet in the air, weighing 250 tons each.
2 million of them.
Right. How they did it. It's called the mystery of life. Nobody can answer that. They come along and give you a theory, but that's not no proof of the theory. You believe it, disbelieve it, or be neutral. You see? So I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know how they did it or where Osiris, Isis, and Horus came from. I can't tell you that.
But
okay?
They were here when the European came.
Or when he came over in Egypt? Yeah. Of course. They had been used in their, like I mentioned before, in the sacred society in their temples. That was their African, ancient Egyptian divine gods. They made up the ancient Egyptian divine triad.
Now, from there, he is the European Jesus has completely replaced, and those councils have more or less
developed that. But see, go ahead.
No, those councils have ordained it.
Same thing, yeah.
Can be so.
Yeah, well, all I'm saying to you, Clemson, let me stay on this roll now. Don't ask me no questions.
Okay, please, roll.
Okay.
Roll.
Because I'm on a roll now.
Okay, all right.
Because
Got my question.
the people, you can get your question at the end of when I say I'm through with it.
Okay, all right.
Okay? Then you can edit all this stuff out what we're talking right now. Now, when so now Osiris is now invisible. You see? He is God. People are praying to God. Okay? They don't understand about God. You see? God is a man. That's all God is. Okay? God is a female. God and female is humanity. It's all part of creation. But I'm going to get into that later on. Yes. But let me finish this. So now, I hope one can see how this Jesus the Christ, or this Christ came about. See, that's how they did. Now, 20 years later, at the Council of Chalcedon, 451,
right,
the question was still going on, and the argument was still going on about the human nature of Christ now, no longer Serapis, it's Christ now. So at that council meeting called the Council of Ephesus, 451, like I said, all council meetings were held in Turkey. At that council meeting, they took two words to try to get this image of Christ, a human nature. The first word was persopon, person. A person, if you look it up, is a human being. And then the next word they use, substantiality. If you look that up, it means the third person in the Trinity. Okay? So, and they said that this is what we're going to do in order to give this image of Christ a human nature. But the the Coptic Egyptians in the secular community refused to accept that. So the argument went on. Okay, and at the end of the close of the Council of Chalcedon is the beginning of Christianity. Your first Christians on earth were your Melkite Coptic Egyptians. Not a lot of our brothers and sisters think that the beginning of Christianity started in Ethiopia. That's not true. Christianity didn't come to Ethiopia until the middle of the 19th century, but that goes into another history. So, your first Christians on earth were these African Melkite Coptic Egyptians. That's who they are. Okay, that's who they were. So, 81 years later, after the Council of Chalcedon, we're coming up to.
What was decided in the Council of Chalcedon?
To try, see, the argument was between the Melkite Copts and the Monophysite Copts. The Monophysites lived, they were grassroots Coptic secular Egyptians. The Melkite Copts were up in the higher echelon with the Greek and Roman rulers, like I mentioned before. They were your bourgeois. You see? So they tried to create a god to appease the Europeans. This is how this Christianity and this image of Christ came about, trying to appease the European, try to make him into a god. And I showed you at the Council of Ephesus how they did it. I showed you at the Council of Nicaea I how they did it. See? So now the argument is still going on now. And they try to use 20 years after Ephesus at the Council of Chalcedon 451, they try to use those two words, prosopon and substantiality.
Right.
To make this this icon, image of Serapis, then now known as Jesus Christ, then made into the Christ, try to get that name, that created creature, a human nature, by using those two words. The Monophysites did not accept that. The Nestorians did not accept that. Both Nestorians and Monophysites were all one and the same. Okay? Now, 51 years later, under Justinian and his wife Theodora, in 632, they built the world's first Christian church on earth.
Where?
In Constantinople, Turkey, known as Istanbul, Turkey today. Okay? And that church is still there today as I speak, but it's a museum today. It was made into a museum in 1934 by the United States government. Let's get back to the original origin of the world's first Christian church. Justinian and his wife commissioned African, Egyptian architects and builders to build that church. Okay? Africans had to, because no Europeans knew how to build anything. Greeks and the Romans didn't know how to build anything, because it takes a person or a people coming out of a culture of building. The culture of building was done in the whole entire world by our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians. They were the world's first builders on earth. Why? Because they created an alphabet and they created mathematics. You have to have mathematics, you have to have both in order to build anything, any type of structure.
You gonna go up any height?
What?
Yes, you have to have mathematics.
Correct.
You're gonna go up any height.
Right. You're gonna build anything.
Anything.
Right. Got to have mathematics. So mathematics came out of the culture of the ancient Egyptians.
That is correct.
So now, Justinian commissioned these African architects and African brothers to build and design the world's first Christian church that was in 532, known as the Church of Hagia Sophia, finished 5 years later in 537. Okay? Now, once that was done, Justinian wanted to take back the donation of Constantine. He got him a Christ and got a church for Christ. The Church of Hagia Sophia. The Church of the Holy Wisdom. Another name for Mary and Christ. Church for Mary and Christ. Church of Hagia Sophia. So now, he decided that it was time for him to take back the donations of Constantine, to get it out of the male Coptic Egyptians' hands into his hands. Okay? Which then he would be in charge of ecclesiastical and have ecclesiastical authority as well as political authority over that community. But Epaphroditus was the one in 532 when he was building that Church of Hagia Sophia, the world's first Christian church. He had the authority of the donations of Constantine. Justinian asked him to relinquish that. He would refuse to do it. So he ended up mysteriously found dead. Then the authority went to Silverius in the Melkite Coptic Egyptians. Justinian asked him to give up the donation of Constantine. He refused to do it. So Justinian had his army general and his wife, the army general's wife, to serve treason papers on Silverius. So they brought him up for charges on treason. They put him in jail, and he died there. So they got rid of him. The next Coptic Egyptian where the donation of Constantine passed to, was a man by the name of Vigilius. Okay? Now, he asked Vigilius, Justinian, to give it up. He refused to do it. So he went to his lawyer, this African Coptic Egyptian Melkite lawyer by the name of Theodore Acitus, who told Constantine told Justinian how to take back the donation of Constantine. He said, what you do, boss, is to go and ask Vigilius to take communion with the Monophysites. Now he knew full well that Vigilius, who was a Melkite, would refuse to take communion with a Monophysite. If they both took communion together, then Justinian would have a chance to wipe out both of them. And he would take back the donation of Constantine. But Vigilius refused to do that. Mm-hmm. See? So, in 553, Justinian called the fifth ecumenical council meeting to come about, called the Council of Constantinople II, 553. Okay, trying to get that donation out of the hands of the Melkite so he can become the ecclesiastical ruler over that church, as well as political over all of Egypt, Syria, Turkey, and so forth and so on. What they did in 555, Justinian ran Vigilius all over Africa, trying to catch up with him. And they eventually caught up with him and they killed him. And he took back the donation of Constantine at that point. And that was in 555. Now this is where your first appointed African, you want to call him a pope, you can do that. Justinian has the authority to appoint the patriarch of the Hagia Sophia and the patriarch of Constantinople. The patriarch of the Hagia Sophia sat on the throne in the Church of the Hagia Sophia and represented Christ, okay? Just like the Pope in Rome today sits in Rome as the vicar of Christ. This seat, the patriarch of the Hagia Sophia, was appointed. The person who sits in that and take that position is now the Papa or the Pope of the Hagia Sophia, Church of Hagia Sophia. His name was Pelagius I. He was the first African to sit and represent Christ at the Church of Hagia Sophia. And he also appointed, Justinian also appointed, the Patriarch of Constantinople. The word, the Patriarch of Constantinople, signifies a Monophysite. That individual is a Monophysite. And both of them had offices in the Church of Hagia Sophia. You see? So now, why did Justinian appoint the Patriarch of the Hagia Sophia, which represented Christ, Pelagius, which was the first Papa or Pope, African. Okay, he was an African.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, and then Justinian also appointed a Monophysite to be the Patriarch of Constantinople, which that word signified the Melkite. See, they both held office, like I mentioned, in that one building, the Hagia Sophia. You see? So And every succeeding emperor of the Byzantine Empire were in charge of the Coptic Egyptian community and in charge of the Hagia Sophia. And he was in power to appoint different patriarchs of the Hagia Sophia. He was able to appoint different patriarchs of Constantinople, which was a Monophysite. You see that?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
Okay.
And then how does it become the Pope in Rome? How does it become the Vatican?
Well, that goes into, you're running ahead now.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to walk you through these ecumenical council meetings.
Ah,
Okay?
yes.
Which I've never done this before.
Uh-huh.
Okay?
Yes.
Now we're up to the fifth council meeting, Council of Constantinople, Constantinople 2. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
After the council of Chalcedon, you're going to come up to stop. That's it. You don't. Oh man. The sixth council meeting we're coming up to is called the Council of Constantinople 3, 680 ACE. And that was called by Constantine the Fourth in 680. Okay? And they were still, this polemic was going on between the Monophysites and the Melchites over the human nature of this Jesus the Christ. I'm sorry, of Christ. It wasn't Jesus then, but of the Christ. And this council meeting was to dispel the term monothelitism and monothelitism. Monothelitism is one will, monothelitism is one energy. And what the Byzantine rulers did was trying to get the Melchites and the Monophysites together on one accord so they can have peace. So it was thought up, said, now, would you accept monothelitism, L-E-T-ism, which means one will in Christ? Or can you accept monothelitism, L-I-T, ism in Christ, which means one energy? And the Monophysite says, no, we couldn't do that. So the argument went on.
Mm-hmm.
This is something very important.
Right.
Now, in modulating through history, I'm just going over, I'm not giving you the complete historical origin of how Christianity came about, because it will take up too much time and too much energy right now.
Mm-hmm.
But keep watching African community. We're going up to the time of 711 and 711-13, to the time of Philippicus. Very important. At that time, during that time, these Europeans were usurping the Byzantine emperors very fast. And the main stronghold of the Byzantine Empire was in the double-walled city of Constantinople, where the Church of Hagia Sophia is located.
Right.
Okay?
Right. Yes.
Now, the Philippicus came up with the bright idea to tell the people of the double-walled city, living in that city, who the new emperor was. He came up with the bright idea, said, I'll have my picture painted of me and put all over Constantinople so that people know who the new emperor is. Okay? Now, that was done. Now, when that's an idea that was to be done, but he didn't get a chance to do it because he was usurped. So in 717, 718, you had Leo III to come in. Now, prior to that, before Leo III came in 717, 718, this idea of having the picture of to be painted of Philippicus to put all over Constantinople, which never came about, but the idea was there. So Pontius, who was the picture of the Hagia Sophia, gave the incoming picture of the Hagia Sophia, Gregory, the idea. Okay? And he had the picture of Christ painted and put up all over Constantinople. This icon picture that you know today as Jesus the Christ. When Leo III came in 717, 718, and that image of Christ that was causing a problem in the Monophysite community, he said, well, we can't have it, we want peace. So he had two African brothers, Constantine the Black and Thomas, to create a document. And that document is known in history as the iconoclasm. The word iconoclasm means the breaking of the image. When he came in, Leo came in, he had all of those images of Christ taken down, because you've heard a picture's worth 1,000 words.
That's right.
See? So if you can get this image of a Christ being painted as a man, you see, that's the idea, is to paint this picture of a Christ as a man. So people can see a male figure, and the argument was stop between the Monophysites and the Melchites.
Right.
Didn't do it.
Right.
So he had all those pictures taken down, had Constantine the Black and Thomas to create a decree known in history as iconoclasm, the breaking of the image. And he made that against the law to have any images of a Christ be put in place. Now, this brings us up to the time of an ecumenical council that no one is talking about. I seem to be the only one that's talking about the Council of Nicaea, 754. The Council of Nicaea came about, 754, called by Leo's son, Constantine V, to sustain that decree of iconoclasm. In other words, keep it in force. Now we're going to come up to the 8th council meeting of the Council of Nicaea II, which is iconoclasm council meeting. You see? And the Romans who were running the government in Syria, Turkey, Egypt, etc., came to the Irene, who was the empress and the wife of the grandson of Leo. He was Leo IV, grandson of Leo III. And they said to her, we're going to kill your husband, and we're going to make you the empress. Because, and I want you to call a council meeting to denounce iconoclasm. And she allowed them, couldn't stop him, but she allowed her husband to be killed. And she became the empress because they had a 10-year-old son who was too young to become the Byzantine emperor. So she became the Empress Irene, who called the 8th Ecumenical Council meeting, the Council of Nicaea I, to come about, and she restored iconoclasm back. You see that? That's how that was done. Now, we're going to come up modulating. We're going to come up to the 9th Ecumenical Council meeting, the Council of Photius Philippi Council meeting, 869 and 870. Okay, Photius was a Coptic Egyptian who refused to accept the image of Christ in the creed. Let's go back. Where's the creed? The ancient Egyptian African divine triad of Osiris the father, God, Isis the goddess mother, and Haru the son. He refused to accept Serapis there. And that caused what is known in history as the Photius Philippi controversy. The word Philippi, that's another name for Christ. The word Philippi. See? Now we're going to modulate. Mm-hmm. We're going to come up to the time of the Turks, like I told you earlier, that the Seljukian Turks had erupted out of Iran, coming from Afghanistan, mm-hmm. into Northeast Africa via Iran.
That's the Turks?
The Turks. This is in 1071. I took you up to 869 and 870. Mm-hmm. Now I'm taking you up a little further in history, up to 1071.
Right.
When the Turks came in, the Seljukian Turks, or the Seljuks, mm-hmm. they're coming in, and now they're going to usurp the Byzantine Empire, territories, land areas. You see? And that caused, like I said before, Alexius I Comenius to call the first crusade of 1096.
Yes.
You see that?
Now you got my attention.
Yeah, because see, if you don't ask me no questions, I can tell you all this. Just listen.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, so they come in with a different dialect. Mm-hmm. It's called Arabic. Mm-hmm. So they come out. See, like I mentioned before, you got Afghanian Arabic, Caspian, because the Caspian Sea is in Afghanistan. Caspian Arabic. You see that? Mm-hmm. You got Kuwaiti Arabic, Iranian Arabic, Iraqi Arabic, you got Arabian Arabic, Egyptian Arabic, you got Libyan Arabic, you got Tunisian Arabic, Algerian Arabic, Morocco Arabic, Mauritanian Arabic. Mm-hmm. All these are different dialects brought in by the Arabs. It started with the Seljukian Turks, or the Seljuks, 1071, erupting out of Iran, taking territory from the Byzantine Empire and emperors, causing Alexius I in 1096 to call the First Crusade, call for the first Crusaders to come into Northeast Africa to save his Byzantine Empire and Christendom. You see where that fits? Mm-hmm. See? So now, who overran them? Later on was Osmanli, who created what is known as the Ottoman Empire, or the Ottoman Turks. They overran, or let's say, they amalgamated the Seljukian Turks into their society. See? So now they become the Ottoman Turks. Ottoman Empire started in 1300.
Okay.
Now, 60 years prior to that, there was a man by the name of Mohammed, not Mohammed, but his name was Ibn al-Arabi, alias Muhammad. His name was alias Muhammad. Cut that off for a moment. When the Ottoman Empire came about in 1300, 60 years prior to that, we're talking about 1240. There was a man by the name of Muhyiddin Ibn Ali, aka Ibn al-Arabi, alias Muhammad. And his disciples was going around teaching his doctrine, because he lived over there in Egypt. He was born in Spain. He was an African born in Spain during the time of the Moors' occupation in Spain, 1165. Okay, now he became the Muhammad. His doctrines were being taught all throughout North Africa by his disciples. When the Ottoman Turks came in 1300s, they took a sword and walked up to people living in North Africa with a sword and said, "Muhammad or die." And that was the beginning of Mohammedanism. Not Islam. See, Islam today is something different. It's a different history to that. But when Muslims ask me and want to debate me about Islam, I ask them, which Islam do you want to debate about? One or two? They don't know what I'm talking about. But the first Islam was Mohammedanism. The doctrine of Ibn al-Arabi, alias Muhammad. See, the alias is very important. What can you do with an alias? You can create a whole new history and a different character. See, that's just like Richard Reeves, alias what? Superman. You got a different history. He's going in the phone booth, changing into a Superman costume, flying in the air. You got a different story now. See, Richard Reeves, he couldn't do that. See, you got Clayton Moore, alias the Lone Ranger. You got him shooting silver bullets and all that story. You see, you got William Boyd, alias Hopalong Cassidy. You got Sean Connery, alias 007. You see what you can do with aliases? See, so the Ottoman Turks took that sword and said, Muhammad or die. They'd rather have Muhammad. So they became Mohammedanism, including our African members in the Coptic Egyptian community. Got them too. So they became Mohammedans. You see? So now, during the Ottoman Empire, they took over all the territory of the Byzantine Empire, the territory of Northeast Africa. Jordan, like I said, was just a region, wasn't a country until 1929. After the British government was given the mandate by the League of Nations after World War I. World War I was 1914 to 1919. I'm sorry, 1914 to 1918. That's the end of World War I. He was given that mandate. See? So now, I'm giving you the Byzantine era, or the area that they control. They took back from the Byzantine. They took it from the Byzantine emperors. You had the territory of Turkey, Syria.
Right.
You had, like I said, wasn't no Jordan. Jordan was created in 1929 by the British government, which they call it Transjordan. That's a different story. They took over the territory that's known as Arabia. There was no Iraq at that time. Iraq didn't come about until the British government using that mandate coming from the League of Nations in 1920 to board off a portion of Arabia to make Iraq. And they boarded off a portion of Iraq to make Kuwait. The reason being that they didn't want all that oil being concentrated in one area under one ruler. You see? And the territory of the Seljukian, of the Ottoman Empire was also Iran, Yemen, Palestine, the West Bank, and so forth and so on. Yeah. You see? And in 1922, the League of Nations gave the French a mandate over Syria. They didn't give it to the British. They gave the British everything I told you. They gave the French the mandate over Syria in 1922. The Frenchmen took Syria and boarded it off and made Lebanon out of it, and Beirut over in that area. See, so that's how you got those two areas over there with those names. And of course, Palestine was over there. And they took that area over there, which is Northeast Africa, and named it the Middle East. See, the land of the Bible. See, and then in 1924, the British government appointed and made a king of Arabia by the name of Abdul Aziz al-Saud to be the king of Arabia. And what he did in 1924, he called the first meeting in Islam's history, 1926. And in my book, The Historical Origin of Islam, I'll give you all the minutes to that meeting. You see that? Now, and that's not only the first meeting in Islam's history, that was the first Hajj. It was in Mecca. It was no Mecca before that time. Just a land region called Makoraba. And Medina was called Lathrib. Wasn't no Medina. See? It was just a barren land area. And when he called that first meeting, you see, let's go back to the reason why they called that first meeting, because in 1870, this is where today's Islam come in. Today's Islam is based upon a book called the Quran. In 1870, the AIU, Alliance Israelite Universal of Paris, France, sent a group of Jewish theologians over in Syria in 1870 to create what is known as today's Quran. And it took them 49 years for that Quran to be accepted in the Arab world. And they also collaborated with Christian scholars, with the approval of Arab scholars. So 49 years later, after 1870, after the Jewish scholars had created this Quran, the Arab the Arabs over in that area accepted that Quran in 1919 in Cairo, Egypt. This is history. In Cairo, Egypt. And that's how you have, now within that Quran, Brother Clemson, is this. Interspersed in today's Quran, you have Jewish writings in there. You see? And also interspersed in today's Quran, you have the 4 Christian Gospels. See? So, the reason being, why was it so important for the Jewish scholars to create a Quran for the Arab world? So they can get Abraham in there. See, Abraham is a biblical character, non-human. He's never walked the earth as a human being. He's a biblical character that you can tie in all 3 major Western religions with. Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. You see that? See? He ties right in Abraham. So who else would do it besides Jewish scholars to get that in, get the lick in first? See? Now, they tell you that Muhammad fled Mecca in 622, which is the 7th century, met the angel Gabriel, which is a little bird. And the angel Gabriel passed the word from God to Muhammad, that God wanted Muhammad to pass on to mankind. They said that Muhammad was illiterate, that he memorized, using the term mnemonics, to memorize every word that the angel Gabriel told him. And he memorized that and dictated it to a scribe. When he dictated to the scribe was writing this down, thus creating the Quran. Thus creating today's Quran, right? But this was in 622, which is the 7th century. In 622, there was no Jews around. There was no Bibles around. There was no Qurans around, none of that. And there was no Christian literature around. Only Christianity, but no Christian literature. You don't get Christian literature until Jesus Erasmus come on the scene in 1516, bringing forth the Novum Instrumentum to create the New Testament. Okay? You don't get your first printed Bible on earth until 1475, 30 years after the Vatican was created. See? So therefore, but today, interspersed in that Quran, today's Quran, you got the Pentateuch and the Psalms. And you got the 4 Christian Gospels in there. Interspersed in there today. But you didn't, so where did it come from? Jewish scholars from the AIU, Alliance Israelite Universal of Paris, France. They wrote it. They created the Quran. If you look in there, if you read my books, Historical Origin of Christianity, there's a lot in that book that I'm telling you that I'm not going to tell you on this tape. You read the book. I'm not trying to sell you no book. Okay? You can buy the book. You don't have to buy. I don't make a living selling books. But it's in, if you're curious enough, buy the book and it's right in there. First meeting in Islam's history, etc., etc. See? Now, so let's go up to the time and continue with the Ottoman Turks. They'll take over the complete territory of the Byzantine Empire, except for one double-walled city of Constantinople, okay, known today as Istanbul, Turkey. In 1453, using a cannon, which was a new war weapon at that time, created in Europe, Mohammed II blew a hole in the double-walled city of Constantinople, and his army entered the double-walled city of Constantinople, seizing the city and seizing the Church of Hagia Sophia, the world's first Christian church. 14 years prior to that, in 1439, John VIII went into the Curia in Florence, Italy. This is where the transfer of Christianity coming into Europe now.
Okay.
You've been waiting for that answer.
Yes.
John VIII, in 1439, went into the Curia in Florence, Italy. The word C-U-R-I-A means college. And 1439, they were 42 years into the Renaissance era of Europe. He went into that college.
He African? Is he African? He black?
No, not yet. Not yet. No, this is all the Byzantine rules are European. Told you. Stop.
Okay.
Like I said, after Mohammed II in 1453 took a cannon and blew a hole on the side of the double-walled city of Constantinople, his troops entered that city, took over the city as well as the Church of Hagia Sophia. But 14 years prior to that, John VIII, one of the last of the Byzantine emperors, went into Florence, Italy. At the Curia there, the word Curia means college. C-U-R-I-A means college. And he relinquished the donation of Constantine. That goes back to how important that donation of Constantine relates to this. He relinquished the donation of Constantine to make way for the transfer of the seat of Christianity into Europe. He had to relinquish the donation of Constantine first because he had in control over that church by way of the donation of Constantine. See? So he relinquished his power over it in order to make way for it to be moved into Europe. Okay? Now, 6 years after he did that, on the outskirts of Rome, over the catacombs, Eugenius IV and Nicholas V dug up those graves down in the ground that is known as the catacombs, dug them all up to make way for the coming and the building of the Vatican. This is in 1445, 6 years after John VIII had relinquished the donation of Constantine at the college in Florence, Italy. And they began to build over the catacombs St. Peter's Church in 1445. And today, St. Peter's Church is known as St. Peter's Basilica. Okay? If you look at Roman Vatican today, the Vatican on the outskirts of Rome, the Vatican is nothing but a replica of the double-walled city of Constantinople, where the first seat of Christianity was. See, so the Vatican is the second seat. And they duplicated what that double-walled city and how it was built. The world's first Christian church, the Hagia Sophia, is there. Over in the Vatican, you got St. Peter's Basilica. They had an obelisk in Constantinople. They got an obelisk in the Vatican. The Vatican is a double wall with its own private army. They had a private army in the double-walled city in Constantinople, and so forth and so on. Okay? Now, so the beginning of the Vatican, the date, 1445, the beginning of St. Peter's church known as St. Peter's Basilica, 1445. Now listen to this, Clemson. 30 years after the Vatican was built, the world's first printed Bible came out in 1475. See, a lot went on in the 15th century. But let me backtrack. In order to have a printed Bible, you have to have a printing press. The printing press first came about by Johannes Gutenberg, who printed a printing press with movable print in 1437. See? This is at the height, at the beginning of the Renaissance era. All of Europe, the Europeans living in Europe, could not read or write. So the day, during that time, the Renaissance era, it came about beginning in 1397. It was launched by an African by the name of Manuel Chrysoloras, the Golden Teacher, who came into Florence, Italy in 1397 and introduced the rudiments of the Greek alphabet to those few male students at the Curia there in Florence, Italy, thus kicking off what is known in history as the Renaissance era for the Europeans, the age of learning. See that? And then 1437 came Johannes Gutenberg with his printing press, with movable print. He didn't have any money, so he borrowed money from the capitalist by the name of Johannes Fust, F-U-S-T, who was a capitalist. He loaned him money on a high interest rate that he knew he couldn't pay back. So he couldn't pay it back, so Johannes Fust confiscated the printing press with movable print. Now you're able to print up thousands of pieces of literature, books and so forth, but who could read the books? All of Europe was illiterate. But the printing press is a good invention, a good investment, because it was just a matter of time for the age of learning to spread all over Europe, which it did during the 15th and 16th time of the Renaissance era, 15th and 16th century. Okay? So now with that printing press, they printed the world's first Bible 30 years after the Roman Catholic Church was created in the Vatican. Okay? 1475. Where was it created? Where was that first Bible? Where was it created? It was created in Italy. What city in Italy? Bologna. What alphabet did they use to write that Bible with? The Greek alphabet. Whose material did they use to create that Bible? Moses Maimonides, called Maimon. Or Moses Maimon, called Maimonides. Okay? 14. What was the Orthodox name of it? It's called the Hebrew Bible. Who formulated that Bible? Johannes Ruslan and two of his Italian peers, Marsilio Ficino, Pico della Mirandola. Those three collaborated and produced, using the material of Moses Maimon called Maimonides, to create that Bible. And they call it the Hebrew Bible. Now in the meantime, the Roman Catholic Church was up and about, but they had no literature for their object. The object of Christianity is Jesus the Christ. They didn't have no literature for that, for that object. So the Roman Catholic Church was left without literature for their object, which is Jesus the Christ. Johannes Ruslan created and translated from from Greek into Latin a Bible, which was the Hebrew Bible, and he gave it to the Pope. And that incinerated the Pope, made him mad as hell. Because they had no literature for their object, which was Jesus the Christ. So in 1500, Pope Alexander VI commissioned a homosexual and a playwright of Europe at that time, an ex-Roman Catholic priest, a man by the name of Desiderius Erasmus, to create something on the object of Christianity. He had no literature. It took him 16 years to create the Novum Instrumentum. In 1516, he came out with the Novum Instrumentum, which consists of the Synoptic Gospel, Mark, Matthew, and Luke. They always tell you that John came later. Which John did come later. John came later in the King James Version of 1611. But here you got Desiderius Erasmus, the homosexual, and all these Christians are knocking the homosexuals and stuff like that, but they're going to the church reading his material that was created by a homosexual, which is called the New Testament. In 1516, he produced the Novum Instrumentum, which is the Synoptic Gospel, Mark, Matthew, and Luke. They call that Q literature, QLA literature. Okay? And it consists of Mark, Matthew, and Luke. He also created 1 and 2 Peter, which you have the Pauline letters in there. And he also created 1 and 2 Corinthians, and Galatians, and Epistles to the Romans. Those are his 9 manuscripts that he produced to make up the Novum Instrumentum in 1516. 1519, they changed it to the Novum Testamentum. 1535, they changed it to the New Testament. See? Novum means new. Testament means testament, or testamentum means testament. So the New Testament. See? Now, if your viewers will go and check out the Pfefferkorn-Ruslan controversy, they can get some added information of what went on during that time about that Bible. Okay? Now, Pfefferkorn, P-F-E-F-F-E-R-K-O-R-N, Ruslan, R-E-U-C-H-L-I-N, controversy of 1510. Okay? Look it up. It'll give you lots of insight on what went on and what was going on with the argument over that Bible. The world's first Bible now, printed Bible. Now, you got the Hebrew Bible, and now you got the New Testament out, right? It's separate. Not on the one cover like it is today. See? So how did both Bibles get on the one cover? In 1527, a man by the name of Jacob van Liesveld took both Bibles and put them on the one cover. Dropped the name Hebrew Bible and said Old Testament to correspond with the New Testament. So people reading today say, oh, this is older than the New Testament. It's all the same. It's not. It was 2 different histories, 3 different histories. You see? So today, as I speak, Christians all over the world are getting and have learned through Western Christianity. But the tenets and the foundation of Christianity was made by our Coptic Melkite Egyptians that created this image and the tenets, the foundation of Christianity for the European. You see that? So that is how Christianity came into Europe, and over in Europe, under the Vatican commissioned an artist by the name of Leonardo da Vinci to draw a picture of a Christ sitting at a table with 12 disciples, 12 other males, commissioned by the Pope to do just that. And they attached a story to it. That Judas Iscariot going to betray Jesus and all that kind of stuff. 12 pieces of silver, blah, blah, blah. You see that? That's just a story attached to it. There was never a Last Supper, never a Christ to have a Last Supper. Just a drawing by Leonardo da Vinci with a story attached. They also commissioned Leonardo da Vinci to draw the crucifixion, the crucified Christ. That's just a picture.
Right.
And a story attached to it.
Right.
Fed to the believers in Christianity. Never happened. See? They commissioned him to draw a picture of Mary Magdalene. There's never been a Mary Magdalene. Just a picture of a Mary Magdalene with an attached story fed to the believers. So they believe the story that this Mary Magdalene, after the crucifixion of Jesus, went to his tomb and she found a rock, had rolled back off of the tomb. She looked down in the tomb was empty, and Jesus went on up to heaven with his Father. Story. Never happened. All a painting. See? See? So then the Roman Catholic Church commissioned Michelangelo and to design the chapel over there. You know, where he got the picture of this Jesus and so forth, all this stained glass. You see? It's the Sistine Chapel, so forth and so on. All that's part of history of this. Now you're in Europe now with Christianity. So that would be what I had to say about that right now.
Can I ask you, finally, Walter, if you can give us as much insight on the role of Africans in the development of Europe, especially their university systems, the role that I'll say the Moors, but who are Egyptians, but in the building of Sonata, Spain, and their role throughout Europe. What did they do? What did they bring about to make European civilization what it is?
Well, you got to go back to the Moors, like you said, for that. The Moors is a nickname for Africans that came out of Morocco and Mauritania, crossing the Mediterranean, going into Spain to set up the world's second civilization. The world's third civilization was set up over in this hemisphere by the Moors. But we're going to go back to 1051, when the Moors began to cross the Mediterranean, coming from Morocco, Mauritania, into Spain to set up a second civilization. They built those cities over there, Seville, Cadillac, and et cetera, et cetera. And they had the ability to do that because they an extension of their ancestors, who were the world's first builders, the ancient Egyptians. So the Moor and ancient Egyptians is one and the same. I want people to understand that. Okay? Just like the Negro today in this country, as I speak, are connected with the Moors and the ancient Egyptians. So the ancient Egyptians and the Moors vanished and the Negro appeared. See? So I'll get into that. But the Moors, building those cities over there in Spain, bringing civilization over there. In 1482, Ferdinand and Isabella called for the expelling of Moors out of Spain because Christianity was over there then. Mm-hmm. See, and Spain had accepted Catholicism from the Vatican, from the Roman Catholic Church. So now they wanted the Moors out of Spain. So they began to expel them, 1482. And they wanted them out because of racial and religious reasons. See, now you got to remember that these Moors were Mohammedans. Okay, so they went against Catholicism, Christian religion. They were Africans, and they did not want the world to know that these Africans had brought civilization to their shores and their land. So they began to expel them. Some of them went into Europe. They was Jews because they knew how to build. They were literate men. And they went into Europe and began to build over in Europe and show the Europeans how to build. They went into Mali, and when they went into Mali in Africa, they began to build themselves homes, and they went into Timbuktu. They lived in Timbuktu, and where you find the University of Timbuktu, but you won't find an actual university that can be identified as the University of Timbuktu. It took me a long time to find this. The University of Timbuktu signifies that the Moors coming out of Spain, run out of Spain by Ferdinand and Isabella, into Mali, building homes over there for themselves, bringing with them their manuscripts of different subjects that they taught over in Spain. Now, they bring these manuscripts, building this house, to set up their teaching institution there in Mali. And that is what's called the University of Timbuktu. The books and the manuscripts that they brought over there to teach from. You see? So then, Ferdinand and Isabella hired Christopher Columbus. Okay? Well, the one wanted to debate over that, we're not going to debate that, whether that was a Christopher Columbus or not. You know, that's a debate, which I understand that. But let's forsake that and get to the main crux of the thing. Christopher Columbus came over in this hemisphere with the African Moors. Okay? Remember now, during the time of slavery in this country, you had 380,000 men and women who were free, wasn't slaves.
380,000?
Yes, they were not slaves. To attest to that, you ever seen the movie 12 Years a Slave?
Yes.
Wasn't he a free man?
Yeah.
Living in New York, right?
Right.
They drugged him and took him to a slave-holding state and made him a slave out of him. But he lived, as you see in that movie, he was dressed, and had a family and home and everything. You see that? See, so 380,000 Africans living in this country were not enslaved. Only if they were found in the slave-holding states that they became slaves. See, and they had to take this brother from New York to a slave-holding state to make him a slave. See, so the Moors are over in this hemisphere, right?
Where'd they come from?
Out of Spain. I told you where they originally came, out of Morocco. I went over there. That's where they originally came from. They came I told you, some went into Europe, some went into Mali, some went into North Africa, some went into Egypt. They went all over. Okay? Now they're over in this hemisphere with Christopher Columbus. See? And like I said before, during the time of slavery, you had 380,000 Africans that were not enslaved unless they were caught into a slave state. See? To attest to that, I said 12 years a slave would attest to that. Okay? Now, over in this hemisphere, when the Portuguese and Spanish slave traders went into Africa to get human beings and took them out of Africa to bring back to this hemisphere to make slaves out of them in 1619, landing in Florida, they put the Moors, these Africans, and the enslaved human cargo of Africans coming out of Africa to be put into slavery under one umbrella. They put the Moors and these enslaved Africans under one umbrella and called them and named them Negroes. You see? To wipe out the Moors. So they're all Negroes now. What does the word Negro means? Black. Black and Negro is synonymous. You see? So now you have so you have the Moors are gone now. They're Negroes now. You see that? So this is how that went about. And they began, Benjamin Banneker was a Moor. John Hanson was a Moor. The Moors built the President's Palace over in Washington, D.C. and built the White House. Those were Moors that did that. Because why? They knew mathematics. You can't build nothing unless you know mathematics. They were literate people. You see that? So you don't see the Moors today. So the ancient Egyptian, the Coptic Egyptians, and the Moors all vanished, and the Negro appeared. So today, as you and I and our children go to school over in this hemisphere in America, we are taught away from ancient Egypt. That's done on purpose, Clemson. It's taught away from it. They don't want us to identify with our ancestors, ancient Egyptians. You know what would happen to white supremacy? If they taught us that we were descendants of the ancient Egyptians, white supremacy would fall flat on its face. Because they can't say that we're inferior anymore. We can say that they are inferior if we so desire. Because of our ancestors left us an immortal legacy to be superior, if we want to use that term. You see that? So, if you want to wipe out white supremacy, identify yourself and call yourself an African ancient Egyptian. Not an Egyptian, because those white Arabs living in Egypt today, they are Egyptians. They are invaders, occupiers. Their ancestors did not build the Great Pyramid or bring forth civilization for all of humanity. Did you see the movie Selma? Anybody seen the movie Selma? You see where this woman is walking with Coretta Scott King in a scene there. And she was telling Coretta Scott King, we come from a great people, a people who brought civilization to the world. It's right there in that movie Selma.
That's true. Yeah.
And what people is she talking about that brought civilization to the whole entire world? It was the ancient Egyptians, our ancestors. And we have to get back to that. Our greatness is unclaimed in the continent of Africa. Sitting there, waiting for us. But we cannot, and we must not continue to call our name and identify with the name Black, Negro, and African Americans. Can't do that anymore. We can't use the Portuguese and Spaniards' name anymore that they gave us to hide our identifying ourselves, identity as being the ancient Egyptians. Can't do that. See that? No longer do that. So every name that you call yourself, there's a history attached to it. The history is attached to black and Negro and African Americans. That means that you're telling the world that your ancestors were enslaved in America. That's as far as you can go. It's in America. Only in America you find Negroes. The rest of the races of people around the world can go to the world map of human geography and find where their ancestors came from. To hide our identifying ourselves, identity as being the ancient Egyptians. Can't do that. See that? No longer do that. So every name that you call yourself, there's a history attached to it. The history is attached to black and Negro and African Americans. That means that you're telling the world that your ancestors were enslaved in America. That's as far as you can go. It's in America. Only in America you find Negroes. The rest of the races of people around the world can go to the world map of human geography and find where their ancestors came from. But these people who call themselves black, these Africans in America who call themselves black, Negro, and African Americans can't do that. They can only point to America. So we're going to have to stop using that term and find our way back and claim our greatness.
That is so true.
And another thing we're going to have to do as a people, we're going to have to stop going into these churches worshiping that dead white man on the cross that is detrimental to us as a race of people. Okay? You're worshiping the white man in the form of a Jesus the Christ. You're supporting white supremacy.
That is correct.
If you want to stop white supremacy, stop worshiping the white man as your God. You're supporting, when you go in these churches, white superiority. And you're supporting African inferiority. That's what you're doing. And you don't even realize it. And you don't want nobody to disturb you and tell you that you're doing something wrong. You don't want them to say anything to you. See?
Keep going and kind of just give us an overview. You can summarize and get this last piece.
So when you go into these churches and you worship that dead image on that cross, you're shooting your own self in the foot. Because what you're doing, you are passing that disease and virus on to the next generation, your children. Because your mother and father passed it on to you. Your grandparents passed it on to your parents. Your great-grandparents passed it on to your great-grandparents, and so forth and so on. So today, as I speak, you have transferred this disease called Christianity and Islam and any man-made religion to your children. So today, your children are confused because you have told them to come to church and bow down to this dead white man on the cross, that he is your God and Savior, that he will save you, that anything that you want, you have any problem, take it to Jesus and pray, and it'll be done and given to you. And you found that, you should have found that to be not true. You cannot do that. You are doing a disservice to yourself and your family and your community. Okay? So if you want to stop white supremacy, stop going to church. You want to stop white superiority, stop going to church. Worshiping this white man and calling him your God. Let me ask you this question, Christians. This is a question for all Christians. I want to ask you this question. Do you think that the white race will take their children into a church where a dark-skinned African is hanging on a cross and teach their children and their family that that dark-skinned African hanging on a cross was their God and their Savior? Would you think the white race would do that? The answer is no, and you know it's no. And I'm going to go a little further. I'm going to say, hell no, they wouldn't do it. So why are you doing it to your children and your family, making them inferior and confused, like you are. Your parents made you confused. Your grandparents made your parents confused, and so forth and so on. So we have to stop this confusion. We're going to have to stop worshiping this white man as your God. And you go in these churches and you sing your guts out, praying to this dead white man on the cross. And when you come out, after you get through praying to this dead white man on the cross as your God, he shoots you down. Members of his race shoots you down in the streets like dogs. And you know that. Discriminate against us like we are non-humans, non-existents. We have to beg him for justice, beg this white man for a job, beg him for everything. But you go in there and pray to this God and he gives you nothing. You got to come out and start begging, because praying is a form of begging. That's all it is. That's what prayer is about, form of begging. So at this moment, this is all I have to say right now.
Walter, maybe you'll tell us a little bit about your next book. A little bit.
You want me to tell you a little something about my next book?
Yes.
The next book that is coming out should be out at the end of the year, the first of 20,000, what am I talking about? 2016. That book should come out in 2016, my next book.
This way I have something to go on to write the preface.
So at the end of this year, 2015, or the first of next year, 2016, my new book will be out. My wife and I, we have collaborated on writing this book together. And the name of the book is called Dispelling Myths of Ancient Egypt. And in this book, I'm pulling the cover off of Western academia. And I'll give you a little synopsis of what it's about. The first chapter, I'm repudiating the Hyksos. Writing about that. Very important. A lot of information is in the writing of this book. The second chapter is a warning I give to all African scholars. Do not use the chronology of ancient Egypt as it is used today, because the ancient Egyptians did not write a history of themselves. It was the European who wrote a history, this is supposed history of ancient Egypt, but they used the Bible to do so. And I'll give you in this book 5 different chronologies as an example. The third chapter is the repudiation of the biblical Persians. I'm telling you, there's no biblical Persians, never was a Persian, so forth and so on. The fourth chapter is about why the Meta-Natural hieroglyphics has never been deciphered. I have that as an appendix in my first book, The Historical Origin of Christianity. But in this book, I'm adding more to that subject, okay? Which gives it more understanding and a larger extension of it. The fifth chapter is, I'm writing, is very important. And Clemson Brown brought this to me many, many years ago about his granddaughter going to school and was given a book on the Sumerians and the cuneiform. And he asked me about that. So I signed my wife, Arnetta Williams, to dig up all the histories she could find about the cuneiform and Sumerians, and I helped her do that. So that fifth chapter is called and entitled The Sumerian Cuneiform Exposed, Mystery Exposed. The Sumerian Cuneiform Exposed. So we're exposing it. She's been researching this one subject for over 3 years now. So we're at the climax of wrapping it up, and just a matter of time putting all the little pieces together. So that's just a synopsis about the new book that's coming out. So that's it, Clemson.
Thank you, Arthur.
Okay?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
First temple ever built over in Jerusalem was the Temple of Solomon. But see, people are led to believe that this Solomon was the biblical Solomon.
Correct.
No, it was a real live person by the name of Solomon Bar Isaac called Rashid. He was the one that financed, like I mentioned before, financed Godfrey of the Bouillon and his brother Baldwin in the first army coming out of out of northern France into Turkey.
Now, how do, because you give credence to Christianity and to Christians, but are they made up because they're in the Bible? The Old Testament is the Christians, and the New Testament is the book of the Christians. How is it different? I mean, how am I going to separate? You give credit to one, but yet you say that is made up.
Same thing. You mean the incarnated name?
No, Christianity. You say that Christianity, that there were Monophysites Christians, and there were actually Christians, and there was a Christian church, there was a Coptic church, and you give credence to that.
Yes.
But yet at the same time, you say that the whole Bible is fictitious, it's made up.
Two different entities. Religion, the creation of the religion, was done by time, people, places, and events, which is called history. That's the ingredients for history. The four ingredients for history is time, people, places, and events. It has nothing to do with the literature. See, you and I can write literature, and we can predate it 10,000 years ago. All we need is a system, or some kind of system to put it in. Okay? So you have to separate the actual history that was created by people from the fictitious literature that has nothing to do with each other. Two different things. But you have to, when you're dealing with history, not literature now, there are timelines that is involved. Okay? Yes, Christianity began in the 5th century, starting at the Council of Ephesus, 431. When they took from our ancient Egyptian divine triad, Isis out of that triad, and created a fictitious creature by the name of the Virgin Mary, giving this Virgin Mary the Theotokos, a title called the Theotokos, which is to mean the Mother of God. God who? This Serapis, who is known today as Jesus the Christ. The two creatures were amalgamated together. Okay? And once that amalgamation of the two creatures, the created creature, the Virgin Mary, with the created title of the Theotokos, the Mother of Jesus, or the Mother of Serapis, or the Mother of God, came about, then the Melkite Coptic Egyptians said that this now is the Messiah, or in Coptic spoken Greek, this is the Christos, or in English, the Christ. See, that's history. Now, prior to that, if someone come up and say that Constantine, or during the time of Constantine, there was Christian, historically incorrect. See, if someone says that there were Christians in the 1st century, historically correct, incorrect. Sorry. If someone come up and say that there were Christians in the 2nd century, historically incorrect. 3rd century, historically incorrect. 4th century, historically incorrect. When did you get Christians or Christianity? First, you have to have a Christ. You don't get a Christ until the 5th century at the Council of Ephesus. You don't get Christianity until the close of the Council of Chalcedon in 451. That's history. You don't get the building of a church or the world's first Christian church until 532, when Justinian and his wife built the Hagia Sophia. They finished it in 537. That's history. Now then you have the literature. That's another history altogether. Because it took, in order to create this literature, it took time, people, places, and events through a process of time, people, places, and events. Now, in 1475, you have a Old Testament. But it was created by Moses Maimonides, or Moses Maimon, in the 12th century. He began to write the first 5 books of Moses, or the Pentateuch, or the Old Testament, in 1180. You see? Which was nothing but an appendix of the writing, or the formulated writing of Rashi, who wrote Sefer HaYasa literature. Sefer means books, Ha means of, and Yasa means of the upright ones. See? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. See, those are the upright ones. See, that's your foundation for the Old Testament. Then that was from Rashi coming out in the late 11th and early 12th century, writing and creating the formula for Judaism. That formula housed what is known as the Old Testament. Then his grandson, Jacob ben Meir, who was a Baal Tosafot writer. The word Tosafot means a writer of appendix. Okay? He began to add appendix to his grandfather's writing. Then here come, right after Jacob ben Meir, here come Moses Maimonides, or Moses Maimon. He was a Tosafot writer. He began to add appendix to Jacob ben Meir's writing and his grandfather's writing, Rashi. So today we have an Old Testament that was first printed in 1475, which contained the first 5 books of Moses. Moses who? Moses Maimonides. But they don't tell you that. They said the first 5 books of Moses and make the believer in the religious community believe that there was a Moses living in Egypt, etc., etc. There's never been a Moses living in Egypt. Okay? But that's another subject we're gonna take up before this program is over with. About a non-Moses, by a non-slaves building the pyramids. But that we're going to get into that. So I was giving you a progression of how the religion came about, Christianity, how the religious literature came about, 2 different entities. So you don't ever try to put them together like that. You separate them, then you can see, when you separate them, how each came into existence.
Okay, then tell me this, because if you go back dealing with Christian literature, supposedly Christian literature, you get Saint Augustus, who's supposed to have been African. You get who's supposed to have written a lot of the Christian literature, liturgy that we read. You get the Pope. You get Rome. What is that place where the Pope is? All of that. I mean, you get structure. The Vatican, you get structure, but all of that was supposed to have came out of Christianity.
Suppose, like you said, it came by way of literature. You know that the literature that is used to write Christian literature, or the base foundation of Christian literature, is called patristic theology or patristic philosophy. That's the literature that they use to write Christian literature with. Okay? You mentioned Augustine. Augustine was supposed to have been one of the fathers of the church.
Correct.
Like Eusebius Pamphili, Eusebius of Caesarea, supposed to have been one of the fathers of the church. In fact, the Roman Catholic Church today said that their theology, their religious theology, is based off of St. Augustine. Okay? There's never been an Augustine. There's never been a Eusebius. Because if you, I'll tell you what you do, an individual go to their library and you go and find a set of new Catholic encyclopedias, and you look up there, Fathers of the Church, and it will give you a list of supposed Fathers of the Church. And every one of those Fathers of the Church, they give you a date with the birth date and the death date of those supposed Fathers of the Church. I think it's roughly around 28 or 30-something names that are listed in that list of Fathers of the Church of the Roman. And the Church, when they say the Church, they mean the Roman Catholic Church. Okay? So when they give you those dates, birth date and death dates of those names, guess what, Clemson? All of those names predate the 5th century. See? Now, mind you, if you're a serious student of history, you have to know when this Christ was created. Christ was created at the Council of Ephesus in 431. So prior to 431, you had no Christ or no Christianity or no Christian church. The world's first Christian church, I'll go back, was built in Constantinople, Turkey, known today as the Hagia Sophia. Okay? There was no church in Rome. Okay? That was the world's first Christian church. Okay? Now, so when you study the church fathers, all of those names with birth dates and death dates predates the 5th century, predates Christianity, predates Christ, predates the building of the world's first Christian church. You see, that's history. Okay? So that's all based off of patristic writings.
What is patristic writing?
It's a form of writing that is used to write literature of and for the religion called Christianity. Like they have Perky of Both is a form of writing used to write literature for the religion called Judaism. The Hadith, the Sunnah, the Ishnad is a form of literature that is used to write the literature for Islam. See, every religion has its own body of and form and formulation to write their particular literature from. See, so now this patristic writings, in patristic philosophy and theology comes these particular church fathers, or the names of the supposed church fathers. But like I said before, none of these names existed in human form because they all predate Christianity. You see that?
Well, what was going on, that they had a council of Ephesus in which Christianity, they had to have something going. Well, can we go back to the Romans and come back up? When the Greeks and Romans came into Egypt, what were the Egyptians worshiping? And how did the Romans adapt into play with the worship or the religion or the way of life, spirituality of the ancient Egyptians? And how did they carry that forward? Because you said that the Romans was feeding Christians to the lions and all that. I mean, try to give me some understanding.
That's tradition. Okay. Prior to the Europeans coming into Africa and into Egypt, the first known European, like I mentioned, was Alexander the Greek. During the time of antiquity, the peoples throughout the whole entire world, living wherever geographical land area that they may have lived, had no religion, practiced no religion. There was no religion no place on earth. There was never a religion in Africa. The ancient Egyptians did not practice a religion. They had a spiritual way of life. The Africans throughout Africa did not practice a religion. They had a spiritual way of life.
Well, what are those gods?
That's an alpha fact. Okay? That's an alpha fact. So we'll get into that. But let me proceed. Okay? The ancient Egyptians paid homage to their ancestors. the Africans paid homage to their ancestors. Okay? 2, the ancient Egyptians and the Africans paid homage to nature. They understood cosmic laws, cosmic order. They called it, today it is said that they call it Ma'at. Truth, justice, peace, love, and wisdom. Okay? So they knew and practiced cosmic order, cosmic laws of the universe. They knew that. So that's how they were able to build their great and grand and glorious culture and civilization, by knowing and using and practicing those particular laws. That's how they built the pyramid. That's how they did everything, how they created mathematics, how they created science, etc., etc. Okay? But no religion. Here come the European into Africa, in Egypt. They wanted to be made part of the sacred society, or be made part of the sacred temples throughout Egypt. The ancient Egyptians did not take any foreigners into their sacred temples. They rejected. Alexander came in 332, lived 9 years, died 323 BC. His army general, Ptolemy I, Lagi, called Sotar, took over the rule of Egypt. He wanted to get himself admitted into the priest society, but was rejected. So he found a group of priests and priestesses in Memphis, Egypt. And he asked them to take his image and make it into a god. And they took 2 of their deities, Osiris and Apis, and made a composite of the 2, and gave this Ptolemy I, this Greek ruler, gave him the title and the name Serapis or Osiris, supposedly making him into a god by giving him an Osiris-like spirit. He still was rejected by the priest society throughout throughout Egypt. And at that point, he began to confiscate all of their divine scroll manuscripts throughout Egypt and those sacred temples, and he began to close them down. He housed all of those divine scroll manuscripts in Memphis, Egypt, in that temple that made his image into a god. That's all in my book, The Historical Origin of Christianity. I walk you through the historical origin of Christianity. And this, what I just got through saying, is some of the things that I've written in my book. So I could take up a lot of time explaining to you the process of how Christianity came about, but it would be faster for you or anyone who is looking at this video who wants to know about the historical origin of Christianity step by step by way of historical process than by my book, The Historical Origin of Christianity, the revised edition.
It's good. We can move. But I want to look at Rome and how, what was happening, in terms of, if not worship, but what did the Romans, how did they worship, or how did they deal with the spirituality, their spirituality, the Egyptian spirit? Because this is the second, the continuation of Greeks. You said the Greeks and the Roman were the same people.
Mm-hmm.
So please continue in explaining it, because I'm looking at this now, and you tell me if I'm right, as the first time Europeans are coming in and penetrating into Egypt, and this continues on up to today. I mean, we lose Egypt. These Europeans continue to grow and to expand. I'm just looking at the progression of history, but I want to look at it as interplaying with the religion, because the religion plays such an important role in it, because we later on get out of that
the Catholic Church, and I just want to know how that developed, how that ends up being all over the world, and supposed to have came out of this Council of Nicaea. You know, how they developed, what were people worshiping then? I mean, you know, they say that the Romans fed Christians to lions and all of that. Just kind of explain all that stuff. Was it true?
Well, no, it's untrue. But my book, like I said, explains the progression of how Christianity came about. And I will take you into the various council meetings, the ecumenical council meetings that did exist in Northeast Africa, in Turkey, such as the Council of Nicaea I, which is called the Nicene Council, or the Homogeous Council. Okay, the second council was called the Council of Constantinople I, 381. The third council was the Council of Ephesus, 431. The fourth council was the Council of Chalcedon, 451. The fifth council was the Council of Constantinople, 553. I'll walk you through that, but I think where you're getting a little confused is that you, among other people throughout the world, think that it was a church in Rome. Never was a church in Rome. Not until the 15th century. 15th century. There's no church. When I said no church, I mean it was no seat of Christianity. There was no Vatican. There was no seat of Christianity. The Vatican in Rome today is the seat of Christianity. There was no Vatican until the 15th century. Okay? So when the Greeks and the Romans came in, what they did was to assimilate the culture and the civilization and the ways of the ancient Egyptian by way of assimilation. See that? Okay. So no church now. You don't get a church nowhere on earth until the 6th century, when Justinian and his wife Theodora built the world's first Christian church, which is known as the Hagia Sophia, the Church of the Holy Wisdom, which is another name for Jesus the Christ. Built in 532, finished in 537. But in the meantime, there was no church in the Vatican as being the seat of Christianity. The seat of Christianity was in Northeast Africa, in Constantinople, in a church and university that is known as the Hagia Sophia, that served as the world's first Christian church and the world's first European university. And the teaching staff at the Hagia Sophia were Africans. They were male Coptic Egyptian Africans. And they're the ones that taught the Europeans. You see, George M. James came out with Stolen Legacy, saying that the Greeks studied with the ancient Egyptians. That's historically incorrect. Because the ancient Egyptians would never ever take a foreigners into their priest society to teach them anything, their sacred society. Secondly, the Greeks had no alphabet. They were illiterate people. Third, they were uncivilized savages. So what are you going to do if they took a Greek who was uncivilized, savage, who had no alphabet, and take them into their sacred temples to teach them? What are they going to teach them? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Kindergarten. They didn't do that. So the first learning institution for the Europeans that ever existed on planet Earth was the Hagia Sophia. And the teachers' staff was Africans. Okay? Now, in the meantime, there was no church in Rome that could be identified as the seat of Christianity. No, it was in Constantinople, Turkey, the Hagia Sophia. Now, Justinian wanted to become head of that church after he built it. And the only way that he could become head of that church and have the ecclesiastical power over that church, as well as political power, he had to take the donation of Constantine building the Hagia Sophia. Agapetus I he was the African, the Melkite African, that had ecclesiastical authority by way of the donation of Constantine. See? The donation of Constantine is explained in my book. But he had ecclesiastical authority by way of the donation of Constantine. The donation of Constantine was a donation or an agreement given to Sylvester I by one Constantine in 313 and 14 ABCE. Okay? And that gave the Coptic community in Turkey and throughout Egypt, because Egypt was part of the Byzantine Empire, ecclesiastical authority over each other. In other words, over by the donation of Constantine being given to Sylvester I, who was a Melkite Coptic Egyptian. Constantine gave him his imperial authority on a temporal basis, meaning that he wanted Sylvester to get the rest of the Coptic Egyptians to worship this Serapis image that is known today as Jesus the Christ. See, from the time of Ptolemy I, Lagi, who the image was made as into Serapis, every Ptolemy and Ptolemaic ruler and Roman ruler who sat on the throne to rule Egypt sat on the throne as the vicar of Serapis, just like the Pope in Rome sits on the throne of Peter. Okay, by way of the supposed authority of Peter to be the vicar of Christ. You see? So now, the donation of Constantine was very important because he gave his imperial emblems over an authority to this Melkite Coptic African Sylvester I, and made Sylvester the head HNIC in modern terms, okay, over the rest of the Coptic Egyptian. All he wanted for himself was to be baptized and made part of that community. You see? So that donation of Constantine stayed into power, ecclesiastical power, from 313 all the way up until 553. You see? When Justinian took it back at that point with the help of another African, Theodore Acitus. You see? But that's all in my book. But anyway, you see? So now, during the time of Justinian, prior to him building the Hagia Sophia, Agapetus I, who was a Melkite Coptic African Egyptian, had ecclesiastical power. But guess what happened to Agapetus? He died mysteriously because Justinian had him killed. Then the ecclesiastical authority by way of the donation of Constantine went to one Silverius. And guess what happened to Silverius? He was killed. No. He was brought up on charges for treason against the government. Justinian had his army general and the general's wife to bring treason charges against Silverius. So he was eliminated. He eventually died. Okay? Then the donation of Constantine went to the only African true pope of the Roman Catholic Church, and that was Vigilius.
What period is this?
5th century.
5th century.
I'm sorry, 6th century. 6th century. See, Vigilius. Okay? Wait now, let me get through because I'm about to tell you something very, very important to clear your mind up now about this. So if I had to tell you all this, I would bring you through a progression of history so you can really understand how the picture will begin to evolve. Okay, now here come, during the time of Vigilius, Justinian had completed building the world's first Christian church, the Hagia Sophia. So by Vigilius having ecclesiastical authority, that made him officially the world's first pope of that church, Okay? He was the world's first pope of the Christian church. Okay? But he was an African. Okay? And Justinian, by him building that church, wanted to take back the donation of Constantine. You know what they did? They tried, with the help of Theodore Sidus, a Melkite Coptic Uncle Tom African, told Justinian how to get rid of Vigilius. You know what they tried to do? They tried to tell him, they went to Vigilius and said, listen, I want you, Vigilius, to have communion with the Monophysites. The Monophysites was the enemy of the Christians, the Diophysitic Christians. Because the Monophysites said that that Christ that the Diophysitic Christians worship had no human nature. You see? So he wanted Vigilius to have communion with him. That was the trick. Vigilius didn't fall for that. You see? So they eventually hounded him until they killed him. And Justinian got control of the donation of Constantine. And he, by getting control of the donation of Constantine, he got control of ecclesiastical authority of that particular church. Mm-hmm. And this is what's happening. Now listen to this now. When he got ecclesiastical authority, he himself appointed patriarchs of the Hagia Sophia. Okay? Not popes. See? Patriarch. A patriarch is an individual who is a bishop of the Hagia Sophia. And he also appointed the patriarch of Constantinople. But you got two different patriarchs. You got two different factions over there in that region of the world, in Turkey and in Egypt, all in Northeast Africa. The two factions is one, you have a Diophysitic faction arguing the Monophysitic faction. The Monophysites said that this Christ had no human nature. The Diophysitic said that Christ had two natures, a spiritual nature and a human nature. See, you got those two arguments, right? So to try to keep peace, he appointed the patriarch of the Hagia Sophia and the patriarch of Constantinople. The patriarch of Constantinople was a Monophysite bishop. The patriarch of the Hagia Sophia was a Diophysitic bishop. See that? See? Just like the Republicans and the Democrats. That's what it was. Now, the Hagia Sophia and the patriarch of the Hagia Sophia represented the West. The West being what? Europe. See? No Christian church, no seat of Christianity was over there. The seat of Christianity was in Northeast Africa, in Constantinople, known as the Hagia Sophia. Okay? See? So now, you have to also understand that was Jacob Baradaeus, also aka as James Baraday, around. Jacob Baradaeus was a pet of Theodora. See? She financed his living and his existence, but he was a Monophysite. But when, the Hagia Sophia was built in what year? 532. In 532, something else happened in history. What happened in history was the Nicaeans, Nikkea. The Nicaeans began. What was the rioting about? These are European Arabs living over in Constantinople, in and around Turkey, in and around Constantinople, rather. They broke out into a riot. Okay? The same year that Justinian began to build the Hagia Sophia. And Justinian, the riot got so intense and so bad that he was about to give up his throne until his wife until his wife Theodora told him, said, no, you don't give up your throne. You go and get our army general and let him take care of the situation. The army general of Justinian rounded up 30,000 men, women, and children and took them and put them in the hippodrome. The hippodrome is like a big stadium, sports stadium. And they killed 30,000 men, women, and children. And that brought that riot down. Had Justinian given up his throne, his Byzantine empire at that time, the Hagia Sophia would have never been completed or built. Because that was the very first year he began building in 532 when that riot broke out among those European Arabs. Okay? Now, let me go a little further. A rich prince by the name of Ibn Harith Gabala came to Theodora, the wife of Justinian, and said, listen, send someone to evangelize among my people, among us Arabs. See that? And she went and got one of her pets, Jacob Baradaeus, known as Jacob Barade. Okay? And she built for him in 543 a church that is known today as the Jacobite Church. See, when let's go back in history, when Ptolemy I, when his image was refused by the Coptic Egyptians, priest society, or the ancient Egyptian priest society in Egypt, he closed those temples down, but he forbid any ancient Egyptian to build any type of building for the purpose of religious worship or for any type of spiritual gathering. They had to resort to their homes for spiritual fellowshipping and to the cemeteries where they buried their dead. Okay. Now, so therefore, all the way up until that time, we're talking about in 323 BCE, all the way up until 543 ACE, when Theodora and Justinian built a church in Syria for Jacob Baradaeus. And later that church was named the Jacobite Church. It was a Coptic church. So you want to know when the world's first Coptic church was erected? 543 in Syria. But guess what kind of church it was? It was a Monophysite church, not a Christian church, not a Diophysitic Christian. It was a Monophysite church. See, this is where our people in the African community get thrown off. See, they think that the Coptic church was in Ethiopia. No. See, because they always assimilate Coptic with Christianity.
Right.
No.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
See, but the Coptic church, the world's first Coptic church, was built in Syria by Theodora and Justinian for Jacob Baradaeus, a.k.a. as James Barade, in 543, for him to use as a headquarters to gather his missionary group, which contained 160 bishops and clergymen and women, to go out among the European Arabs and evangelize among them. Because those European Arabs did not want to become Christians because they were not satisfied with the Byzantine emperors. And the reason why they were not satisfied with the Byzantine emperors, it goes all the way back to Anastasius I in 517. In 517, the Byzantine ruler Anastasius I condemned and stop gladiator competition in the hippodrome, in the stadium. And that was a sport just as popular as football in America today. Can you imagine the President of the United States outlawing and abolishing football? This whole country would go up in smoke. Yeah. You see? So now, don't say nothing. Let me go on. So, he abolished gladiator competition. When he died in 518, his successor, his nephew Justin, came into power, and he kept that abolishment in place. When Justin died, his nephew came into power, Justinian I, and he kept that going. That's the reason why the Nicaea riots came about in 532, because they were all mad at the Byzantine ruler for stopping the gladiator competition over there. You see? And I'm bringing that all out in my book called The Historical Origin of Islam. There's never been a man that ever walked the earth in human form but the Prophet Muhammad. You see that? Now, Justinian has built the Hagia Sophia, right? He wants everybody to join and become a Christian. And these Arabs says, no way. Okay? So that's when Theodora got Jacob Bardaeus, her African Melkite pet, to go and evangelize among these Arabs. So Jacob Bardaeus, after Theodora built the world's first Coptic church, which was a Monophysite church in Syria in 543. He got 160 bishops and other clergymen and females. And the females, the females were nuns. They were called nuns. Or, better known, they were called virgins. Because the Melkite Coptic religious community practiced celibacy. The exterior Coptic religious community practiced celibacy. Jacob Bardaeus and his group, they all practiced celibacy. And I told you that the teaching staff in the Hagia Sophia comprised of the African, Melkite Africans, right? They all practiced celibacy. And the Hagia Sophia is nothing but an extension of Western Christianity in Rome. The seat of the Vatican, or the seat of Christianity, is in the Vatican. And the Pope and his hierarchy, what do they practice? They practice supposedly celibacy, don't they? You see, that's where they got it from, the African religious community. Okay? Now, when James Barday began to evangelize among these Arabs, he was teaching them a monophysitic theology. See? They were Monophysites. They did not believe in the two natures of this Christ. They were all Monophysites. Okay? And then through the years, they began to physically fight the Byzantine emperors. Physically. The African Monophysites only argued among themselves. They never related or stooped to violence. They argued among themselves by way of a polemic. But these Arabs, these European Arabs, who are known in history as the Saracen Arabs and the Seljukian Turks, they fought in physical form to try to destroy the Byzantine Empire, try to destroy the Hagia Sophia, etc., etc.
Just tell me, who are the Arabs? What are they made up of? Are they Africans?
No, they're Indo-Europeans.
Arabs and
The Arabs today are considered Indo-Europeans. a mixture of Europeans and Indians, Pakistanians, Afghanians, etc., etc. Okay, but originally, when Alexander the Greek came into Egypt in 332 BCE, the Europeans began to come into Africa and into Egypt and into Turkey and into Iran and Iraq in large numbers. They came out of the Slavic southern areas of Europe. They came out of Bulgaria. They came out of Yugoslavia, Albania, Hungary. They came out of Greece. They came out of southern Russia via the way into Iran and Iraq. Okay? And then through the years, the people of India, under the influence of Islam, began to mingle.
Under the influence of
Islam, yes.
But Islam don't go back that far.
That's right. But I'm saying in later years, I said, under the influence of Monophysitic teachings, put it like that, that later became Islam. See?
Okay.
See, in order to, if you ask a Muslim, in order for you to understand anything about Islam, you really have to know the historical origin of Christianity first.
Correct.
And then you got to know the historical origin of the Monophysites. See? So from Monophysitic Christianity or from Monophysitic theology came Mohammedanism / Islam. So that goes into another story. But let me finish here, then I'll let you continue. So you see, Clemson, there was no seat for Christianity in Europe, in Rome. Okay? Now, with all that fighting going over there, I'm jumping ahead now. We're going into the time of the Crusades. Okay? With all that fighting going on over there, in that region of the world, we're talking about Northeast Africa and Turkey and Egypt and all across North Africa, these Seljukian Turks fighting the Byzantine rulers and fighting the other Europeans coming into that region to try to take land. Okay? Under the disguise of trying to say we're coming over here to protect Christianity. They could give less than a damn about Christianity. They came over there to take land. That's what they wanted, like I explained prior to that. Now, the Hagia Sophia, the picture of the Hagia Sophia, I told you, represented Europe or Western Christianity. The picture of Constantinople represented the Monophysites. You heard of the Greek Orthodox Church?
Yes.
Or the Eastern Orthodox Church? The Greek Orthodox Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church, anything that says Greek Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox, etc., etc., that means that that church followed the guidelines of one Photius. Okay, Photius was a patriarch of Constantinople who was a Monophysite patriarch. Photius in the 9th century, 869, 870. One, he did not recognize the patriarch of the Hagia Sophia. Did not recognize him. They argued all the time. Number two, he refused to accept the filioque in the creed. And the word filioque means he refused to accept the Son, which is known as Christ, in the creed. What creed? The Homogeneous Creed, or the Nicene Creed, that was created in 325. And he refused to practice celibacy. So now in 1054 comes a Greek Orthodox Church, okay, using the formula or the doctrine of the Patriarch of Constantinople. In other words, the Greek Orthodox Church refused to accept Christ. And that's all been changed today. But I'm talking about back in the middle of the 11th century, 1054. They refused to accept the Filioque, or the Filioque meaning Christ, as being the Son of God. And God was Osiris as being the God, coming out of the ancient Egyptian divine triad. Okay? See, so you have to understand that. See, a lot of people don't know that. They don't realize that. But to know the difference between the Patriarch of Constantinople and the Patriarch of the Hagia Sophia. Okay? Altogether different. Okay? Now, with all the fighting during the time of the Crusades, when the Seljukian Turks was really kicking butts over there, every army that came over there, they ran them out. You know, they was in control. Okay, so it was imminent that the Hagia Sophia was going to fall, was going to be destroyed. Okay, so therefore, the Europeans in Europe began to try to find and move the seat of Christianity out of Northeast Africa into Europe. See that? Yeah. They knew that the Hagia Sophia was going to fall, because you had all that fighting going on over there. The Hagia Sophia was like an island surrounded by Monophysites, by the enemy. Just a matter of time. So you know what they did? To prepare the Europeans in France, they began to build in 1163 the Church of Notre Dame. In 1230 they finished that church in Paris, France. That was going to be the seat of Christianity, but it never got off the ground for that purpose, even though they finished Notre Dame and it's gone on to be just a regular church. Okay, but that was going to be the seat of Christianity. You see? Now, where was the ecclesiastical power of the seat of Christianity? Where? No. The Hagia Sophia.
Yeah, okay, yes.
You see that?
Turkey.
In Turkey. They're trying to, they know that it is just a matter of time before the Hagia Sophia was going to be destroyed. So they began to prepare another seat in Europe for it. That's when I told you they began to build the Church of Notre Dame in 1163 and finished it in 1230. But it didn't come off that way. But now, in the meantime, who had ecclesiastical power over that seat of Christianity, that church who had the seat of Christianity, was the Byzantine ruler. So John 8, I'm going to jump a little bit, John 8 in 1439, you know what he did? He merged the Eastern Church with the West. And at that point, he gave up ecclesiastical authority. In 1439. 6 years later, you know what they was doing? In Rome, on the outskirts of Rome, they was building St. Peter's Church, that is known as St. Peter's Basilica, who is today is the seat of European Roman Christianity. It's the seat of Roman Christianity. In 1445. See that? Yeah. 8 years after the beginning of St. Peter's Church, which took them 181 years to build what is known as the Vatican. They built it on the outskirts of Rome over the Catacombs. They wanted to build over the Catacombs because they wanted to build over a supposed tomb of Peter. Peter is the one that gives the Pope today the authority, the ecclesiastical authority to be the vicar of Christ. So he gets his authority from Peter. And if you go into the Vatican and St. Peter's Basilica, the Pope sits on his throne in front of steps leading down into the catacombs. where the supposed burial place of Peter took place. Never been a Peter. See, but this is what's happening today. So a lot of people think that this church has been over there all these years. No, that's been the seat of Christianity. No. The seat of Christianity was in Northeast Africa in the Hagia Sophia. Okay?
Well, since you know you got up to 1000 and so forth, but isn't Islam supposed to have come about in 640 A.D. somewhere around there? How does Islam interface with this?
See, that's what you're saying is you're using traditional literature. The stories that's attached in traditional religious Islamic literature. They're saying that a Prophet Muhammad was born in Mecca in 570 and died in Medina and was buried in Medina in 632. That's tradition. There's never been a Prophet Muhammad. That's historically incorrect. Okay? My book, The Historical Origin of Islam, will bring all that out, dispel all of that. In my book, The Historical Origin of Islam, there's never been a man that walked away from human form by the name of Prophet Muhammad. I'm going to bring out some very shocking, surprising things to our African community. Okay? And I will go into that in detail. Okay?
Just give us a quick peek, just so I can know
where
Islam comes from.
Yeah, Islam first comes from Monophysitic Christianity. That's what you have to understand.
I gather that.
Okay?
It's kind of continuation.
Right, it's a continuation, see. Christ and Muhammad is one and the same. Christ has a body and a face in this icon or pictorial form. The pictorial form of the Prophet Muhammad is faceless. That means that, what did the Monophysites say about Christ? They said he had no human nature, right? Now they show you, they said that in Orthodox Islam, it's against the law to show any images of the Prophet Muhammad, right? But when they do show you an image of the Prophet Muhammad, and I got that in my book also, an image of the Prophet Muhammad, standing next to this icon Christ. When they show you an image of the Prophet Muhammad, it's faceless. So a person or an image without a face is what? A non-human.
Right.
See? So that goes back to the monophysitic doctrine of Christ not having a human nature. See? In my book also I'm bringing out that this icon of Christ was given through the process of history 5 names. First one was Serapis. The next one was Christ. The third one was Zeus. The fourth one was Jupiter. And the fifth one was Muhammad. See, Christ is also Muhammad. Became Muhammad the Christ in the 13th century. My book will explain all of that.
Can't wait for the book.
Okay. A lot of people are waiting for that book.
Yeah.
See, so my book will dispel all the myths concerning Islam, like my book dispels the myth pertaining to Christianity.
All right. We'll head out. Now, Brother Williams, you were saying how the Europeans managed to come in and get Africans to sell Africans into slavery.
First place you have to understand this, Clemson, is this. The plan was made outside of Africa by the Europeans. The plan being that they, the Europeans, designed a plan and designated a certain area or a certain country in Africa to go in and take the human cargo, which are Africans, out of Africa and take them away from the continent of Africa and place them in other parts of the world to make slaves out of them or whatever they wish to make out of these indigenous Africans. So the answer to that question would be that the Europeans created a plan first. This was This was nothing that was done haphazardly or by accident. They set out with a plan to do exactly what they did. So when they got to their designated country or place in Africa, they began to initiate their plan. And the plan was to take the indigenous Africans out of Africa and place them into a slave servitude position in what they call the New World, which is the United States of America. Okay? And they use trickery and bribery by offering trinkets and other foolishness and other artifacts and things to the head of that particular country or head of that tribe. That's how it was done. It was planned.
In terms of the African economy, it's been said that the Europeans undermined the already existing trade routes and African economic systems. Has your study shown you how this was done?
No, I mean, the Europeans show you every day how it's done because they are doing and duplicating the same thing all over the world and have done it for many, many years. They set out, like I said before, and they plan their movement. This is nothing done haphazardly. So what I'm saying to you is that they call a meeting with the people who they're going to involve themselves into this plan. And they began to initiate the plan. They see what it takes to initiate the plan, who is designated in their group to do certain things, to bring this plan into realization, and they set out to do that. And they have the means and the whereabouts and the knowledge and the wisdom to do this. So it doesn't take a whole lot of knowledge and wisdom to go in and dominate and kill and destroy and terrorize people, but this is their nature. So this is all part of a plan that the Europeans had concocted to benefit themselves and dehumanize the Africans and other indigenous people around the world.
The archives is huge. It's 30,000 hours. Yeah, we digitize it, organize it, and save it for African people.
On planet Earth, known to us today as the ancient Egyptians. But coming out of high school, being indoctrinated with the school system that had taught me up to that point, I took what information that Sun gave me and stored it away in my subconscious mind until 20 years later, I found myself in Italy on a tour there. And the tour guide was showing us all of the ruins and the history of the Romans and the Italians and etc. And I felt very bad because I had nothing to show the world as a Negro but slavery. So when this tour guide on the Rome bus said over the intercom system, when the Romans went to Egypt to receive their civilization, something lit up inside of me, something illuminated inside of me. And at that point, I recall what Sun Ra had told me and the rest of the guys 20 years prior to that, that we were descendants of the greatest people that has ever existed on this earth, known to us today as the ancient Egyptians. And that's how it all began.
Mm-hmm. Now, you have done quite a bit of research, I understand, in terms of Egypt and the origins of Christianity. I just want to let you, if you would for us, kind of lay out a chronology of Christianity, how it came about, when it came about. Is it not an accurate assessment of a religion that comes out of Egypt, Africa? What's your feelings? What's your research tell us in regard to Christianity?
Well, let's start with religion, period. Mm-hmm. Let's start and go back during the time of antiquity. The word antiquity means ancient times. Mm-hmm. You'll find that the ancient Egyptians, who are Africans, living in the continent of Africa, and the rest of the Africans throughout Africa, practice no religion. You will also find that no race of people on earth during the time of antiquity practiced a religion of any kind whatsoever. Now, here come the European into the continent of Africa, in Egypt. We're talking about Alexander the Greek in 332 BCE, coming in Africa. That is the beginning of the creation of man-made religions, because all religions are man-made. No human on earth was born with a religion of any kind. All humans of all races, creeds, and color are born with an indwelling spirituality that their Creator gave to them at the time of their birth, after using their mother and father as human instruments to bring the human being into this world, giving them an indwelling spirituality. And that indwelling spirituality is in tune and in place and in touch with the omnipotent universal spiritual consciousness. In other words, that individual's creator is inside of them. Mm-hmm. And the human being is kept in constant contact with their individual creator by way of their pineal gland. What is a pineal gland? A pineal gland is a sensor organ that sits in the middle of your brain. And the bottom of that pineal gland is your nostrils. What do you do with your nostrils? You intake air to keep that indwelling spirit alive inside of you. And once that indwelling spirit is kept alive, then you, the human being, is kept in constant contact with your creator. You can communicate back and forth with your creator. Now, going back to ancient Egypt, the ancient Egyptians did not practice a religion, okay? They practiced what is known as a spiritual way of life. They knew the cosmic laws of the universe. They practiced a concept that is known to us today as the Ma'athian principle, or the principle of Ma'at. Truth, justice, peace, love, and wisdom. This is their whole concept on how they conducted their life. These are the principles that they use. Also, they paid homage to nature, the nature that was created by the omnipotent universal spiritual creator, such as the sun, the moon, the stars, the earth, the animals, humanity, etc. They, the ancient Egyptians, civilized this whole entire planet. And of course, as you know, that the Europeans terrorized this whole entire planet, including themselves. So here come Alexander the Greek into Egypt. Repeat what I just said prior, that the whole world, including the continent of Africa and the ancient Egyptians, practiced no religion, because there was no such thing as a religion on earth. So when Alexander the Greek came into Egypt, seeing the great and grand and glorious civilization that our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, had created in Egypt, in the continent of Africa, they wanted to be made part of that civilization. They knew, the Greeks knew, that in order to rule Egypt, they had to be accepted in the ancient Egyptian sacred society, the priesthood. They knew that. Alexander tried to get himself admitted into the sacred society of ancient Egypt. The ancient Egyptians rejected Alexander. And Alexander died in 323 BCE. His successor was Ptolemy I, Lagi, called Soter. The word S-O-T-E-R means savior. Okay? Now, Ptolemy I, Lagi, called Soter, was a European white man with long flowing hair and a beard, a facial beard, and blue eyes. He wanted to get himself admitted into the ancient Egyptian priest society also. But also, they rejected him like they did Alexander. But he came up with a devious, cunning idea to get himself accepted into the ancient Egyptian sacred society. He said to a group of priests and priestesses in Memphis, Egypt, said, if you could make my image into a god, so my image could be accepted into the rest of the priest societies around and throughout Egypt, then we Greeks and you ancient Egyptians will have a common deity in your sacred society. So the only sacred priest society that would accept his offer was in Memphis, Egypt. They, the priests and priestesses of that sacred society in Memphis, Egypt, took two of their ancient Egyptian gods, such as Osiris and the bull representative of Ra, Apis, and put those two names together and made a composite name of Osiris. Giving the name Osiris or Serapis to this Greek ruler, Ptolemy I Lagi, called Soter. So the image of Ptolemy I, called Soter, is now Serapis, been given a name by this priest society in Memphis, Egypt. Okay? They tried to get his image with this new name, Serapis, into the rest of the societies around Egypt. The ancient Egyptian priest society at that time rejected that idea because the ancient Egyptians did not allow or accept any foreigners in their sacred society. There was no integration during that time. The ancient Egyptians did not integrate with other races of people, and the other races of people did not integrate with other races of people throughout the world. Okay? So now, here you have an entire priest society in Egypt rejecting this Greek ruler, Ptolemy I Lagi, called Soter. What he did at that point was to close down all of the sacred temples throughout Egypt, except for the one in Memphis, Egypt, that created his image into a supposed god. Then he, as being the Ptolemaic ruler of Egypt, of the sovereign head of Egypt, he became the vicar of his own image. In other words, the same as. The word vicar means the same as. And every succeeding Greek Ptolemy and the Romans, which the Romans and the Greeks are one and the same, whoever ruled Egypt, they sat in the rulership of Egypt, being the vicar of Serapis. Okay? What they did at this point was try to get the ancient Egyptians, at that time they were then Coptic Egyptians, to accept this image as a god on equal terms as the Coptic Egyptians accepted Osiris, their ancient Egyptian deity. But that was rejected. So what he did, he closed down all of the temples throughout Egypt. He confiscated all of their divine scroll written manuscripts, housed them into the temple in Memphis, Egypt. And he did not allow the priests and priest society of Egypt to build any other temples for spiritual fellowship. So what they did, they took to their homes to have spiritual fellowship together. Okay? So, in the meantime, every Greek ruler and every Roman ruler would try to get this image that we know today as Jesus the Christ. Then it was known as Serapis. One has to follow Serapis throughout history. And once you do that, then you will see the progression of how Christianity and how this Christ image, or how the Serapis image was transformed into the Christ image, or into the name Christ. History is the only entity that will give you the closest facts for an individual to understand that progression. History is made up of 4 components: time, people, places, and events. That is the glue that make up history. That's the substance that make up history. Real time, real places, real people causing and creating real events. So now here you have, through the process of time. Now let me go back a little bit. The image and the name of Ptolemy I Lagi, called Sotar, was given this name Serapis by the Coptic Egyptians in Memphis, Egypt. The year was 320 BCE. So from 320 BCE all the way until BCE times ran out, and we're going into another area or era of history, I had to label it ABCE. That's in my book called The Historical Origin of Christianity. That's the term I invented, ABCE. I'm the first person that I know of that uses that term. Okay? Because I created it, of course. It means that after BCE ran out, because there's never been a man that ever walked the earth in human form, of any race, creed, or color, by the name of Jesus Christ, never existed. Is a myth. So therefore I couldn't use AD, because I would be historically incorrect. So from 320 BCE, we're going to give a short overview, but everything else has been written and documented in my book, The Historical Origin of Christianity. But I'm going to give you a short overview to get to some of the main points. So from 320 BCE all the way to the time of the first council meeting. We're talking about the Council of Nicaea I, or the Nicene Council. In my book, I'm the only historian that's bringing this out. There was 3 major events that caused the Council of Nicaea I in 325 ABCE to come about. Those 3 things are: 1, the Donatist schismatic controversy 2, the donation of Constantine. 3, the strong statement of Arius in 319. All three of those historical events caused the Council of Nicaea to come about, or the Nicene Council to come about. And this is 325 ABCE. This is what happened. Anybody who studied the ancient Egyptian culture, they will come across the ancient Egyptian divine triad, which consists of Osiris the father, Horus Jr., the son, the S-U-N, this is very important, the S-U-N, and Isis, the Holy Hathor mother. You will find those as being the ancient Egyptian divine triad. Okay? Now, at the Council of Nicaea, they took this European image by the name of Serapis, which is nothing but the image of Ptolemy I, Lagi, called Sotar. And I told you how that image of Ptolemy I, Lagi, called Sotar, who was a successor of Alexander the Greek, how his image was given a composite name using the two deities of the ancient Egyptian culture, came about in 320 BCE, how that name was applied to that Greek Ptolemaic ruler. So now here you have, at the Council of Nicaea, a group of Melkite Coptic Egyptians who caused this council meeting to come about. But before this council meeting came about, the donation of Constantine was given to a Coptic Egyptian by the name of Sylvester I. This is all historical. This is all historical evidence. This is what I'm talking about. Anybody can go and get themselves a set of encyclopedia and investigate what I'm saying. And it's all there. Okay? Now, this donation of Constantine was given in 313 and 314 to Sylvester I by Constantine, the Greek ruler or the Roman ruler of Egypt and the Byzantine Empire. Okay? Now, the donation of Constantine goes like this. Every Greek ruler and every Roman ruler who sat on the throne and ruled Egypt sat on the throne as the vicar of Serapis, just like the Pope in the Vatican sits on the throne as the vicar of Christ. These Greek and Roman rulers sat on the throne of Egypt as the vicar of Serapis, who later became Christ. And we're going to get to that part. It was always a constant desire of any Greek ruler and Roman ruler after Ptolemy I Lagi, Sotar's death, for the exterior Coptic community to accept this white image as God. And they totally rejected that. Only the Melkite Uncle Tom Coptic Egyptians accepted this image because they were the ones, and their brethren and sisters before them created this image or this name of Serapis, which was given to this Ptolemaic ruler, Ptolemy I Lagi, called Sotar. Now, here's how the donation of Constantine worked. After the Donatist schismatic controversy came about, and we're talking about 302, 303, ABCE, in North Africa, because it's listed in the encyclopedia and your dictionaries, some dictionaries, when you look up the Donatist schismatic controversy, it says a North African schismatic controversy. The Donatist schismatic controversy was over a group or a member of the Coptic community turning over certain writings to Diocletian, who was the Roman ruler at that time. We're talking about 303, 305. Now, mind you, that Coptic community, who I call the exterior Coptic community, did not accept Serapis as a god. Okay? So they were under constant persecution at all times by the Greek and Roman rulers of Egypt. So now, mind you, these Greek and Roman rulers, like I said before, had for many years tried to get that community to accept this white image as a god, but they were always rejected. So now here comes the Donatist schismatic controversy. The controversy that caused a split in the African Coptic Egyptian community was the Donatist schismatic controversy, simply because members of that community turned over sacred writings to Diocletian in 303, 305. And that was against the principles of that Coptic Egyptian exterior community. They didn't agree with that. They said that Mansurius should have allowed himself to be persecuted by the Roman rulers rather than to turn over the documents. So that caused a split there, a breakup. And it reminds me of the time in Chicago, Illinois. I'm from Chicago. During the time of Harold Washington, a lot of you have heard and know about Harold Washington, okay? When Harold Washington came to be the mayor in 1983, our African community in Chicago were unified, 100% strong behind Harold Washington. When he died in 1987, our community was split because the white structure, we're talking about the white political structure in Chicago, picked a member from our race that we didn't want to be the mayor. They picked him for us, for him to be the mayor. And then that was Eugene Sawyer. And then this guy, Tim Evans, had a group that wanted him to be the mayor. So what happened there is that this caused a schism there, a split, a weakness, because prior to that, we were 100% unified, okay, as one body, one political body. This split caused a white man by the name of Richard M. Daley to come up between this schismatic controversy in Chicago to become the mayor, because it weakened our voting power.
Correct.
Okay? So now, this is the same thing that the Donatist schismatic controversy did in Egypt. You see? So, Constantine said, wow, this is a good time for me to find someone in the Coptic Egyptian community to accept Serapis, which is this white image, as a god. And what he did with this individual, whom he found in Sylvester I, he told Sylvester, said, listen, Sylvester, I'm going to give you my imperial emblems of power on a temporal basis. And you will have temporal power over your brothers and sisters in the Coptic community. Okay? Whether they be Melkite Egyptians or whether they be Monophysite Egyptians. whatever the case. So this deal was struck. And the second thing that Constantine wanted to do was to get himself baptized in that community. This is the key. This is very key. So once Constantine was baptized in that community, he became just a member of that community because he had given his imperial authority and power to Sylvester I. He had no more power over the Coptic Egyptians in and throughout Africa under his rule. The authority was now in the hands of Sylvester I. So what he did, the job that he gave to Sylvester by giving him the donation of Constantine. Now what you do, Sylvester, go out and you get the rest of the Coptic Egyptians living in and around Egypt to accept this white image as their God. Sylvester was unable to do that. And Constantine, after giving this donation of Constantine, what is known as in history as a donation of Constantine, to Sylvester I, there was a Coptic Egyptian by the name of Arius, who said, after Sylvester accepted the donation of Constantine from Constantine, who said that this Serapis, then known as Serapis, known today as Jesus the Christ, was a created creature, a perfect creature, but a creature nevertheless. And those three historical events, the Donatist schismatic controversy, the donation of Constantine, and a strong statement by Arius, caused the Council of Nicaea I to come about in 325 ABCE. At that council meeting, this is what they did. The Melkite Coptic Uncle Tom, bourgeois Egyptians, this is what they did. They took the image of Serapis, known to us today as Jesus the Christ, and inserted that white male created creature image into the ancient Egyptian divine triad by taking out Horus Jr., the S-U-N, the son of Osiris, the son of Isis, and putting in his place this European image, or this white image that we know today as Jesus Christ, then known as Serapis, into that ancient Egyptian divine trinity or triad. Okay? So that is how this Nicene Council, or the Council of Nicaea, came about. Now when this white image, who is the S-O-N, and you heard the term that Jesus Christ is the Son of Man. Have you ever heard that, Reverend?
Yes, absolutely.
This is what they meant, because Jesus Christ is the Son of Man, and man can only create a creature. Man cannot create anything with life in it unless he is mated with a goddess or a female. But man singularly cannot create anything but a creature, something that's spiritless, something that has no life to it. So that term, when you hear that term, Jesus Christ, the Son of Man, that's true, because Jesus Christ was created by man, thereby can only be called a creature without a human nature. Okay? And this created creature was now inserted into the ancient Egyptian divine trinity. And when that was done, he was put in place of Horus, the S-U-N of that trinity, thereby being the S-O-N, and of the Father. Now who is the Father? Osiris is the Father. Isis is the mother. Okay? And once that was done, they are calling that the Homogeneous Creed. See? The Homogeneous Creed and the Nicene Creed is one and the same. All of this is explained in my book. Then you go to the next council meeting, 56 years later in 381, the Council of Constantinople I. At that council meeting, what went on there was that they took the homogeneous Nicene Creed and made it the official creed of the Roman Byzantine government. See? The first order of business, starting at that council meeting and succeeding to the rest of the council meeting, the first order of business was this: the Homogeneous Creed, the reciting of the Homogeneous Creed. This is how the creed was recited. God the Father, talking about Osiris now. God the Son, talking about Serapis, now known to us today as Jesus Christ, one and the same. That's the homogeneous Nicene Creed. God the Father, God the Son, the same. This is all history. Has nothing to do with what I believe. I have done 25 years of research to come to this point. I have an award of $5,000 to give to anybody of any race, creed, or color that can repudiate when I say that there's never been a man that ever walked the earth in human form of any race, creed, or color by the name of Jesus Christ. Repudiate that and you have $5,000 coming from me. Show me where a Jesus Christ exists or existed on earth in human form. Okay? So now, that was the business of the Council of Constantinople I, to make the homogeneous Nicene Creed the official creed of the Roman Byzantine Empire. Then, Reverend, we're going to go up to the most important council meeting that has ever existed on earth. The council meeting that I'm talking about is the Council of Ephesus in 431.
Let me ask you one question.
Sure.
Before we go to the Council of Ephesus. What was it in those sacred manuscripts that the priesthood did not want given to the Greeks?
It was nothing. See, those sacred manuals and manuscripts that the priesthood had stored in their temples, their sacred temples, was confiscated once those temples was closed down and taken and stored in the temple in Memphis, Egypt. Okay? They were written in hieroglyphics. The Greeks coming into Egypt were illiterate. They couldn't read it anyway. There's never been an institution that ever came out of Greece during the time of antiquity, because the Greeks had no alphabet. See, George G.M. James in his Stolen Legacy has given our community some misinformation. He said that the Greeks studied with the ancient Egyptians. That's totally historically incorrect. How can and why would the ancient Egyptians, who at that time and still are the highest civilized people on planet Earth, the only people during the time of antiquity that were literate, the rest of the world were illiterate, the reason being that the ancient Egyptians was the highest civilized people on earth, because they had such a high spirituality that was in tune with omnipotent universal cosmic order. That's number one. And that by them being the world's first and oldest civilized people, everything that was created came by and through that culture and civilization, such as paper, pen, ink, the alphabet. They had 3 forms of writing: the hieroglyphics, hieratic, demotic, and the phonetic. That's all in my book. Okay? Furniture was invented and used by the ancient Egyptians. Eating utensils, mathematics, science, domesticating the earth, domesticating the animal, building and living in brick buildings. The whole concept of what we know today and take granted to be civilization came through that one race of African people in the continent of Africa, in Egypt, by a people that's known to us today as the ancient Egyptians. Okay? Now, they are the ones that created civilization. And let me tell you something about the alphabet. The alphabet can only be invented one time. So whoever created the alphabet, that was it. Who created the alphabet, the world's first form of writing in the alphabet, was the ancient Egyptians. So the Greeks coming into Egypt under Alexander the Greek were uncivilized savages. They had no alphabet. They were illiterate. Why would the ancient Egyptians take some illiterate people into their sacred society who cannot read or write, who is uncivilized, who is a savage? What are they going to teach them? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. They were not running a kindergarten. So the Greeks were illiterate. So they had confiscated the ancient Egyptians' manuscripts after closing down the temples throughout Egypt. This is what Ptolemy I Lagi did, because the ancient Egyptian sacred society would not accept his image in their priest society. Okay? Now, you heard of the Great Library of Egypt, haven't you? There are many stories about the Great Library of Egypt. I'm deviating a little bit, but this is good, because we are right here at this subject. Good. You've heard all kinds of stories about the Great Library of Egypt, that Alexander was a student of Aristotle. Aristotle was supposed to have been his teacher. There's never been an Aristotle. Never been. They say that Plato was the teacher of Aristotle. They said that Socrates was the teacher of Plato. Never been a Socrates, never been a Plato, never been an Aristotle, never been a Herodotus, never been a Homer, never been a Pythagoras. There's never been a Solon, never been any of those Greek names. They said that Alexander created the Great Library of Egypt to house the hundreds of books that Aristotle supposedly have written.
Collected.
Well, supposed to have written. Okay? They say that he wrote these books. This is what is stated in history. Walter Williams comes back and says, that's not true. The reason being, and what makes it not to be true, is this. The question that I ask anybody who repudiate what I'm saying is that, what alphabet did these Greek names use? Because all of these Greek names, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Herodotus, Homer, Pythagoras, Solon, etc., supposed to have existed prior to 332 when Alexander entered Egypt. Correct. So what alphabet did these Greek names use? Because the Greeks had no alphabet whatsoever. Because they were illiterate. This is how the Greek language got an alphabet. When Alexander the Greek came into Egypt and forced the Greek language on our ancient Egyptian ancestors, they, being a literate people, applied one of their alphabets to the Greek language, and that was the phonetic alphabet, the one that we're using every day. Okay? They applied the phonetic alphabet, because the phonetic alphabet that we use every day, you can write and use that alphabet by the sounds. Correct. See, if an individual don't know how to spell a certain word, you tell that person, use your phonetics.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That's right.
So when they learned the Greek language, they began to write it. So the Greek language, an alphabet was applied to the Greek language, but the Greeks never had an alphabet. Only their language, an alphabet was applied to by the ancient Egyptians. And so in later years, they claimed to have an alphabet, which is historically incorrect because I, Walter Williams, knows the difference. And I'm telling our African community the difference. Whether you want to argue with me or not, you cannot argue with me because I have just stated facts to you. And facts are stronger than argument, more profound than reasoning, more dependable than opinions. Silence this dispute, supersedes predictions, and facts always end the argument. Once you present facts, that ends the argument. Unless, of course, that you're talking to someone that don't want to accept the facts.
So before I interrupt you, you were talking about the most important council, the Council of Nicaea.
No, the Council of Ephesus.
Ephesus, you just
Yeah, in 431.
Okay, good.
The reason why this is the most important council meeting for the creation of Christianity and Christ is this. The Monophysites. Now, what is a Monophysite? A Monophysite is a Coptic Egyptian who says that the image of Serapis, known to us today as Jesus Christ, had an Osiris-like spirit, but no human nature. See, mono means one. No human nature is very important. So what the Melkite, Uncle Tom, bourgeois Egyptians did, they called a council meeting that is known today in history as the Council of Ephesus 431. Now, you know that in order for anyone or any person on earth to be a human being, has to pass through the body of a female,
That's correct.
of a woman. You cannot be a human being unless you pass through the body of a female. So now, the problem now in the African community in Egypt and the polemic between the Melkite and the Monophysite Coptic Egyptian is whether this image of Serapis that we know today as Jesus Christ had a human nature. Now, in order to get or have a human nature, like I said before, you have to come through the body of a female. Now, this is what they did to get this Serapis image that's known today as Jesus Christ, a human nature. This is what they did. They went into the ancient Egyptian divine triad, and they took Isis out of that divine triad, and they put in her place a created creature by the name of the Virgin Mary, giving this Virgin Mary the title of Theotokos. The word Theotokos means the mother of God. And they took this created creature with this title of Theotokos, the Virgin Mary, and they amalgamated this created creature, Serapis, with the created creature, the Virgin Mary, with the title of Theotokos, the Mother of God. And the Coptic Melkite Egyptians said, when this was done, when this union was done, that this image that was known as Serapis, now known today as Jesus Christ, is now the anointed one. And it is now the Messiahs. I didn't say Messiah. A-H, I didn't say that. A-S, that's the difference. A-H can only be used for the religion of Judaism. A-S, you use the Messiah that's spelled with A-S on the end can be used for Christianity only. So the Coptic Egyptian said, now this image is the Messiahs. And in Coptic Egyptian Greek, because the Greek language was forced on them when Alexander came in to Egypt. So they were now beginning to speak Greek. So in the Coptic Egyptian spoken Greek, the term Messias, or the anointed one, means Christos, or in English, Christ. So at the Council of Ephesus is where that image that was then known as Serapis became the Christ. You see, through a process. You see? So that was in 431. Now let's go back to the beginning when this image was created in 320 BCE using the image of Ptolemy I Lagi, the Greek ruler, and the successor of Alexander the Greek after his death in 323. You see? So that was a process of time of 751 years before you get this image of Serapis into the image and the name Christ, which is a title. See? People, you go to church, they've been indoctrinated into the religion called Christianity at an early age, know nothing about Christianity, because they become believers, and they use their faith, and they use the literature that's attached to these various religions to keep their belief alive. But see, what I'm talking about is facts, historical facts, has nothing to do with what Walter Williams believed. What I believe is strictly unimportant. Am I telling you the truth?
Yes.
That's the key. That's the question that has to be asked. Am I, Walter Williams, telling you the truth? If I'm not telling you the truth, then put what's the truth in the place of what I'm not telling you as being the truth, and write it up in a repudiating manuscript. Says, Walter Williams, I disagree with you. There was a man that walked this earth in human form by the name of Jesus Christ, and then write it up for me and you get a $5,000 award. Okay? Now, let's go back. Or before I go back, let's go 20 years later. And we come to the Council of Chalcedon, 451. Now the dispute is still going on in the Monophysite community and in the Melkite community, whether this Christ now had a human nature. See, in my research in my book that I'm doing for the historical origin of Islam, whereby I'm saying there's never been a man that ever walked the earth in human form by the name of the Prophet Muhammad. When in my doing that research, Reverend Brown, I came across the understanding that this polemic argument went on for 921 years over whether this image that we know today as Jesus Christ had a human nature. So now, if this Jesus Christ had a human nature or was a human being, why is the argument for 921 years over whether this image had a human nature or not? See? That was astounding to me when I found that information out. Now let's go into the Council of Ephesus. I'm sorry, the Council of Chalcedon, 451. At the Council of Chalcedon, which was called in 451, it was called to, let's say, continue or bring to an end the polemic over whether this image of Christ, now Christ, was Serapis, had a human nature or not. So they came up with a lot of dogmatic decrees, and which was signed into law by that body of priests and priestesses at the Council of Chalcedon in 451, saying that what went on at the Council of Ephesus is valid, and we are no longer going to argue the point whether Christ had a human nature or not. We're going to end all arguments on that point. And when they closed the Council of Chalcedon in 451, you know what began at that moment? Christianity began. That's when Christianity officially began. This is history I'm talking about. Has nothing to do with traditional religious theology as practiced and preached by ministers and theology schools.
What did the Coptics believe in? Because it seemed to me that there was a connection between the Coptics and early Christianity. I mean, you know, that they believed in that. What was the belief of the Coptics?
Well, see, which Coptics are you talking about?
The Egyptian Coptics.
No, see, you had two schools of Coptics there. You had the Melkite Coptics, who became, because they're the ones that created this image that's known today as Jesus Christ. They created that image from the image of Ptolemy I. Mm-hmm. So they were the Melkite Coptics, who later became the Diophysitic Coptic Egyptians. The word Diophysitic means a person who believed in the two natures of Christ, thus becoming Diophysitic, or the image that we know today as Jesus the Christ, becoming Diophysitic, having a human nature and a spiritual nature. Okay. Versus the Monophysites. See, you got those two communities. Okay. The Monophysites said that this image that we know today as Jesus the Christ had only one Osiris nature, but no human nature. See, so you had those two schools there coming out of the Coptic community. What the confusion is today is that the term Coptic is synonymous with Christianity. Mm-hmm. That's not true.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
You see, that's not true. So you got to really go into history and find out about the Coptic community, because you had two divisions there because of that polemic.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But what I'm trying to get at would be the essence of their teaching, the morals, the values, the history of that story, like the Christ story has a history. When did that evolve? I mean, what were they teaching before that evolved? Or did they just transform the Isis and Isis and Horus story, Haru, into the Christian story of Mary, Jesus, and God?
That's the base foundation of it. Okay. Everything came out of ancient Egypt. That's your base foundation for all religions, especially Christianity, and including Islam, and including Judaism.
But what are the changes that they made? That's what I can see where they replace, as you have already explained, Jesus with Horus, and tried to make Jesus and Osiris one and the same, the Father like the Son. But what were the foundational teachings? What was the essence of the religion that people believed in, and how is it different? I know that you said that in the Egyptian belief system, their worldview, one was innately born with spirituality and connected to God.
No, connected to the omnipotent, universal, spiritual.
Correct. I'm sorry.
Creator, okay. Not God.
How did they? Yeah. So they made that change. Go explain that. Go into that.
No, go. You finish defining what you're trying to say.
I'm trying to look at where we departed since this transition was made, and part of the teaching seemed to have been kept, since the foundation is Egyptian belief system, worldview.
Okay. This is, go ahead.
Go ahead. They didn't totally eradicate it.
No.
They just slipped in the image, the replace, but they had to do other things to confuse us. What were?
Okay, see, you're right at it, Reverend, is this. You have to go always in any subject back to the origin, or try to find the origin of any subject that you're talking about. Mm-hmm. If you don't go to the origin of the subject or subjects that you're talking about, then you won't know anything about the subject.
Okay.
See, that's very important for any researcher or anybody who is seeking the truth. Find the historical origin, what you're seeking, the subject that you're seeking, where did it begin and where did it start, by whom, what caused it to come about.
Okay.
All right, now, you just said, and I agree to that the foundation of Christianity comes from the ancient Egyptian culture and civilization, using the ancient Egyptian divine triad of Osiris the father, Horus the Sun, and Isis the holy Hathor cow mother. Okay? And from that foundation came, the use of that foundation became the foundation for Christianity. Okay? Now, what happened, this is what you have to understand. What happened through the years of time, people, places, and events, which creates and makes history. Through the years, different people throughout history used that foundation of the ancient Egyptian and began to embellish it, to florilegize it, to embellish it. So you can take one word, just one word, and you as a minister can attest to this. You can take one word, and you can take the word, let's say Christ, or you can take the word God, as this term is used in all religions. Just that one word, you can preach a whole sermon on that one word. Because you know, as a professional minister, you'll know how to florilegize that, embellish around that one word. So what they did, through the years, theologians and different people of authority, using that foundation to embellish around the ancient Egyptian divine triad. And one of those persons in history is Desiderius Erasmus. Very, very important. Because he was the one that created the New Testament. See? So by him being an ex-Roman Catholic priest, he knew the theology of Christianity to the point that he was an authority on it because he was trained in that discipline. You see that? So when he came out in 1516 with the world's first created New Testament called the Novum Instrumentum, 1516. 1519 they changed it to Novum Testamentum. 1535 they changed it to the New Testament. So he knew that. So he was one that embellished on that. Okay, using that foundation. Another person you can trace in history, I can give you a lot of names, is Lancelot Andrewes in the 17th century, who created the King James Version of the Bible. Also, he and his group of theologians creating the King James Version also created the gospel, the fourth gospel, called John. You see, let me tell you something else about John. What happens in John? Who becomes a Jew in John? Christ. That's when Christ became a Jew, in John. That's his history. That's historical.
Now, the story of Christ, as we know the story of Christ, when does it come about as we know that story today?
That's called patristic, traditional, religious theology. Has nothing to do with realism or history. It's strictly traditional teachings. It is taught to the believer and written in biblical form because the Bible is the literature for the believer in Christianity. Those stories have been written, as you stated, by different theologians, different people writing the Bible. Okay? Erasmus, Desiderius Erasmus, coming out in 1516, an ex-Roman Catholic priest, writing the Synoptic Gospels, or the New Testament, known as the Novum Instrumentum. He added 6 other manuscripts to that. He added 1 and 2 Peter, 1 and 2 Corinthians, Galatians, and the Epistle to the Romans. Those are 9 manuscripts that make up the New Testament. But those manuscripts was created by Erasmus. Okay? Adding to the story, or adding to traditional story that is in religious Christian theology today and taught to the theologians. Okay? Now, you go back, you have, like I said before, a history of the Bible. And you find, when you go into the history of the Bible, you'll find different people who has added their 2 cents in writing the Bible. You heard of William Tyndale?
Yes.
Okay. William Tyndale was a friend of Desiderius Erasmus. And he was the first man on earth to translate Erasmus' Novum Instrumentum, which was written in Greek, into English. And this was done in 1524 and 25. Okay? Then you have the next person writing a Bible was Miles Coverdale, 1539 and 1541. He wrote 3 Bibles. The Great Bible for Henry VIII, and he wrote the Cranmer Bible for Thomas Cranmer, who was the ecclesiastical spiritual advisor to Henry VIII. Then he wrote the Geneva Bible. So in writing these different Bibles, coming from different people using different perspectives, they're going to add certain things to the Bible to expand the literature for Christianity, which is made part of the traditional teachings now in Christianity. Then you go up to the Douay Bible, coming out of France, written by the friars, which the word friar means Christian brothers. They created a Bible. They came out with a censored Bible in 1583. That was a censored Bible written by them for the Roman Catholic Church, put into this Bible called the Douay Christian Bible. The things that they wrote in this Bible was information that the Pope wanted to put and have put into this Bible, because at that time you had the Renaissance era had begun, and the masses of people throughout Europe were beginning to learn to read and write. So what he did, he had this Douay Bible created, and these friar brothers who are Christians, Roman Catholics, created this Bible in 1583, what is known as the New Testament, a revision of the New Testament. But it was censored. Certain information could only be put in. You see? Now, I'm going to get up to your question. And I'm going to remind you of the question. Now, let's go back. Let's continue on, rather. So in 1610, those same friar brothers, Roman Catholics, came out with a censored Bible on the Old Testament. You see? Because going back, the first printed Bible that was printed on earth was in 1475, printed by the Jews. The Old Testament that was printed in 1475 was printed for Christians, not the Jews, because the Jews did not read no Old Testament. They used the Torah and the Talmud. So it wasn't for them, it was for Christians. You see? So now, going back to where we're at now. So in 1610, they came out with an Old Testament Douay Bible, the Roman Catholic Church, which was a censored Bible. Now, going back to 1475, this Bible that was printed, which is called the Pentateuch, or the Old Testament, was written for Christians, for the sole purpose of getting the Christian community who had been taught negative things about the Jews, getting them to begin to like and love the Jews, because in the Old Testament it tells you to love the Jews and that the Jews are God's chosen people. Is that true?
Not as far as I know. I mean, that's true in the Bible.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm talking about. I mean, I'm talking about I know you're talking about in reality. That's not
people I know is African.
This is true, but I'm saying in the Old Testament now. We're talking about Old Testament written literature now.
Correct.
Okay, this is what is being taught in traditional theology is what I'm saying.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying. So now, in 1611, after using a group of theologians to help him write what is known as the King James Version, I'm talking about Lancelot Andrewes and his group of theologians creating the King James Version. And when that happened in 1611, John was added. They wrote John. And in John, guess what, Reverend? Jesus was a Jew. Because if you get a Bible concordance and you look up Jew in there, they refer you to Jesus being a Jew in John. All through John. Not in the other three Gospels. And that was done on purpose.
Now, the Old Testament, or the Talmud.
Of the who?
The Talmud, what the Jews, what they call the Old Testament. What was that? How did that come about? And what is the accuracy of that? When did that originate and become a instrument of teaching and the Jewish books?
Well, the Jews never had an Old Testament. The Old Testament was strictly written and produced for the Christians. Okay, and I gave you a little historical.
But they are books. I mean, well, let's start this way. Who are the Jews? Where did they come from? And how did they evolve in terms of a religion?
Okay, now what I'm about to tell you, Reverend, no one on earth is going to tell you this. Now listen. Judaism, of the three major religions, is the third religion of those three. But they teach you just in reverse. They say that Judaism was first because they said that Jesus Christ was a Jew. So Judaism was first. They say after the death of Jesus Christ, then came Christianity. And then they're going to tell you that Islam is a combination of Judaism and Christianity. Historically incorrect.
How so?
Because I'm going to tell you now. You have to know the historical origin of Judaism. It was a man by the name of Solomon bar Isaac between the years of 1080 and 1100 who created the formula for Judaism by creating Sefer HaYasa literature. Sefer HaYasa means, Sefer means books, Ha means of, and Yasa means of the upright ones. Okay. Books of the upright ones. Who are the upright ones? Abraham, Isaac, Jacob.
All right.
Okay? Those are your upright ones. Later they added Solomon and so forth and so on, and other names. Now, What did Rashi, who is Rashi? Rashi was a Lombard. Let me tell you this, I'm going to make a statement. You never heard this statement before. In order for anybody of any race, creed, or color to find the historical origin of Judaism as a religion, you have to know the history of the Lombards and the Templars. Then you will find the historical origin of Judaism. You got to remove yourself from believing in traditional religious theology as being taught by these various religions. Yep, that's what you have to cease doing. See? So Rashi created the formula for Judaism by creating Sefer HaYasa literature, which is the base foundation of the Torah. The Torah is handwritten, used by a rabbi to teach the believer. Okay? The believer has to learn what the rabbi is teaching him from the Torah by way of memory. That way, that individual internalizes the laws, the rituals, the customs, and the ceremonies of Judaism. See, so you have to start there first to understand where these Old Testament literature and Bibles come from. Then you got to study Rashi, you got to study Jacob ben Meir, who's Rabbi Tam, you got to study Moses Maimon, called Maimonides, who's called Rambam. You see, it's a process. You got to study the Lombards, you got to study the Templars, all of that. So if you don't know all of that, then and if you believe in traditional religious theology, you got to throw that out. Traditional religious theology, you got to forget that. You got to take the Bible and throw all that in the garbage can. You got to take this dead white man on the cross, throw it in the garbage can. You got to clear and clean your system out of all religious ideas, beliefs, and thoughts and everything, and start all over again. And go after the historical origin of any subject, and then you will run into this. So it took me going on 25 years to find all of this.
Well, I guess what confuses me is that, I was in Israel, and they took us and showed us the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they said that these manuscripts went all the way back to before Christ. Found them in a cave there. How is that true? I mean, in terms of your research, would those documents, which were supposed to have been on, scrolls, and they were supposed to coincide pretty much with the same Old Testament that they have today, which would mean then that the Old Testament existed before Christ and has continuity to it. How would you explain that?
First, say that's not true. The Dead Sea Scrolls are 20th century European fakes. They have an exhibit in Chicago called Inside Egypt. When you go in the museum, the Field Museum in Chicago, they have a big sign on the wall telling you how they, the Europeans, can make a fake document to look so authentic that it will fool the expert. That's how they can do it. Number two, when you look at the alphabet that was written on these Dead Sea Scroll supposed manuscript, that alphabet is called by the European scholar community as Old Hebrew. And what they did, they took your ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, phonetic alphabet, and they're calling it Old Hebrew. And they created a stone called the Salam inscription, which is a fake. They made it. Okay? And they can create all these things. If you go into the University of Chicago, Johns Hopkins University, all these universities anyway, go down in their basement, they create what they want to create. The archaeologists, they go over in these countries and they dig in the ground. And you know what they do at night, Reverend? They plant certain artifacts. Now I have evidence of that because there was a male and a female archaeologist complaining to the Archaeological Society of the methods of how they, at these digs, how they, in the middle of the night, go there and plant artifacts to be found the next day. This is Europeans reporting on Europeans, some of their trickery. But, getting back to the Dead Sea Scrolls. So, this supposed Hebrew alphabet is ascribed to being the alphabet that was created by Rashi. Rashi is late 11th and early 12th century individual. Now these Dead Sea Scrolls supposed to have been dated back during the BC time.
Correct.
Coming from the caves, the Qumran caves in and around the Dead Sea.
Right.
Supposed to have been written by the Essene Society. Okay? That's not true. It's never been in the same.
I see it. I see it. That's it. Yes.
Essene. Essene.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
However you want to say it. Okay? Now, what I did was to prove to myself that the Dead Sea Scrolls were European fakes. I went over to a university class, I took a class at the University of Chicago. They were offering a DSS class, a Dead Sea Scrolls class. And I wanted to go over there and find out what these white folks was talking about and how they call themselves validating the Dead Sea Scrolls to try to make it valid. You know, they had fragments of the Dead Sea Scrolls passed around all over the world for different scholars to, let's say, decipher and come up with some type of consensus on to what was written on these scrolls. They never came about. You know that, don't you? It's all in the scholar community. It never came about.
Yeah, consensus, yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this. I went to the University of Chicago to take this DSS class, Dead Sea Scrolls class. What the Europeans are using to validate the Dead Sea Scrolls is that they're using 4 names. Josephus, which never existed as a human being. Philo Judaeus, which never existed as a human being. Eusebius Pamphili, or Eusebius of Caesarea, who never existed, supposed to be in the 4th century. Historian for the Roman Catholic Church. In the 4th century, there was no Christians, no church, and no Christianity. Okay? And they use Pliny the Elder. Those are the 4 names that they use. And there's never been a Pliny. See? So what they are doing, they are teaching this from a university point of view. It's in their system. So if Professor Charles Dudu out of Chicago University says that these manuscripts are valid, who is going to argue with him in the secular community? Because everybody looks up to these various universities.
Correct.
You see? So this is how they get away with it. I just gave you a short overview. If I had more time, we can go into more details if I had a classroom to teach from.
We're going to see if we can set that up. But I want to ask you another question that would confuse a lot of people, because they will go back to Rome, the Church of Rome, and the Church of Rome has been around since what, the 4th century, 3rd century AD or earlier?
Not true. I just got to telling you. Let me give you how to measure Christianity.
All right, but include this in your answer. because they claim that the Romans used to kill the Christians, and then the Romans converted to Christianity. Constantine made Christianity the state religion. But the Roman Church was around when? Give me the dates when the Roman Church was established.
I'm going to give you that.
Okay, good.
Constantine, during the time of Constantine, there was no Christians, no Christian church, and no Christianity. That's the 4th century. Okay?
Okay.
And see what they're doing, they're measuring Christianity from the supposed death of Jesus Christ, who's supposed to have died in 30 A.D. Right. There's never been a Jesus Christ. And how you measure Christianity is this, Reverend. When you go through history and you come up to the time of the Council of Ephesus, and this is all in my book, that's where they took the image of Serapis and made it into the Christ, the Messiah.
So when does what they call the Holy Roman Church begin?
I'm going to tell you that. I'm going to come up to that.
Okay.
But we first have to clear up about Christianity. You see? There was no Christianity during the time of Constantine. My book attests to that. If an individual tells you about a Christ, Christianity, or Christian church before the Council of Ephesus and before 532, when the world's first Christian church was built on planet Earth, and that was in Turkey, in a city called Constantinople, built by Justinian and his wife Theodora. That's history.
In 532.
532. That's in my book. It took them 5 years to finish it. In 537, they finished the Hagia Sophia. Okay? So, if anybody come and tell you that there was a Christianity or Christ before the Council of Ephesus in 431, they are historically incorrect. If anybody come and tell you that there was a Christian church prior to the Hagia Sophia being built in 532 by Justinian and his wife Theodora, they're historically incorrect. Okay? Now, getting to your story, your question rather. The Hagia Sophia is the first center and the first university for the Europeans. Okay? And the faculty and the teachers in that university, the Hagia Sophia and church, were Africans. They were your Coptic Egyptian Africans. They're the ones that taught the Europeans a semblance of civilization. Not what George M. James is saying in The Stolen Legacy, that the Greeks studied with the ancient Egyptians during the time of antiquity. No. That's not historically incorrect. Where the Europeans got civilization from the Africans came out of the Hagia Sophia, from those African teachers who made up the faculty there. See, I'm telling you something nobody else is telling you.
Yeah, you sure are.
Okay? That's in my book also. Okay? So, that church was in control during the time of the Byzantine era. The head of that, the ecclesiastical power, was in the hands of the emperor, the Byzantine emperor. Because at the Council of Constantinople II, Justinian took back the donation of Constantine from the African Melkite Coptic Egyptian community.
Took it back.
Took it back. Ecclesiastical power. See? So now, whoever was the patriarch in the Hagia Sophia was put there by the ruling Byzantine emperor. Okay? So now, let's go on. Let me give you a short overview to get to your question and give you an answer for that. Over the period of time, the city of Constantinople, which was the seat of the Byzantine Empire was being constantly threatened by invasion. Okay? Long story short, Constantinople in the year 1453 was penetrated by Muhammad II, who penetrated Constantinople and seized the Hagia Sophia, thus turned it into a Islamic mosque at the time. Okay? Now, that's in 1453, right? 8 years prior to that, they took the See, S-E-E, which is the seat of Catholicism, out of the Hagia Sophia and put it in the and began to build a see outside of Rome. Started to build the Vatican. This is in 1445. That's the date. That's your answer to when did 1445. You see? They started beginning to build St. Peter's Church. And it took them 181 years to build and finish what is known as the Vatican, because they started with St. Peter's Church, and they began to build other buildings all around that St. Peter's, and became St. Peter's Basilica. So they finished it in 1626. This is history. You see that? So now you got, once they went over there, when the sea was moved from the Hagia Sophia, because it was being invaded, that's where the church and state separated. See, prior to that, the church and the state was under one control, the Byzantine emperor. But when they went over to Rome, on the outskirts of Rome, and created the building of St. Peter's Church and the Vatican, which is on the outskirts, they built St. Peter's church over the supposed tomb of Peter.
Correct, yes.
There's never been a Peter, because there's never been a Christ. You see? So this is this is what they tell the people. They put this in into their school system, into their universities, and they teach it to men and women. And they get away with it. You know how they get away with it, Reverend? Because the individual who is attending these universities, getting these degrees, they came into the world. Their parents introduced them to various religions. And they became and grew up as believers in these religions, all through their adolescent ages and stages. You see? Up and through grammar school, all through high school, all into college. And now they decide I want to be a theologian. Still, when they went to theology school, still had their belief. So they get away with all these different things, because that same person being trained by the universities in these different schools and universities, they now are going to be qualified to go into the same system that taught them to regurgitate to another generation.
Try to get all the time I can in. So, would you please continue explaining that for us?
Okay. About the beginning of what is known as the building of the Roman Catholic Church in Rome. Like I said before, they didn't start building St. Peter's Basilica until 1445. And it took them 181 years later, they had finished it in 1626. At that time, they had created other buildings surrounding St. Peter's Basilica, and thus those other buildings made up what is known as the Vatican, or the Vatican City. And when they came into that area of Rome, coming out of Constantinople in Turkey, they made it understood with the Roman government that the church and the state has to be separate. So this is what they did. So that caused the separation of the church and state to come about. And that's how historically, the Roman Catholic Church in Rome began. But prior to that, Catholicism and the seed of Catholicism was in the Hagia Sophia, in Turkey, in Northeast Africa. And that's, as I gave a short overview prior to this statement, is how everything evolved and came about historically. Now, I mentioned something a little while back about how these various religions, such as Christianity, Islam, and Judaism came about. I just touched on it briefly, but let's go back to Judaism. One has to know that Judaism is a man-made religion like all other man-made religions. That the main body of Judaism is based off of pseudepigrapha Perky of both literature with incarnated names using fictitious stories attached to it. That's what it's about. And then when you get into Christianity, the literature that makes up Christianity is pseudepigrapha, patristic, colloquial theology and philosophy with incarnated names using fictitious stories attached to it. Now, let's get back to the term incarnate. How does one incarnate a name? It's very simple. You make a body for that name, you put flesh on that name, and you create a story to that name. So you attach a story. So when you attach the story to that name, the name that you're using never existed in human form, but when you attach a story to that name becomes a real life, live person in the mind of the reader or the believer. So if you take, for instance, the name Henry. Henry is an incarnated name. Henry never existed on earth in human form. I'm going to show you how they incarnate a name. Henry lives in Buffalo, New York. Henry is married to a Buffalo, New York school teacher by the name of Helen. Helen and Henry, they have 2 children, Flaxton and Flaxine. And every Saturday, Henry, Helen, Flaxton, and Flaxine, they go to the grocery store to do their weekly shopping. Every Sunday, Henry takes his family to church. Now, that story that I told you, using incarnated names of Henry, Helen, Flaxton, and Flaxine, those names never existed in human form. But when I tell you that story, or a person tell you that story, the story in your mind, the names coming from that story in your mind become real. They become human beings. See? Now here you are, a little child in school, and they're giving you a storybook to read. The stories in the storybook becomes real in that child's mind. But those stories, using those names of supposed people, never existed on earth in human form. Now suppose you take those same story, or that same story that I told you about Henry, and put it in the Bible. Then the people have been taught that the Bible is the Word of God. Not to ask questions. Don't question the Bible. Just believe it. You see? So, therefore, you have a group of incarnated names in the Bible, in the system, the religious system, and the school system that the Europeans has created. And now you have a minister up there regurgitating these same pseudepigrapha incarnated stories to the believer in the church. So this is how it's been done and passed on from generation to generation. And see, nobody has came along to define what they were doing but me. Nobody has come along to stop them and tell the truth about these various religions but me. My message is for the African community in America and around the world. I've written a book, The Historical Origin of Christianity. There's never been a man that ever walked the earth in human form of any race, creed, or color by the name of Jesus Christ. That book was written for one race of people only. If other races of people want to read it, so be it. I can't stop them. But that's what it was written for.
Dr. Williams?
Yes, sir.
We want to thank you so much for your delivering to us this vital information. And we look forward to having you back. As a matter of fact, I look forward to coming to Chicago and continuing this series with you. Okay.
The main thing I want is my information to get into the African community in America. All right. Okay? And by any means necessary. So, and then for all my efforts and hard work of finding this information, I want to be given the credit for it. That's all I ask.
That we shall do.
Okay.
Gladly. And I'm going to give you a copy of this
okay.
to take with you.
Wonderful.
Now.
Okay, well, the historical origin of the subject called history begins with the Europeans during the Renaissance era. But you have to know something prior to the Renaissance era. We're talking about during the time of, or the middle of the 16th century, which is the Renaissance era, or the second Renaissance era. You have the first Renaissance era, meaning in the 15th century, which is arts and crafts, and then you have the second Renaissance that came about during the time of the 16th century. We're talking about a literary Renaissance era. Okay, but now also you have to factor in the school system that the Europeans was beginning to create in Europe at that time. But then let's progress back a little bit prior to the coming of the European school system. You have to go back to one Johannes Gutenberg, who had invented a printing press with movable print in 1437. He had no money to continue to finance his endeavor of operating a printing press, along with the fact that during this time, we're talking about the 15th century, because we're talking about 1437, the Europeans throughout Europe could not read or write. There was no school system for the Europeans. So the only people that really could read or write were people who were associated with the Roman Catholic Church monastery school system at that time, which came about at a later date. So what I'm saying is that during this time of Johannes Gutenberg having no money to continue to operate his printing press, and along with the fact that the people of Europe could not read or write, he had to borrow money from another individual by the name of Johannes Fuss. And he borrowed this money from Johannes Fuss with a high interest rate, which he couldn't pay back. So Johannes Fuss confiscated his printing press, and thus beginning to do printing, etc., etc. Now, the first thing that was printed in 1475 was the Old Testament Bible for the Christian, or for the Christian community. You see, at this time, the Roman Catholic Church was beginning to build in Rome the Vatican by building St. Peter's Church, They began to build St. Peter's Church in 1445. And from that point on, from 1445, which, and 181 years later, they were well on the way of establishing the Vatican with other buildings around St. Peter's Church, which is known today as St. Peter's Basilica. They built it over the Catacombs. So the Roman Catholic Church was up and about at that time, and they were the only ones that had a school system which they trained their priests in and through this school system. Okay, now here comes Johannes Fuss, who had confiscated the printing press from Johannes Gutenberg, who had invented the printing press in 1437. Like I said before, the first thing that was printed was this Hebrew Bible, or the Old Testament Bible, as they call it, which is the first 5 books of Moses, the Pentateuch, or the Old Testament. They're all one and the same. So this left the Roman Catholic Church without any literature that was pertaining to their object, which is their object is Jesus the Christ. So in 1500, Pope Alexander VI commissioned a man, a playwright at that time by the name of Desiderius Erasmus, to write something on the object of Christianity, which is Jesus the Christ. So now what he did, he took him 16 years to come out with what is known today as a Novum Instrumentum, or the 3 synoptic gospels of Mark, Matthew, and Luke, because they always tell you that John came later, which John did come later. John came out of the King James Version of the Bible of 1611. See, that chapter John was created at that point, you see, by Lancelot Andrewes and his group of theologians who created this Bible known as the King James Version with the 4th gospel in it, John. You see, for King James in 1611. But let's go back. Now, in the meantime, like I said before, the printing press was being used because the first thing they printed was this Old Testament Bible. And Johannes Fuss, who was a Jew, came about and printed the Old Testament for the Christian community only because, see, the Jewish community had their own literature, which is the Sefer HaTorah and the Talmud. Well, the Talmud really wasn't created then, but they had Sefer HaTorah literature first, which was all handwritten, the Torah, which was used by the rabbis to teach their believers and followers in Orthodox Judaism. But that goes back into another subject. Now, with the printing press, with movable print, being used in Europe, being used to print the world's first Bible, or the Old Testament Bible, which was printed in 1475, like I mentioned before, it found Johannes Fuss in a very strange position. The strange position that he was founded in was that the masses of people could not read or write. So you can have a printing press that will print up hundreds of books or thousands of books, but who do you have to read these books? So there was no school system in Europe. The people, like I said before, the masses of people could not read or write. So what the Jews did, they went into the Roman Catholic Church, and they got a man by the name of Martin Luther out of that church. This was in 1517. And they encouraged and financed Martin Luther to go against the Roman Catholic Church to try and get this church to reform. That was called the Reform Movement, or the Reformation Movement. Okay? And he, in 1517, he nailed 95 reform theses on the church door, castle door in Wittenberg, Germany, for the Roman Catholic Church to reform. Okay? Now, in the meantime, the Jews began to create behind Martin Luther a Protestant school for the Christian community. See, the Protestant Christians. And the Roman Catholic Church countered with that by creating parochial schools for the secular community. Okay, so now this is bringing forth what is known in history as the European Renaissance era. See, now I had to tell you all this in order to answer the question: where did the history or the historical origin of history begin? It began right there in the Europeans' school system that they have now began to create. In order to have any type of school system, you have to have a curriculum in the school system. Okay? So therefore, they use the Bible, which was now the Old Testament and the New Testament. They used the Bible as a formula for history. See, the Bible was used, you go back, and if you can remember, the Bible was used all the way up into all the way into this country. The Bible was used for the teaching of history, you see. And what they did was that they began to use this Bible to create a curriculum for the foundation of history. And the Europeans is credited today with the historical origin, or the ones that create history by way of using history as a discipline in their school system, or their beginning school system during the Renaissance era. And that's where you will find history first began. And whoever writes history controls history. And the rest of the race of the people did not have a history, or did not have a subject called history. They never wrote a history of themselves. Ancient Egyptians never wrote a history of themselves. And if they did, you can't read it anyway because it's in hieroglyphics, and the hieroglyphics have never been deciphered. And the rest of the race of the people had no alphabet to write with, because ancient Egyptians were the only people on planet Earth that had a writing system. They had three forms of writing: Metanatural hieroglyphic, the hieratic dramatic, and the phonetic alphabet, which is being used today all over the world, that we use today in our own writing system right here in the United States of America. And so during the time of antiquity, the ancient Egyptians were the only ones that had a writing system, because they invented what is known as the alphabet. And the alphabet can only be invented one time. Once it's invented, it cannot be invented anymore. So during the time of antiquity, they were the only people on earth that were a literate people. The rest of the people were illiterate. You see? So therefore, you have to understand that, and understand that this is where, in Europe, as a discipline, history was created for and by the Europeans. So they wrote themselves in history as being the prototype race of people on earth, because they controlled history. And they wrote about the other races of people, the Chinese, the people of India, the ancient Egyptians. They wrote about the Africans, and etc., etc. So therefore, they can control the subject. And they put it into their school system, in their curriculum, and they began to teach this history, this discipline, from generation to generation to generation until you have it today.
Now, was this history accurate?
No.
How was it falsified?
Well, you have to go into each item of history, or each section of history, in order for you to find that out. Okay? What they did, they created a system. And within that system and the discipline of history, they wrote about the people of India. The Indians of India had nothing to do with that history that they wrote about and for the Indians. Okay? But generations and generations has passed, and nobody says anything. They accept the history of India simply because it is now in the school system. Okay? The Indians themselves of India accepts this history. The Chinese, the same way. The Africans, the same way. The Europeans, the same way. You see? So whatever they put in there, they teach this discipline about whatever history they want to attach to whomever they want to attach history to. It continues to teach it from generation to generation. You see, so you have to study the discipline of history and really focus on the discipline of history and what history is all about before you can say, well, okay, this is not true, this is not true, this may be true, but this is not true. And this is what you have to do, but you have to really study that discipline.
Well, one of the ways that the European has used history to control the minds of people around the world is to put himself into ancient history. I'd like for you to explain the role of the Bible in the Europeans' manipulation of history, inserting himself where he was not.
Well, the Bible, as you know, is a book that is based on allegory, fiction, and mythology. There's nothing in the Bible that is actual facts. I always say that 99 9/10 or 99 8/10 of every name in the Bible never existed in human form. Okay? So you have a book called the Bible that is false and fictitious literature, and the European have put himself in this Bible because everything in the Bible is European. And he has taken Northeast Africa, which he has renamed the Middle East. And he has taken Northeast Africa. We're talking about Turkey. We're talking about Lebanon. We're talking about Palestine. We're talking about Syria. We're talking about Jordan. We're talking about Iran, Iraq. We're talking about Arabia. We're talking about Yemen, etc. All that's Northeast Africa. He has designated that land over there, that part of Africa, which he has renamed the Middle East and trained the masses of people throughout the world today to identify that land area as the Middle East. He has designated that land area as the land of the Bible.
Correct.
See, so therefore he has put all of these false and fictitious, non-existent characters in that land area, along with the attached stories to these different characters that never existed in human form. This is how he has used the Bible to do that. And like I said before, he began to use this Bible as a discipline to teach history by. You see? And people use the Bible as a guideline to call themselves learning a form of world history.
Correct.
That's not a real true world history or a real true form of world history, because history, real history, has 4 ingredients in it. The 4 ingredients are time, people, places, and events. Real time, real people, creating events in certain places throughout the world. You see? That's how history is created. Like, for instance, Rosa Parks didn't want to give up her seat one day to a white man on the bus. And everybody knows that story. And she went to jail. They put her in jail. Then here comes Dr. Martin Luther King. And then here comes the Civil Rights Movement. Everybody knows that. So all of that was created by time, people, places, and events. That's history. So that becomes known as real life history. Then you have all these religions, such as Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Buddhism, etc. They all have a pseudo, false history attached to each and every one of these religions that they teach to the masses of people throughout the world for them to believe that what they are teaching them coming from this religious literature is true world factual history when it's not.
Let's look at how some of that history plays out. Say, for example, when we study history in European schools all over the world, they talk about places like Mesopotamia, Sumer, and they begin to position other people than Africans in those places. What does that do in terms of robbing African people from the knowledge of themselves and positioning Europe in the world as a superior people or civilization?
Well, you have to go back into, like you mentioned, Mesopotamia. That's biblical. Okay. And there's never been a Mesopotamia. Never been a Mesopotamia that ever existed on planet Earth. Mesopotamia is supposed to have started in Iraq. Okay. But there's never been a Mesopotamia starting in Iraq. Only in the Bible. That's where you find Mesopotamia. Only in the Bible. In Mesopotamia, they try to create a people known as the Sumerians. That's biblical. When you go to the Bible to look up Sumerians, you won't find Sumerians, but you will find it's two related names, such as Akkad or Akkadian and Shinar. Those are the two names that you will find in the Bible that relates to the supposed Sumerians. The European scholar community argued all the way up until 1915 the existence of or against the existence of a Sumerian. This is what they had a polemic, an argument among themselves in the European academic community, all the way up to 1915. They argued that. You had Joseph Halévy out of France arguing that. You had Charles Renan out of France arguing against the existence of a Sumerian. Never existed. Then, if you read a little further and study the Sumerians, they tell you that the Sumerians left no historical trait of themselves, okay? That their language cannot be identified with any known language group on earth today. You see? So they can't point to a language or a people speaking a language and say that this is the same language that the Sumerians spoke. So they say there's none that they can identify the Sumerians with any language group on earth. They said also, if you investigate the Sumerians, they said they cannot identify the Sumerians with any racial group on earth. That the Sumerians left a picture of themselves. And this picture that they left is that they're going to show you a group of little white men sitting on stools with keen features with long, keen noses, to identify that the Sumerians are trying to imply that the Sumerians were European. See, but yet and still, then go back, the European academic community up until 1915 argued against the existence of a Sumerian. See, so you keep that in mind. Very important. You see, so you're talking about something that never existed. You're talking about something such as Mesopotamia, Sumerians, Akkadians, Shinarians, all existing only in biblical literature only. That's where you'll find that. So therefore, that's not a real life history. That is a pseudo history created by the Europeans for biblical purposes only. Okay. Now, I think you mentioned something about the ancient Egyptians. Where does what now?
Well, I want to ask you this now. You said that they have these plaques with pictures on them. Are you implying that the plaques are fictitious? Didn't they find those plaques archaeological digs and sites in the earth?
No.
How did those plaques come about?
The Europeans created those plaques for the sole purpose of trying to create and prove a Sumerian existence on earth.
How can you prove it?
How can I prove what?
How can you prove that they created those plaques?
Simply because that was an article that I received from a journal that I subscribed to. And in this journal that I subscribed to, there were two groups of archaeologists arguing between each other. And one group was accusing the archaeology community or archaeologists how they create artifacts and then plant them in the night at a dig. Let's say you're digging over in a certain land area. And late in the night, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, they go out there and plant certain artifacts that they want to be found the next day. Okay? So therefore, that's one of the proofs. You see? And then the second proof is this. The argument that the European community had against the Sumerians, or against the existence of a Sumerian, is very key and very important to understand. Then another thing that you have to understand, there was a group of Americans coming from the University of Chicago. We're talking about Henry Frankfurt, John A. Wilson, Thurkill Jacobson, and Samuel Noah Kramer. They're the ones that created the continuation of the Sumerians, because that Sumerian argument coming from the European academic community was virtually dead until they revived it back in 1944, 46, 45, up in that area. And they began to create a pseudo false supposed history with dates, names, etc. for the Mesopotamian time period that they created against the ancient Egyptian chronology that they also created. The Europeans also created the chronology of ancient Egypt. See, James Henry Breasted, Edward Meyer, and that group, etc., etc. But the Europeans had created a chronology of ancient Egypt prior to James Henry Breasted and Edward Meyer's chronology that was created around the time of the turn of the century. See, they had created a chronology of ancient Egypt way back in the 19th century, middle of the 19th century. See, and the chronology of ancient Egypt is based off of the Bible. And I'll tell our scholars today, our African scholars, you cannot use and do not use the chronology of ancient Egypt as it is being written today. Don't use that, because the ancient Egyptians never wrote a chronology or a history of themselves. It was the Europeans who created that chronology based on the Bible, because the first pharaoh in the chronology of ancient Egypt was Mesram. Mesram is the son of Ham. Ham is the son of Noah. That comes out of the Bible, out of the family and table of nations, etc. Then they're going to say that the Hyksos invaded into Egypt. Okay? There's never been a Hyksos invasion in Egypt. You see? So where are they getting this Hyksos information? They're saying that they're getting the Hyksos information coming from Flavius Josephus quoting Manetho or Manetho. There's never been a Manetho. Supposed to have been a ancient Egyptian priest during the time of Ptolemy II Philadelphus. You see, but that goes into another subject. But then when you trace the Hyksos, they said the Hyksos left no records of themselves. You mean to tell me that they're supposed to have occupied ancient Egypt for 208 years and left no records of themselves? They go on to say, if you investigate the Hyksos, that the Hyksos left no culture traits. You mean to tell me that the Hyksos supposedly occupying ancient Egypt for 208 years left no cultural traits of themselves? Then it goes on to say that the Hyksos sets up Joseph and the Israelites settling in Egypt. So it takes you right back to the Jews, right back to the Bible, etc., etc. So we can't use these different chronologies, you see, because both chronologies, the one of ancient Egypt, which was created by the Europeans, the ancient Egyptians, like I said before, never wrote a chronology themselves, and if they did, you can't read it anyway because it's in hieroglyphics, and the hieroglyphics have never been deciphered. Then you have another supposed chronology of, they call it Mesopotamia, okay? That chronology, like I said before, was created in the 1940s by Henry Frankfurt, John A. Wilson, Thurkill Jacobson, and Samuel Noah Kramer, all coming out of the University of Chicago. James Henry Breasted, coming out of the University of Chicago. See, created the Chronology of Ancient Egypt. So you can't use any of that. You have to throw that out. Can't be used.
Let me ask you, when did the study of Egyptian history begin in terms of it really begin to be an investigative interest for the Europeans?
The latter part of the 18th century, heavy in the 19th century.
Before that, Egypt was not written about historical history for anybody?
Well, none that I can trace, or none that one can trace. Because, see, the European controls the literature for the world, okay? And they got interested in Egypt, ancient Egypt, like I said before, in the 18th century.
With Napoleon or what?
Well, it started a little bit before Napoleon, but it became highlighted even more so and strongly approached after Napoleon made his treat over there in ancient Egypt, or in Egypt, okay? And in the 19th century, the Europeans really turned the heat up on investigating ancient Egypt. In fact, the University of Chicago, at this very moment that I'm talking to you, they created what is known as a Chicago House. They erected a Chicago House over there. And in that Chicago House, it was put up for the sole purpose of studying ancient Egypt. See, they have everything at their disposal. They have living quarters over there. They have everything at their disposal to study the historical origin or study ancient Egypt.
Now that's in Chicago.
No, that's over in Egypt.
That's in Egypt. They have a institution there.
Right, called the Chicago House.
Okay.
In Egypt to study the ancient Egyptians. They've been over there since 1920.
All right. Now let me ask you this: were there other people like Japanese, Germans, outside of the Europeans? Were there other nations studying Egypt, going to Egypt, exploring it, studying, bringing back artifacts, putting up museums as the European did that houses primary Egyptian artifacts?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. See, when the Europeans got into the interest of ancient Egypt, then the whole world became aware of it because of their institutions.
But they were but they were becoming aware through primarily what the Europeans were saying about ancient Egypt.
Correct.
Okay. So you're saying that the Europeans control most of the information that went out on ancient Egypt, and they themselves were the ones who were doing the interpretation and creation and etc.
Etc. Correct. That's correct.
What purpose would they have lying to the world about the true history of ancient Egypt and establishing a pseudo nations like Mesopotamia, Babylon, and so forth? I know you're saying that they did it to undergird biblical accusations of biblical writings, but can you explain why and for what purpose would they want to do that?
Well, there are different reasons. One, that they wanted to, you got to understand this. The three major Western religions had to get close to ancient Egypt in order for their religion, Christianity, Islam, Judaism, to be real in the minds of the people. All three of those religions are tied into ancient Egypt.
Why would they have to be tied into ancient Egypt?
Simply because ancient Egypt is the only entity of the two. Talking about ancient Egypt and religion. Ancient Egypt is the only one of the two that's real. It's not based on mythology or pseudepigrapha stories, and so forth and so on. As to religion, religion relies on literature given to the believer of these religions to believe in. So the stories are there in literary form. So you have to know this, that ancient Egypt, of the two entities, are the only one of the two entities that does not need literature to sustain itself. The religions need literature to sustain itself, not ancient Egypt. Because so you can go over there and look at the greatest edifice that has ever been created on earth, which is the Great Pyramid, the Sphinx over there in the desert. All the other monuments are there. The tombs are there. The ones that wasn't pillaged by the Europeans, and the artifacts stolen and scattered all over the world, etc. Such as when in 1818, when Belzoni was sent over there by the British Museum to get artifacts out of ancient Egypt by any means necessary. And he did his thing over there in doing that, to the tune of 4 floors in the British Museum was filled with ancient Egyptian artifacts, you see. So, getting back to ancient Egypt and the religions. The religions, if you notice, all are close to ancient Egypt. They're tied into ancient Egypt. That's for a reason. Why? Because ancient Egypt is the only thing that's real. The religions, the 3 major Western religions, Christianity, never been a man ever walked the earth in human form by the name of Jesus Christ, never existed. Islam, there's never been a man that ever walked the earth in human form by the name of a prophet Muhammad. Judaism, there's never been men that ever walked the earth in human form by the name of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, or Moses. All religions are man-made, pagan, heathen, occult religions based on mythology. That's all religions are. So they had to, in order to make these religions real, they had to get next to something that was real. And ancient Egypt, of the 2 entities, does not need literature to sustain itself. But the 3 major religions and all other man-made religions need literature to sustain itself in the minds of the believer. You see, and then the second thing is that the Europeans coming into the continent of Africa, in Egypt, we're talking about Alexander the Greek in 332 BCE, they're the first known, or he was the first known European, historically, to come into the continent of Africa in Egypt. Okay? And Alexander the Greek, okay? Not the Great, but the Greek. I don't call any savage who tried to destroy my ancient Egyptian ancestors' culture and civilization great. That's for the Europeans to use that term. I don't. I use Alexander the Greek. All right? Now, Alexander and his successor, Ptolemy I Lagi, called Sotar, who took over the rule of Egypt after the death of Alexander in 323, they became the world's first Egyptians. You see, they were the first Egyptians. You see, so now,
what do you mean?
Well, there's a difference between an ancient Egyptian and an Egyptian. See, an ancient Egyptian, one has to be African to be an ancient Egyptian. An Egyptian could be of anyone of any race, creed, or color, like anyone of any race, creed, or color can be an American today. So an Egyptian, you have to distinguish between an ancient Egyptian and an Egyptian. An ancient Egyptian, you have to be Africans, because the ancient Egyptians are Africans. I didn't say we're Africans, they still are Africans. And so these Greeks became the first Egyptians. Okay? And this is what is being portrayed today in different museums around the world. You go down to the Field Museum here in the city of Chicago. They have an exhibit called Inside Egypt. They show you Ptolemaic Egypt. They show you Europeans with hieroglyphic inscriptions on their sarcophagus, with hieroglyphic inscriptions on their paintings and stelas, etc., using the same pose that our ancient Egyptian ancestors posed for their paintings, for their tombs, for their culture, for their civilization, with hieroglyphic inscriptions around those poles. Okay? And this is what is being portrayed today. When you go into Las Vegas, there's a hotel called the Luxor. There's great big old statues up there with European features. See? So this confuses our people. When they look at things like that, they can't relate themselves racially to identify with the ancient Egyptians, because here you got these Europeans out there portraying themselves and emulating the ancient Egyptians, our ancestors. See? So this is what they want. They want to bring this forth. It helps them, you see, to give a false illusion to the whole entire world that they were mixed in, or they were the ancient Egyptians, and the ancient Egyptians with their keen features were white or European.
I just want you to touch on, because I think it's very important right here, is what gain is there for the Europeans to project themselves as the ancient Egyptians in terms of looking at all that Egypt is in terms of science, religion, culture, etc. Why is it necessary for Europeans to steal that?
See, the Europeans want to be, at this very moment, they want to be the prototype race of people on earth. They want to be great, okay? There's nothing that comes out of Europe that can make the European great. Okay? Nothing. Because he was illiterate. He had no alphabet, couldn't write, couldn't read, had no institution. So what did Europe offer for the world? Nothing but a savage. And he's still a savage today. You see? But now here you have the ancient Egyptians who lived in the continent of Africa, in Egypt, who are African people, creating the greatest civilization that has ever existed on planet Earth. Here, the creator, the universal creator, used the ancient Egyptians, our ancestors, as human instruments to bring forth all of creation and civilization for the whole entire world. Everything you see around you came from the culture of the ancient Egyptians.
In terms of?
The chair, furniture, eating utensils, reading, writing, the paper, the pen, the ink. They had three forms of writing: the Meta-Neter hieroglyphic, the hieratic, demotic, and the phonetic alphabet. And they were the first ones on earth to create and invent an alphabet. And the alphabet, once it's invented, can only be invented one time. See? They created mathematics, they created domesticating the earth, domesticating the animals, building brick buildings, living in brick buildings. They had it all the science, everything. Correct? No religion. They had a spiritual way of life, but not a religion. They knew the laws of the universe, the cosmic laws of the universe, and that's what they used, and this is what guided them. Okay? So, no religion. Religion is all man-made. But here the Europeans, they have nothing. When Alexander the Greek came into Egypt, he was in awe. When he walked into Egypt, he looked around and said, my gosh, who are these people? How did they create all this great and glorious, harmonious culture and civilization? The ancient Egyptians were in tune with nature. They were in tune with the cosmic rhythm of the universe. They were in tune with the creator of the universe. See? The ancient Egyptians had no armies and no jails. There was no corruption in ancient Egypt. Every citizen had a home, food, job, education, etc., etc. All treated fairly. The female was treated equal with the male, and so forth and so on. They had a beautiful civilization until the European came in. And that's where it began to get disrupted. See? Because he wanted to be part of that civilization and culture. He wanted himself to be made part of that. And in my book, The Historical Origin of Christianity, it will walk you through how this European, after the death of Alexander the Greek in 323, we talk about Ptolemy I Lagiit, how he wanted to get acceptance in our ancient Egyptian ancestors' sacred society, but what was rejected. But all that's in my book, The Historical Origin of Christianity.
But you're saying that the Europeans came into Egypt without a fight?
They had no fight. Ancient Egyptians didn't have no army. There was no army or jail concept, no place on earth. The only negative disruption of people among each other was in Europe.
They had armies.
No, they didn't have armies. They fought each other. They raped their women. They bludgeoned each other. They stole from each other. You see, that's their history.
Yeah, but they had armies, didn't they?
No, they didn't have to have an army, because see, the rest of the world didn't have an army.
No, but even against themselves, if they fought each other, did they fight each other in terms of tribes?
Tribes, but not armies,
Okay.
as we know it today.
Yeah.
You see, when the European came into this hemisphere of South and North America, the indigenous South American Indian and the indigenous North American Indian had no armies. They had no concept of fighting, because they lived peacefully among each other. Okay, they may have a few little disagreements, but it was not to the point where they want to kill each other. You see? So therefore, there was no armies in South America, North America. Okay? When the Europeans went into Hawaii, there was no army there to keep them out. See, there was no jail concept there. There was no corruption there. Europeans, when they come in, he brings in corruption and brings in the army and fighting, alcohol, drugs, disease, and it goes on and on. You see? So when the European came into Africa, the Africans had no concept of fighting with an army. Like I said before, they may have argued among themselves, disagreed on certain things, but they never fought and killed each other and stole from each other where they had to put people in jail. They had no concept of that. You see? That's a European entity. See, like when the Europeans came over in this hemisphere, he was welcome. When he came in Hawaii, he was welcome. In 2 BC, the Chinese built the Great Wall of China to keep the European out. But they had no army or jails over in China. The Indians of India, he went over in India. And you see, even during our time, that was Mahatma Gandhi. You remember Mahatma Gandhi? He went over and took India. India had no army to keep him out. You see that? And you just walk in and take over. See?
Now, you had said earlier that the European civilization,
non-civilization
was an illusion.
It's an illusion, because they have built themselves a non-civilization and a pseudo-culture off of mythology. Okay? Now, what they did was this. They came into ancient Egypt, and they destroyed the institution of our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, down to its foundation. As you know, every building that you see erected on earth has a foundation to it. But you can't see that foundation, but you can see the building. So they took our ancestors' institutions and destroyed them down to its foundation. They used that foundation to try to build themselves an institution on. But they built themselves an institution off of lies, deceit, murder, injustice, corruption, slavery, exploitation, religion, mythology, and perverted scholarship. This is what they built themselves an institution off of. So if you take all that together, and you will find that in essence, what they created was illusion. Okay? Because when you tell lies about things, then you're setting up and then teach these lies as truths. Then you're setting up an illusion in the mass populace of the world, the people of the world. Like, for instance, the Europeans will teach you that there was a Socrates. There's never been a Socrates. Socrates was supposed to have been the teacher of Plato. There's never been a Plato. Plato was supposed to have been the teacher of Aristotle. There's never been an Aristotle. Aristotle was supposed to have been the teacher of Alexander the Greek, that he wrote so many hundreds of books, and that Alexander built a library called the Great Library for an Aristotle. There's never been an Aristotle. Now, in my book, The Historical Origin of Christianity, I tell you who built what is known as the Great Library of Egypt and why they call it the Great Library of Egypt. Okay, it's all in my book, The Historical Origin of Christianity. So then they tell you that there was Herodotus. There's never been a Herodotus. They say that the Herodotus is supposed to be the father of history for them, for the Europeans. Never been a Herodotus. Then they tell you that their history, the Europeans' history, started with the Iliad and Odyssey written by Homer, 9th century Homer. Never been a Homer. You see? So the Iliad and the Odyssey and Homer is all based on mythology, something that never existed. They tell you about a Euripides. Never been a Euripides. Never been a Hippocrates or Hippocrates. See, so these people who are going to medical school and getting their degree, when they graduate, they have to take a Hippocratic oath. There's never been a Hippocrates or Hippocrates, etc. You see, that's all based off of an illusion. See, when you tell lies, it becomes an illusion. If you teach the lie from generation to generation, it becomes an illusion in an individual's mind because they take the untruth that was taught to them to be true.
Let's just deal with a couple of these pseudo-fictitious names that you deal with. For an example, you talk about Homer, Plato, Aristotle, and so forth, and you said they never existed.
Correct.
Can you give any proof of that?
Yes. The question that Walter Williams asked, if an individual insisted, well, Walter Williams, you're wrong. There was a Socrates, a Plato, and Aristotle, Herodotus, and Homer, etc., etc., and Solon, and so forth and so on. All these Greek names that I just called supposed to have existed prior to Alexander the Greek coming into Egypt in 332 BCE.
Correct.
My question, Walter Williams' question, has to be asked. What alphabet did these Greek names use? Because the Greeks had no alphabet. They had no alphabet prior to Alexander the Greek coming into Egypt in 332 BCE. Alexander forced the Greek language on our ancient Egyptian African ancestors. And our ancient Egyptian African ancestors, being a literate people, the only people on earth that were literate, because they invented the three forms of writing that I have previously mentioned. They applied one of their alphabets to the Greek language, which is the phonetic alphabet, misnomer today and called a Phoenician alphabet. It's never been no Phoenician to have an alphabet. That's all biblical also. Okay? And so the Greeks never had an alphabet, but it was the Greek language that the ancient Egyptians applied an alphabet to. And today, the Europeans are claiming that alphabet that our ancient Egyptian ancestors applied to the Greek language, they're saying that's the Greek alphabet. Greeks never had an alphabet. There's never been an institution that has ever come out of Greece during the time of antiquity. So name one.
Okay. So you're saying because they had no institutions and no alphabet, they couldn't have wrote anything?
Nothing.
Homer couldn't have wrote?
No, how can he write with what? What he's going to write with? Air?
Maybe he was trained in Egypt.
No. The ancient Egyptians did not take any foreigners in their sacred society. Those were their institution of learning. They didn't take any foreigners in there, nor did they race mix during the time of antiquity. They handpicked their own African kind to study in their sacred institutions. And it would never be an uncivilized, savage European Greek who could not read or write. They wouldn't run in no kindergarten over there. They would have to teach this European just basic reading and writing, alphabet. So they didn't accept any foreigners in their sacred society. No, the answer would be no.
Let's go back to the creation of our history through the Bible and try to look at, unravel how that is fictitious. When was the Bible written in terms of its antiquity and its fictitiousness?
Okay.
Can we get into some of that?
Yes, first place, the Bible. Let's say the Old Testament and the New Testament, or the Holy Bible, which contains the Old and New Testament under one cover. That Bible is strictly for the Christian community of the world.
Before you ask that, I just want to ask you one thing about the Greeks before I forget about it. Did the Greeks leave? Is there any literature in any form that the Greeks left or that the Romans left that we can read today that is actually an authentic writings by them that talks about what they did and their life and their worldview and etc.?
No. You cannot. These people were illiterate. They had no alphabet to write with to leave a record of that. And then you have to realize, Clemson, that these people are constantly fighting and taking and bludgeoning and murdering and raping and robbing and stealing and lying and cheating. You cannot have no academic community coming out of that type of environment, especially with one not having the alphabet or an institution to sustain their writing. What institution that they created that would, if they wrote anything, that would sustain it? There's none. You can't. You got to name an institution that they created and used during their time. Then you can say maybe there was writing left in that institution or created by that institution. They had no institution. You have to have an institution.
But they came into Egypt that was a literate country with plenty of institutions, and they were there long enough for their children to be trained, to be learning.
That's not true. That's not true, because when Ptolemy I Lagi, the successor of Alexander the Greek, who died, Alexander died in 323, Ptolemy took over the rule of Egypt in 323. He tried to get himself admitted in and accepted in the ancient Egyptian sacred society, the same as did Alexander the Greek. Okay? But he was rejected. They didn't take any foreigners in their society. So Ptolemy I Lagi, called Sotar, the word S-O-T-R means Savior, came up with a bright idea of saying, if I can find a temple in Egypt that will accept my image and make my image into a god, and after making my image into a god, place that image into the sacred temples throughout Egypt to be worshipped right along with the deity of the ancient Egyptians, Osiris. Okay? Now, he found a temple in Memphis, Egypt to do just that. see? And they, in Memphis, Egypt, the priests and priestess took two of their deities, Osiris and Apis, and made a composite of the two deities, and they came out with a name of Osirapis or Serapis. And they gave that name to Ptolemy I Lagi called Soter. You see? And this is all in my book, The Historical Origin of Christianity. And they, Ptolemy I began to go around to these various sacred temples throughout Egypt, offering his image to be inserted in their sacred society, and he was rejected. So what he did, he closed down all of those institutions. You see? And in the meantime, the Greeks still could not read or write, and the Greeks and the Romans are one and the same race. Okay? So I want to bring that up. And so therefore, there was no institutions. It had been closed down. So whatever the Greeks learned from the ancient Egyptians, the point I'm trying to make, that whatever they learned was not sustained by way of generation to generation, by way of an institution. You have to have an institution to sustain knowledge. Because that knowledge that you want to sustain has to be housed in an institution to be taught to the future generations that's coming before you. You see? And those institutions were closed down. So what the Greek or the Roman learned from the ancient Egyptian, it died with that individual when he died. Until the Hagia Sophia was built by Justinian and his wife Theodora in 532. Justinian and his wife built the world's first Christian church called the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, Turkey. Okay, that's the world's first Christian church. 5 years later, in 537, they had finished that church, an institution, and university. The teaching staff at the Hagia Sophia were made up of African, Melkite, Coptic Egyptians. They were your faculty. They're the ones that taught the Europeans. That's where the Europeans first began to be taught anything about civilization and what is needed to sustain themselves by way of having and accepting a process of learning. Okay? That's where it began at the Hagia Sophia. So it didn't begin during the time of antiquity. Like George M. James in his Stolen Legacy said that the Greeks studied with the ancient Egyptians. No, they didn't. Okay? They studied, the Greeks and the Romans and the Europeans began to study at the Hagia Sophia. And you have to have an institution to disseminate knowledge from that can be disseminated and sustained from generation to generation. Prior to the Hagia Sophia, the world's first Christian church, built by Justinian and his wife in 532, finished in 537, the Europeans had no institution.
I want to come back to 532 and the first Christian church. But during the time of the Roman occupation of Egypt, wasn't there intermarriage? I mean, the Romans brought great armies, brought a large number of people into North Africa. Did they make North Africa their seat of power? Did they remain there where the majority of the people that remained in North Africa? Were they the Melkite Coptic Egyptians? Did a lot of Romans come in? Did they mix and marry? And what impact did the Egyptians that were in North Africa have on the Roman Empire? Weren't they black popes and black emperors of Rome?
No. Rome did not have a church. You got to remember now. The first.
Talking about the church.
Well, that's
the political.
But you mentioned Pope.
Yes.
Okay, so you had to have a church to have a Pope.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, so there was no Pope in Europe. Now let's get back to your first question. When Alexander came into Egypt with his entourage, thereafter, we're talking about 332 BCE, after that, then other Europeans coming out of southern Europe and southern Russia began to come in there in droves. They came and settled all along North Africa, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, Mauritania, etc., etc. Okay? They began to settle in Turkey, which is northeast Africa. They call it, and renamed it today, the Middle East. They began to come out of southern Russia and settle in what is known as Iran, what is known as Iraq, what is known as Saudi Arabia, etc., etc. All those land areas that I mentioned were occupied by indigenous Africans. They began to come in and push those Africans out. Okay? So there was a large influx of Europeans coming in to the continent of Africa after Alexander came into Egypt. Okay? And they began to, of course, they began to force themselves on African women. Okay? And yes, they did intermix with each other at that point only. See, by way of force. This is what you have to understand. So now, what was your other question?
No, I was asking because there were contingents of Africans who made up the Roman army. There were some battalions were all Africans. They talk about the one that went into Britain. Talk about the African battalion that went into Germany.
What year?
I'm not sure the year, but in around AD 200, I think, they had contingent of Africans that went into Britain, and there were African people in Britain.
Well, that's debatable. That's an area that you really have to investigate, and you have to really know what you're talking about, and you really got to study by way of focusing in on that time period, and study that time period. You said 200 ABCE. You know, I don't use AD because that's never been Jesus Christ to use AD after the death of our Lord, or Anno Dominus. You know, I don't use that. I use ABCE. That's in my book. Also, the historical origin of Christianity. But you have to study that area in that time which you're talking about to really get an understanding before anything can be said about that area. But like I mentioned to you before, there was no popes. You got to see, there was no popes, no African popes in Europe or in Rome, because Rome did not have the seat of Christianity. The seat of Christianity was in Africa, in the Hagia Sophia. See, you don't get the seat of Christianity was transferred out of Africa in the 15th century.
In the 15th century?
Yes, sir, into Europe. And like I mentioned to you before, they began to first build St. Peter's Church, known today as St. Peter's Basilica, in 1445. That's the 15th century. And it took them 181 years, in 1626, to build what is known as Vatican City. Okay? And they built St. Peter's Church, called Basilica today, over the catacombs. All the Vatican is built over the catacombs anyway. But they wanted to build over the catacombs for a reason. Because by them building St. Peter's Church over the catacombs, they are saying that we are building this church over the tomb of Peter. See, because the Pope today gets his authority as the vicar of Christ from supposed Peter. See, Peter supposed to have told Christ was supposed to have told Peter to build my church on this rock, etc., etc. You know, that's all tradition. So that's the reason why they created St. Peter's church and built St. Peter's church over the catacombs, supposedly over the tomb of Peter. And then you got to go back to find out about a Peter. You go back to the time when they said that Rome was burning, or Rome burned in 67, and they used the term AD. When Nero played his violin while Rome burned. You heard that story.
Yeah, right.
And one of his aides came to Nero and said, the reason why Rome is burning is because the Christians set it on fire. And he ordered his army general to go and get Peter and Paul. This is all traditional religious Christian stories. To get Peter and Paul, and they took Peter and Paul into the circus area, or the arena, where they held different, supposedly, different events. And they took Peter and Paul, and they tied them up by their feet and let them hang upside down until the blood rushed to their head and eventually killed them. And then the Christians supposed to have come into the arena and cut Peter and Paul down and took them down in the catacombs and buried them. See? So now the Roman Catholic Church building St. Peter's Basilica over the catacombs, over the supposed tomb of Peter. There's never been a Peter. There was never been a Christ. And we're talking about first century, 67 is first century. There was never a Christ, Christianity, or a Christian church in the first century. You don't get a Christ until the 5th century at the Council of Ephesus. Read my book, The Historical Origin of Christianity, will tell you that. You don't get Christianity coming about for the very first time in history until the close of the Council of Chalcedon, 451. You don't get a Christian church until Justinian and his wife Theodora builds a Christian church in 532, finish it in 537. You see? So therefore, in the first century, there was no Christ, no Christianity, and no Christian church, and no religion called Christianity. See? So that's all false and fictitious stories that's put into traditional Christian teaching.
Now this gives you a whole new perspective on that whole time period and how the Romans would have been acting in North Africa. If you're saying that there was no Christianity, etc., then basically their morals, their values, and their worldview would have been the same as the barbarians they were when they came in. So you would have had the Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians, still trying to maintain a spiritual system of life. But what I'd like to ask you is the majority of the ancient Egyptians, did they remain in North Africa? What was, as far as your studies show, the interrelationship between those Romans and those ancient Egyptians? Did they move south? What happened to them?
They were pushed south.
They were pushed south.
Yeah, the ones that didn't that was unable to stay, they went south into Africa, going south into Africa. Okay, and then the influx of Europeans kept coming in. You see, so the day you look over there, you see nothing but European faces under the name of Arab. You see, and you see very few indigenous Africans over there. You see.
So there had to be a lot of killing of indigenous people, just like here where the natives are. Native people here were slaughtered and pushed further.
Right. See, anywhere Europeans go, they bring death and destruction and disease and ignorance with them. Okay, everywhere they go. See, our ancient Egyptian ancestors civilized this whole entire world. The Europeans terrorized this whole entire world, including themselves in Europe. They're, at this very moment, terrorizing themselves right now in Europe, Kosovo, and other parts of Europe. At this very moment.
Okay, I want to move out of North Africa, but I just want to ask you one other question. When I say move out, I want to progress. But in terms of the spiritual system that the ancient Egyptians had, they were able to maintain that to a certain degree. You say Lagi Sola wanted to be made into ancient Egyptian gods and be worshipped along with the other Egyptian deities. And you got a Melchite Coptic church to
not a church, but a sacred society. Yeah.
sacred society to accept it. Now, how was this then accepted by the Romans themselves? Did they begin to follow or worship? How did that work itself through?
Well, see, every Greek, starting with every Greek after Ptolemy I Lagi, whose image was used and given the name Serapis, whose image is still used today and given the name Christ. Every Ptolemy or every Ptolemaic ruler and Roman ruler after Ptolemy I Lagi called Sotar, they sat on the throne and ruled Egypt as the vicar of Serapis. So they, the Greeks and the Romans, began to worship Serapis and Isis, one of the ancient Egyptian female deities in the ancient Egyptian divine triad of Osiris the father, Isis the holy Hathor cow mother, and Horus Jr., the S-U-N of that triad. You see? So this Serapis, which is a European white man that is known back then during the time as Serapis, known today as Jesus the Christ, was always matched with Isis. So the African female, Isis. Okay? And that's what the Greeks and the Romans first began to worship. Okay? Now, another thing you said about suppose black popes of Rome. That's not true. Let me go back to that. You see, Constantine gave Sylvester I, this is in my book, I advise an individual to buy my book, The Historical Origin of Christianity, to really understand what I'm talking about, because I lay it out in a progressive progression. Right. Okay? And after the donation of Constantine was given to Sylvester I by one Constantine and accepted by Sylvester I, the donation of Constantine goes like this. If Sylvester accepted the donation of Constantine, he was given Constantine's imperial power and authority over the Coptic Egyptian community.
Now that community was separate from the Roman community.
Oh yes, and the Greeks too. Okay? And what he wanted after Sylvester accepted the donation of Constantine was to be baptized in that community and made part of it. But he had no authority over that community. So in essence, he was given, making Sylvester the HNIC. Correct.
The
Coptic Egyptians. In charge of the Coptic Egyptians only, on a temporal basis, provided that Sylvester could get the rest of the Coptic Egyptians to worship this European image, then known as Serapis, now known today as Jesus the Christ. It's all in my book.
Now, this is what I want to ask you. The Coptic Egyptian system, spiritual system, was different from what the Romans were worshiping through worshiping Serapis and Isis they were not mixing in terms of the Coptic Egyptian spiritual system and the European system that they were worshiping.
Correct.
What was the difference? Was there any difference?
Yeah, the Coptic Egyptians, they continued to pay homage to their ancestors in that ancient Egyptian divine triad of Osiris, the father, Isis, the holy Hathor cow mother, and Horus Jr., the Sun. That's what they paid homage to. Whereby the Greeks worship this Serapis that we know today as Jesus Christ, along with Isis. Okay?
What would their worship have kind of been like? You know, it was different. What was the difference?
I just got to explain it to you the difference.
Yeah, but I mean, in values and morals and worldview, there had to be a difference. I mean, the Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians, worshipped the order of and principles of the universe.
What answers did you say?
Then what did the Romans and Greeks? What was their worldview and value and culture?
Physical form, not spiritual form. See, the ancient Egyptians had a spiritual connection to their ancestors that made up the ancient Egyptian divine triad. That was a spiritual connection there, because that's their ancestors. That's something in reality to them. The Greeks and the Romans worship Serapis, which is man-made, a created creature, and Isis, the only deity of the two that were real, but not real to the Greeks and the Romans because they had no spiritual connection to Isis. See, they had no spiritual connection to Serapis, just a physical connection only. See, there's a difference between a physical being and a spiritual being. And the ancient Egyptians were a spiritual body, whereby the Greeks was a physical body. That's your difference. And see, getting back to, like J. Rogers put in our community, 100 known facts about the Negro, about these so-called black popes. That's misinformation. Okay? Getting back to the donation of Constantine, the ecclesiastical authority, by way of the donation of Constantine, was now in the hands of the Melkite Coptic African Egyptian. Okay? That was given to Sylvester I in 313 and 314 during that time period. Okay? Let's skip in time and go up to 553 at the Council of Constantinople II, which was called by Justinian. That prior to that calling of the Council of Constantinople II, 553, he and his wife had built the Hagia Sophia, like I mentioned, in 532, finished in 537. Now, he wanted to be the head of that church. He couldn't be the head of that church because of the donation of Constantine. See? Because ecclesiastical authority was in the hands of the Melkite African Egyptian. You see? So, an African advisor by the name of Theodore Ausitus told him how to take back the donation of Constantine. Right. It's all in my book. And so his advice to Justinian was to try to get Vigilius to take up a communion with the Monophysites. See, the Monophysites, you have to understand about the Monophysites, that's all in my book too, in order for you to understand the historical origin of Christianity. Now, when the Hagia Sophia was built and finished in 537, a man by the name of Agapetus I, a Coptic Egyptian, had the donation of Constantine or ecclesiastical authority. And what happened to Agapetus I, who was an African? He died a mysterious death. That means that Justinian had him killed. Then his successor was Silvius I. And Theodora had her army general and his wife to serve treason papers on Silvius. And they got rid of him, disposed of him. Then the next Coptic Egyptian, Melkite Coptic Egyptian, to hold the ecclesiastical authority by way of the donation of Constantine was one Vigilius. And this is where Theodore Siddus advised Justinian how to get and take away the donation of Constantine. You see? Now, this is what he told him to do. He told him to get him to denounce the 3 chapters. See, what I'm saying is technical, but it's in my book. And it's also into encyclopedias and other books of that nature. You see, but the 3 chapters was used in the Council of Chalcedon of 451 against Nestorius. That's in my book too. But that's technical. But you have to read the book in order for you to really understand what I'm talking about. Now, at this moment, like I said before, the donation of Constantine, or the authority of ecclesiastical power and authority, was now in the hands of one African, Vigilius, and Justinian wanted that authority. So Theodore Siddus, his African lawyer and advisor, told him 2 things to do. So you get Vigilius to denounce the 3 chapters. The 3 chapters, like I said before, was used at the Council of Chalcedon against Nestorius, who said that the created creature, the Virgin Mary, with the created title of Theotokos. The Theotokos means the Mother of God, and God meaning Serapis at the time, who was going to become Christ. Nestorius would not accept that title, but that you have to read that in my book, which explains that. Now, he wanted Vigilius to denounce the 3 chapters. The 3 chapters written by 3 African bishops, Theodore, Theodoret, and Ibis of Odessa. Okay? And the second thing he advised Justinian to get Vigilius to do was to take up communion with the Monophysites. You see? And that really went against the grain of Vigilius, because Vigilius was a Diophysitic Christian. Diophysitic Christian is an individual who believes in the 2 natures of Christ, one spiritual and one human, whereby a Monophysite only believes in the one nature of Christ, spiritual but no human nature. That's Monophysitic teachings and doctrine. Okay, so Vigilius refused to do either of the 2, and he was hound and chased until they killed him. And at the Council of Constantinople II, Justinian took back the donation of Constantine, and now he had ecclesiastical authority in his power over the Church of the Hagia Sophia, or the Church of the Holy Wisdom, which is another name for Jesus Christ. He also had political authority as being the Byzantine emperor. Now, as ecclesiastical, or with his ecclesiastical authority, he was able to appoint bishops of the Hagia Sophia by way of appointing patriarchs. And a patriarch is nothing but a bishop. Okay? Now, the Hagia Sophia represented the churches, other churches that was being built in Europe, in Rome, in France, in Germany, etc., etc. see, but the first church outside of Africa was built in Rome, Italy. See? So, but the patriarch of the Hagia Sophia was the patriarch of the Western churches. You see? And all those patriarchs of the Hagia Sophia were African men. See? So a patriarch is nothing but a bishop. See? So the patriarch of the Hagia Sophia, being an African bishop, was also the Bishop of Rome. See, that's where a lot of you historians get mixed up. Now, also, the Byzantine rulers also picked the Patriarch of Constantinople. Now, what is the Patriarch of Constantinople? The Patriarch of Constantinople is the bishop also, but he is the Patriarch and Bishop of the Monophysites, because you still had those two factions arguing with each other. The Diophysitic Christians, like I explained to you, believing that Christ, no, two natures, spiritual and human. The Monophysites said only one nature, spiritual, Osiris-like spirit, but no human nature. See, so they had a polemic going there. You see? So all of your Byzantine rulers picked the patriarch of the Hagia Sophia, which represented the European churches. You see? And they became the Bishop of Rome. Then they also, the Byzantine rulers, picked the patriarch of Constantinople that represented the Monophysite community. But both bishops, both patriarchs, had offices in the same building, the Hagia Sophia. Just like you have in Washington, D.C., in the capital, you have both political parties having offices in the White House, the Democrats and the Republicans. You see, same thing. Byzantine.
Can you talk about the Byzantine word that power came about? What is that?
The Byzantine rule, or Roman rule, is designated for Africa, or they call it the East, okay, as opposed to the West, which is Europe, okay. Now, Constantine went into Turkey in an area called Byzantium in 324. He changed that name Byzantium, the little city in Turkey. He changed that to be called Constantinople. Today it's called Istanbul, Turkey. Okay, but then it was Byzantium. He changed it and named it after himself and called it Constantinople. Okay? And they built a double wall city, or a double wall around the city. Okay? And that was the seat, or the capital, of the Byzantine Empire in the East, or in Africa. You see? So, this is in 324. But the Byzantine Empire did not start until 395. That was the beginning of the Byzantine Empire, 395. And it lasted all the way up until 1453, when Muhammad II penetrated the double-walled city of Constantinople and seized the Hagia Sophia. By that time, they had transferred the seat of Christianity out of Africa, out of the Hagia Sophia, out of Constantinople, into Europe, like I mentioned to you before, into Rome, on the outskirts of Rome. Over the catacombs, they began to build St. Peter's Church. So the Byzantine Empire officially began in 395, and it ended in 1453.
But it was territory that was conquered and had the culture.
Yeah, well, see, the territory was parts of Africa, especially the northeast Africa and North Africa along the Mediterranean, and parts of Europe, parts of southern Europe, and parts of Russia. You see, that all encompassed the Byzantine Empire.
And the armies were who led those armies?
Different men from time to time, but you had so many Byzantine emperors, you see, through history. And in my book, I'm writing my second book called The Historical Origin of Islam. I'm saying there's no Prophet Muhammad, and what I did, like in my first book, to write the Historical Origin of Christianity, I had to follow Serapis all through history to get to the time when this Serapis image that we know today as Jesus Christ was transformed into the Christ. I had to follow Byzantine history from 319 all the way up to 1453 to get the understanding about no Prophet Muhammad and how that all came about.
Is the Byzantine Empire an extension of Roman Empire?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So Rome really did not fall. And when did Rome fall?
Rome actually never fell. Okay? Didn't fall per se, and someone else took over. They were always being invaded and penetrated, etc., etc. You know, even in 800 ACE, Empress Irene had appointed Charlemagne to take over the rule of Rome, because Rome was under the Byzantine Empire, and she was, as empress, she was a Byzantine empress, you see. So Rome was always being invaded by people coming out of southern Europe, etc., etc. And Italy, which is in where Rome is at, in Italy. So there was always a constant invasion, but Rome itself never fell. Okay, maybe the Roman power was weakened, but then you had the Byzantine power, which is connected to what we call Roman power. The Byzantine Empire and Constantinople were called the New Rome. That's known as New Rome in history.
Now, when did that, when the Arabs penetrate North Africa out of Morocco, we're talking about 700.
Are you speaking of Moors? Are you speaking of Moors? Okay.
Because you have the church, which becomes the Sophia Hagia, which becomes the first institution that really began to teach and
The Europeans.
Yeah, the Europeans, and bring civilization to Europeans. Now, they spread how far over Europe?
Well, see, you have two factions of Moors. First, you got to know the meaning of the name Moor. The word Moor is only a name given to two groups. One, the Saracen Moors, which are Arabs. What makes a Moor is an individual who comes from Morocco in North Africa, and Mauritania in North Africa, crossing the Mediterranean, going into Spain. Okay, and it said that these Arab Saracen Moors in 711 crossed out of Morocco and Mauritania, crossed the Mediterranean, going into Spain to invade the Spaniards there. Okay, who were Christian. Now, they're calling these Arab Moors, they're calling them Muslims. There was no Islam in the 8th century. There was no Islam or no Mohammedanism. My book will bring that out, The Historical Origin of Islam. But there was Monophysites. They were Monophysites. They're people who believed in the one nature of Christ. okay, as being a spiritual nature but no human nature. So they was penetrating over there. They came over there with destruction. Everywhere Europeans go, they don't bring harmony, they bring death, destruction, and disease. So this is what they brought over there. See, that's in 711. Then you have the real Moors, or the Africans. See, they came into Spain in 1051. See, but they were the Coptic Egyptian Africans with a high civilization. They got this high civilization as a continuance coming from their ancient Egyptian ancestors, the ancient Egyptians. They were your mathematicians. They were your scientists. They were your builders. They were everything that we know today as being a civilized person. They had it.
Now they were coming out of Morocco also?
They crossed over from Morocco and other parts of Africa into Spain. But they came over into Spain and they built up those great cities that we know today as Seville, Cordova, and Granada, and etc. They brought all that in, but they brought a high civilization into Spain. Everywhere African people go, we're talking about the ancient Egyptians, everywhere they went, they brought a high civilization to whomever they came in contact with. And Spain was no exception.
I want to go back to the falsification of history through writing it as...
Unless you want to just change the...
I want to change the subject a little bit now, come back to the creation of history around the Bible. But I want to ask you about the monetary system that we have today. How was it created? The historical origins of the monetary system.
Well, when you said monetary system that we have today, you have to go back to the time when the Europeans was using precious metal and jewelry as something of value. Okay. Precious metal means gold and silver, and jewelry means gems, diamonds and rubies, and you name it, you know. That was your monetary system at that time, okay, until the Lombards came into being. The Lombards came out of Germany into the north of France. Into the north of Italy. They came out of Germany into the north of Italy. And they began to overrun and take over Italy, etc., to the point where they control all the natural resources in Italy, they control the commerce of Italy, and they control the land of Italy. They became land barons, and etc., etc. They created what is known as the feudal system, so forth and so on. I was taking you through a fast-paced, supposed history of how money that we know today, which is paper money, first came into existence. But the monetary system was under the control of whoever owned precious metal and jewelry and jewels, etc. So you have the Lombards coming in, 543, out of Germany into the north of Italy.
Now, they were not a family, they were a tribe.
A group. And they created what is known as dukes. Okay? And those dukes constituted families, their own personal families. They were thugs and vandals. They would do anything to gain something of value, physical value, material value, etc., etc. And In the beginning of the 13th century, 1202-03, long story short, they created what is known as paper money. And by creating paper money with a usury tax, which is an interest tax, they changed the monetary system for the whole entire world. See, because see those kings and things were really treating them unfair. You see, they were taking and confiscating their land. They were putting heavy taxes on them, and so forth and so on. So what they did to the king was that they changed the monetary system by creating paper money. See, now the king is sitting up there with precious metal, gold and silver, and jewelry, etc. So they created a system using paper money in the beginning of 13th century. And they began to open and create banks using this paper money, issuing this paper money with an interest fee.
How did they have the power to do that?
They were already rich people anyway. They created a system. See, if you can create a system and have people to initiate that system and sustain that system, then you can initiate a change. You see? In other words, just like the typewriter is obsolete today. You got the computer. So whoever created the computer made the typewriter obsolete. You see? So they just came up with this idea of having paper money instead of coin money, gold and silver. See? Came up with this idea of I'll loan you this paper money at an interest. But you put up a collateral. Your collateral will be your jewelry. You see that? And or either certain gold coins, because now the gold coins that you have really has no value as this paper money, because they have put a high value on this paper money. So you put up your jewelry to get a loan of this paper money. And they began to open up their first bank in the north of Italy. The second bank, they went into the south of France. And that's how the banking system using paper money began. You see? And from that point, they began to expand that monetary system, because now they control the printing press that prints the legal money. You see? And that's how it began. So far as money is concerned, paper money is concerned.
Oh, so they control the printing press from the very beginning.
Correct.
Now, are they Jews?
Well, see, that's a tricky question. You see, a Jew means, did they practice the religion of Judaism? You know, that's the question. That constitutes a person being a Jew. If you practice a religion called Judaism, okay, then you're a Jew. If you practice a religion called Christianity, then you're a Christian. If you practice a religion called Islam, then you're a Muslim, so forth and so on. So that's a tricky question. The Rockefeller family married into the Rothschild family. But the Rockefeller family are not Jews. They're Baptist Christians by way of religion. In order to be a Jew, you have to embrace a religion called Judaism. All capitalists who are capitalists today does not practice Judaism. Some of them are atheists. So some of them practice other religions, but not Judaism. See, so I don't get the impression that since this person is strictly dealing in a capital community, that he has to be a Jew. So I want to clear that up. Okay.
Now, what was the impact of the monetary system ultimately around the world, and what did it develop into, and some of its offsprings today?
Well, the impact is very strong. I mentioned paper money with a usury tax started with the Lombards, right? They're still operating today in London, England, on a street called Lombard Street. That's where all your banking houses are. You see? Rothschilds, the House of Rothschild, Solomon Brothers, Brown Brothers. And they have an insignia of the three balls. If you go to a pawn shop today, you see three balls hanging out there. Those three balls represent buy, sell, and lend. See? Now, that banking institution on Lombard Street in 1913 set up the Federal Reserve in this country. I was saying the War brothers over here to set up the Federal Reserve in 1913. Today, you have the Federal Reserve. They also set up the IMF and the World Bank, International Monetary Fund. See, they control that. They own the World Bank. They own IMF. They own the Federal Reserve of the United States of America.
You mean the American government?
It's owned by the Federal Reserve. All your congressmen, senators, the president, everybody. This whole country is owned by the Federal Reserve.
Owned by the Federal Reserve.
The United States government borrows money from the Federal Reserve.
All right.
And if they're broke, or if an individual is broke, where do they go to get their money from? The Federal Reserve. Okay? Who owns the printing press to print the money that loans the United States government money coming from the Federal Reserve? The Federal Reserve. They own the printing press that prints the money. So whoever owns the printing press got the power.
And the Lombards own the printing press?
Yes, sir, definitely. The Lombards own they own the Federal Reserve and the printing press. They own IMF. They own the World Bank. And that's how they control the whole entire world today under one world order. That's called one world order. Whoever owns the printing press owns the whole entire world.
Okay, now what impact does this have on places throughout Africa in terms of their money and the devaluing of their money on a daily basis? I'll just give you an example. A friend of mine from Ghana said he was going to put $1 million in the bank out of Ghanaian money last year. He said he's glad he did, because had he put $1 million in the bank last year, this year the money had devaluated, Ghanaian money had devaluated over 50%, and he would have lost, instead of the money gaining interest, he would have actually lost 50% of the money that he put in the bank, because when you was going to put it in the bank, one Ghanaian dollar was worth 2,500 American. One Ghanaian dollar, one American dollar was worth 2,500 Ghanaian dollars. A year later, one American dollar is worth over 5,000 Ghanaian dollars. So had he put the money in there, he would have lost 50% of his money. What impact does the IMF, does the World Bank have on the countries around the world, particularly those of Africa, where they set the value of these currencies?
Well, the IMF and the monetary controllers and rulers of the monetary system for the world, like I told you, it comes out of Lombard Street in England. They go around the country, go around the world, and they create countries and develop countries to be poor. To set up a country and make sure that country is poor, like Mexico, poor. That was done on purpose. On purpose. Just shut them out. Devalue their money. The money on the world monetary market is very low. See? Cut out certain industry over there. See? This is part of how they exploit people. They create poverty for you in order for you to ask them for money. You see? And when you go and ask them for money, the IMF, the first thing they tell you that you have to devalue your money. In other words, your money is no more good anymore. It's worthless. You have to declare that your money is worthless. Once you do that, then we, the IMF, will loan you money. Okay? Now, along with the IMF loaning you money, there are certain stipulations, meaning that an individual country who borrows money from the IMF has to agree to allow private investors to come into their country and invest in their country by any means necessary as the investors see fit to do, and that the officials of that country or the citizens of that country cannot complain or object to what these private investors are doing in their country. And if they do, then they will have to suffer the consequence. That's the stipulation. And once you get hooked into that loan, you will forever, that country will be forever in debt or indebted to the IMF. Okay? So it's an endless process that they created. They create the money system. They create whose currency is devalued, whose currency is worth this, and they keep bringing it up and down, up and down. See? They control that. Why? Because they control the printing press that prints the money. Whoever controls the printing press that prints the money has got the power. Because if you and I had a printing press in our basement to print money, we would never be broke.
Then they do have the power to bring about a one-world government.
Correct.
And in fact, they've already brought about.
Correct. Absolutely. That's what these demonstrations are being done today. You know, they was in Washington demonstrating against the IMF. You know, they were in, I believe, in California demonstrating against the IMF. You know, so forth and so on. See, so there are demonstrations against the IMF being broken out all over the world now, in different places. They're protesting against the one world order.
And this came about
starting with the Lombards in the 13th, beginning of the 13th century, when they create paper money and the banking system with interest or usury fee.
Okay. Now I want to go back to that Bible and looking at not the Bible itself, but looking at the printing press and when they used the Bible to create history. Now we had said that places like Solomon's Temple, all of these places in the Bible, Babylon, these places had to be created to substantiate or validate the Bible or the biblical stories.
Correct.
Can you talk about that? Explain some of that.
Those places are only mentioned or told about in the Bible. Those are biblical stories based off of mythology. Those stories are coming out of the Old Testament. The Old Testament comes from the religion called Judaism. See? So you're going to get all of these pseudo-biblical stories, false and fictitious stories, coming out of the religion called Judaism. That's where it's coming from. The Persian, Mesopotamia, the Sumerian, the Hyksos. It goes on and on. All Noah and his ark, the flood story, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. All that comes from the religion called Judaism via the Bible. Stories told in the Bible. See? That's all pseudepigrapha literature. Now, they teach you and teach the world masses that of the three major Western religions, Judaism is first. And then they teach you from Judaism came Christianity, because they tell you that Jesus Christ was a Jew. And from Judaism and Christianity came Islam, historically incorrect. The world's first man-made religion was Christianity. The second one was Monophysitism, that became Mohammedanism. Mohammedanism became Islam in 1919 when they created the Quran for the very first time in history. The Quran was formulated in 1870 in Syria and finished 49 years later and accepted by the Mohammedan world in 1919 in Cairo, Egypt. That's history. Okay. Now, getting back to Judaism. Judaism was created by one Solomon Bar Isaac called Rashid between 1180 and 1200. Okay, so between late 11th and early 12th century. That's when Judaism came about. Judaism cannot predate one Rashid. Judaism as a religion cannot predate the first crusade of 1096. Can't do it. There's no Judaism prior to the late 11th and early 12th century. There was no Judaism prior to the first crusade of 1096.
What does the crusade have to do with Judaism?
That's a measurement of how that one can use to deny the existence of a Judaism, because there was no Judaism before the first crusade. You see, the first crusade has a lot to do with Judaism. You had the Baron armies going into Northeast Africa. That's where your crusades took place. The Europeans coming out of Europe, going into Africa, creating what we know today as the Crusades. Okay? Now, the first Baron army that was sent over there was under the leadership of Godfrey and his brother Baldwin. Godfrey and his brother Baldwin, or Godfrey, was a student of Rashid. Let me tell you about Rashid. See, Rashid, Solomon Bar Isaac called Rashid, was the first one to create the formula for Judaism. He created what is known as Sefer HaYasa literature. Sefer means books, Ha means of, Yasa means books of the upright one, talking about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Those are the upright ones.
So he wrote these stories.
He wrote and created these stories. He was the world's first rabbi.